everyone. Want to build a fully functional quiz app? In this course, I will guide you through creating a complete quiz app. To do so, we are going to use Ionic in the front end for a smooth and responsive mobile UI, and in the back end, we are going to use Supabase, which is an alternative of Firebase. Supabase uses PostgreSQL as the database in which we are going to manage our quiz questions efficiently. In this course, you will at first learn how to create a complete quiz app without any backend. Then we are going to integrate Supabase as the backend. To manage our questionnaire dynamically, you have the option of adding numerous questions using dynamic forms. Not only that, you can also upload the Excel sheet which includes the questionnaire in a proper format. After building all of this, we are going to prepare our application for Android and iOS platforms and testing it up in respective devices. If you are looking to learn Ionic from scratch, we also have a courses based on that too. You can check that out. This course is project based and we are going to jump straight into the project and start coding and bring our app to life. Want to save time? If you need the complete quiz application, you can grab it directly from our products shown below, or you can visit our website codingtechniques.com. So do check that out. And now it's time to start coding.
If you haven't had the chance to explore our website yet, we highly encourage you to visit and take a look right away. Currently, there is a major sale happening on our extensive range of courses and templates. You can enroll in these offerings and take advantage of our industry-ready products and comprehensive courses.
Now to start off, I have created a new project, and if you do not know how to create a new project and to install the Ionic CLI, simply I have written the commands here. To install the Ionic CLI, you can run this command. To create a new Ionic project, you have to run this particular command. And after your project is created, you simply need to run Ionic serve to run it in your browser. That's what I have done so far. Now let me get back to my home screen where I have the default code which I'm going to remove completely. So from the CSS, everything is removed. From the HTML also, I don't want anything as of now. Or what I can do is I will remove the header. Along with that, this whole code I'm going to remove it because I will at first prepare a screen which will ask the user how many questions you want, and we can also keep a cap on it, like maximum number of questions that you can enter. Along with that, you can also select the category and the time duration. So all of them will be prepared in a particular form, and I'm going to center everything here itself. So in order to achieve that, let's start designing it. Then you will understand what I'm talking about. To start off, within our Ion content, I'm going to work with an Ion card here, because the card will give you a look and feel that something is popping up, the 3D effect. That's what I need. And I'm not getting it imported automatically. That happens in the latest version of Ionic. I hope they fix it up. The problem is that I'm not passing standalone to true by default, because in Angular 19, it is said that you don't need to pass it. It is taken automatically as standalone to be true. But there is a catch here. What is the catch? That if we don't pass it up, the auto import is not working. So if I pass standalone to be true, and I hope they fix that, for the time being, that's a solution which I got. If I pass standalone to be true, I'm getting the suggestion that these things are not yet passed, so I can remove it. I can remove everything. Along with that, if I go to home page HTML file and hover on it, you can see auto import is done now. If I go to the TS file, just check this out. The auto import is working. So that is what is happening at present. Now let's get back to our HTML and start designing it up within our Ion card. Let me just pass some padding here. Ion padding, and let me pass Ion card title within it. The title will be very interesting. I'll at first pass let's play, because that's what we are going to do. We are going to play a quiz, and then I will also have Ion card subtitle within it. So subtitle, and it's imported. Let me pass time for quiz. Great, it's showing up. Nice, I'm liking it. Now after the card title, let me work with card content. So Ion card content will be next, within which we will work directly with the form here. Now which kind of form am I going to use? Well, I'm going to use the reactive forms, for which I have to go to TS file, and this was not, well, how come Ion icon? Maybe by mistake it was imported. Not a problem, it's removed now. And what I need is, I need reactive forms. So let me just organize everything at first, and I'm going to pass reactive forms module. Okay, once that is done, I will be able to use whatever I need within my form for reactive form. Like I can use the form group here. So form group equals to, well, I need to create a variable. So let me go for it. Let me go for form. Should I use signals? I think that would be better. Equals to signal of type form group, or null, because initially I'm going to define it within the constructor or ng on init. So for that time being, it is null. Let me pass it up and I'll import the signals here. Once that is done, I'll pass it directly here in this particular manner. See, there is still an error. Why? Because it's saying that it can be null also. And I have to pass an exclamation symbol to denote that this will have some value, and then only I'm going to show it up. Now within our form, what am I going to have? I'll have an ion item, and the lines within the ion item which is present by default, I'll set it to null. I'll set it to none because I don't want any lines, but I want the color of the ion item to be the light color. So I pass the light color. Don't worry, I'll work with the theming in some time. Now within this ion item, I will work with the ion input. You can also pass ion input directly without ion item, but I need it here to separate the stuff whatever I need to work with, because I need to pass some extra stuff also. So first of all, let's complete this up. For the ion input, I'm going to pass a placeholder in which I'll pass number of questions that you need to enter. Kindly do that. Then what's going to be the type of it? Well, type will be number because I'm going to type the numbers here. And then the form control name, for which let me pass question count. Anything you can pass. We will prepare our form after doing this. So let's finish it up. That's why I'm getting some errors, but don't need to worry about it. I'll fix it in some time. Now the next thing, it is an important part. So I can simply pass error text also, because if it is a required field, definitely the error text will show up the error messages properly. So what error messages should I pass? Let me pass enter proper number. Okay. Anything else? Not exactly. I think it's fine. Now why I used the ion item, you will come to know now. Because after this ion input, I want to show something here too. And what's that gonna be? I'll work with an ion text whose slot will be end, and the text which I'm going to pass is out of how many characters, or out of how many? Out of the number of questions that you can set as a limit. So let me just pass as of now, let's say 500 is the limit. So it's going to show up that particular part here, which is great. Now it's looking nice, isn't it? So far so good. Let's get rid of the errors which is coming up, possibly because we haven't defined our form. So let's work on that. In order to work with that, I'll create a function called initForm, where this dot form will be equals to, here I can use the form group or the form builder. So let me work with form builder here, for which I have to inject it up. So private form builder equals to inject form builder, and after doing that I can simply pass here this dot form builder dot group function in this manner, because now I don't have to pass form group in an extra way and use form control everywhere. Directly we can work around with it. So within this, I will have the question count, in which I'll pass the initial value to be, let's say, null, and then you can pass some validators if you have. So I want some validators, like I want validators dot required field required. Also I need validators dot min length, because I want the minimum length to be at least 1. Okay, and actually it's showing an error because I cannot pass it in this particular manner, because it is writable signal function. So let me just pass a constant and initialize it up. Then at the very end, this dot form dot set function I'm going to use and pass this particular form here. That's how I'm going to work around with it and pass this init form directly into my constructor. Now the error will go away and I'll be able to work with everything properly. Okay, so this is done, but that's not it. We need some extra things too. Like what? After this questions count, I also need category ID. So for the time being, we do not have any category or something. So I'm going to create some mock data for that. For the time being, I'm just passing it as category ID, where initial value will be null, and validators dot required field, because it is required to select a category. And after the category, I also need to show the duration. So for the duration, let me just pass initially to be null, but I want to fix it to at least 30 minutes by default. So we'll do that up. But for the time being, let me just pass it in this particular way so that we can prepare the form, and then I'll show you how exactly I can achieve that too. Okay, so far so good. Let's check it out. In the HTML, I'll finish it off. And how will I do that? Well, after this ion item, I'll pass another ion item where lines will be none once again. Color is light, and I'm going to pass a margin top, ion margin top class, so that there is some margin between the two. Okay, so once this form will be prepared, then we can go ahead and work with the other stuff. This form is pretty much crucial for our working, and that's why I'm preparing it pretty quickly. So we will have an ion select. Well, I'll give some mock data, don't need to worry about it. But for the time being, let me just pass a label of category. Along with that, label placement will be fixed. Interface will be popover so that it gets the popover design, and I'll show you what exactly that means. Then form control name will be there, which will be category ID. That's what we have given into our form. And finally, a placeholder is must. So let me just pass a placeholder. That's gonna read select category. Okay, align everything properly. And this is coming up. But we don't get any option here because I haven't given anything as of now. But this is a popover which will show up directly here instead of passing an alert. So let's go to our TS file and check it out. Everything is fine or not. So IN select is not yet imported. That's what I thought of. That's why the error was coming up. So IN select option will also be there, which I haven't passed as of now, because we need some options within that, isn't it? Let me just pass it at first. The error is gone. In the HTML, it's time to work with the options. So for the IN options, well, I have to loop it up. So let me use @4 category of categories function, and I'll define it in my TS file, this particular function, which will be actually a writable function. So categories equals to signal of type any array as of now, initialized to an empty array. For the time being, let's keep it in this particular way and let's get ahead. So this will not create a problem now. Track by index, where I will simply pass IN select option, where the value will be category dot the ID that we will be getting within our data. Alright. So once I prepare the data, you will understand it much better. But for the time being, category ID and category name that I want to show the name, but I will get the value of the ID. Alright, which is the one from the one that is selected. So at least it's coming up. And how it's going to work? Let's see if I pass some data here. Let me pass an object ID to be 1 along with name to be anything. Let's say XYZ, anything. So this will come up here automatically. Okay. All right. Let me just get rid of it. That is just to show you up. Okay. Now after doing that, I also need one more IN item for the duration. So after this IN item, I will paste it directly and explain you up. So this is the IN item, same as the earlier one, where I have the IN label, which will help me to show what exactly label I want to pass. So I'm passing duration, and this will be the format that I will show up the duration in. Then I will be using IN datetime button just to show up the button directly. And let me just import everything at first by just hovering on it. It will be taken automatically. Where is the problem? IN datetime, come on. It's not taken. So let me just pass it manually. IN datetime also, comma, and paste it. Just pass a comma here and paste it here too. Align everything properly, and now the error will go away. You will be able to see something at least. Okay. So this is showing up. Now I've given some basic things here within my IN datetime, which is within a model, which I'm keeping everything mounted. Okay. So if you click on it, it will show up. Just look at this. Okay. That's how it's working. So that's the usefulness of using IN datetime button. You get a simple button. If you click on it, then this model will show up. Hour will be shown in 2 digits. Minute will be shown in 2 digits. That's what I have formatted here. And the hour cycle will be H43 so that I get the date and time in 23 hours. Like after that, after this 23, 24 will not come. Just check this out. 23:59. That's what you're going to get at max. Beyond that, it's going to start from 00. That doesn't happen if you give each 24. So remember that. So simple, right? Done. You can select any date, whatever you like. Not date, exactly the time which you want. Okay, it's working. So this form is ready, but I need to design it a bit more and also align it at the center part. For doing so, I'll work around with the SCSS file. Let's go ahead and work with that. But before starting to work with this particular part, the CSS part, I will go to my variables.css to change the theming here. So what theming do I need to apply? Let me just show you directly. I'll paste it something here. The theming that I need for my quiz app. So let me just paste it, and so this is my theming where I have the primary color is little lightish bluish color. I like it. I like it a lot for my quiz app. Similarly, I have some other colors. You can simply check this out. Most of the colors are same, which are the default colors, but some of them I have changed as per my requirement, and some of them I have created too. Like this light gray button, I have created it and I've given a class to define it up properly. Okay. Once that is done, I have also passed background gradient because this gradient I'm going to use it in most of the places. That is why I have created it at the very beginning, means in my root itself. Alright. Now how do I use it up? Well, I'm going to use directly into my homepage CSS file and show you how exactly it works. To start off, I'm going to work with ion content, pass a background color to it of the gradient that I have passed, so I can use the variable function in this particular manner to pass the ion background gradient. So that's how we can work around with it. Once I do that up, see, it's working. And after doing that, I'm going to work around with the ion card directly, where I'll pass position to be absolute. After giving position to be absolute, I need to center it up properly, right? So in order to do that, let me pass from the top, let's say 35% will be fine. Okay, well actually it's quite a lot, but we'll fix that up, don't need to worry. From the left, I'll give 50% and transform it in X and Y direction properly. Minus 50%, minus 50%. So if I do that up, it's going to align everything at the center. Now, as you can see here, it is still not aligned at the center properly, right? On the x-axis. So what I can do about it? Well, I will actually make changes into my width here. So how much width do I want for this particular card? Well, I'll take 90% of the width and pass margin as auto. All right, that's what I'm going to do. Along with that, I'll also do one more thing. I'll fix the maximum width that it can take so that it does not stretch a lot. I'll fix it to 400 pixels, which is I think a good idea. So if you go for a responsive screen, that's not going to shift a lot. And finally, I also want to pass some box shadow. So x-axis, y-axis and the blur, how much should be passed? 8 pixel I've given it here. And RGB color of 0, 0, 0 and 0.2 is the opacity that I need to pass here. Okay, so that is what I've done and it's looking fine, isn't it? Now I have passed the comments also so that you can remember what exactly I have done here. Along with that, I have also changed the border radius for my iron item to be 10 pixels. Now it's looking great and I'm happy with the design part. It's time to work around with a button on click of which we can start the play. So we need to design that too. Let's go to our home screen to work with that. Now after this iron item, I'll work around with the button for which I'll actually create a flag at first. Because if you click on it, I want to show a loader and if you're not clicking on it, I'll show a play button. So what am I going to do here is, let me pass is loading equals to a writable signal function where I will get a boolean value initialized to false. And this is what I'm going to use directly into my HTML after this iron item. So let me just paste it directly. This is what I'm going to use is loading. If it is true, then I want to show a loader for which I'll be using the iron spinner within my iron button because the button will be same. And if not, then I will have my button on click of which I'll submit the form and show the play text along with an icon which will show a forward icon. Okay. In order to work with this, I need to use add iron icons. I'll show you how we can do that up. And I've also given a class here which will be used for designing it up. So let's fix it and it will be shown here after I fix it up. So let me just go to my TS file and work with a function called onSubmit. For the timing, I'll just initialize it in this manner to get rid of the error. Also in my constructor, I'll pass add icons in this manner to show the icons. What I can do I need here is arrow, forward, circle, outline. That's the icon we need. So I'm not getting the suggestion directly, I think. Yes, I'm not getting the suggestion. So I need to import it manually. Simply do it once in this particular manner. Import this from icons / icons. Okay. You will see that the error will go away. What happened? Yeah, the error is gone and you can see the icon is showing up. So once that is working, let's go to the SCSS file and work around with the designing part here. So after the iron item, let me pass some more for the iron button where we have the play class. I'll add some margin top of 2VH approximately and it will flow towards the end part. That's what I have done here, which is looking fine, isn't it? So the form is created, which is the basic form. Now here the design is ready, but still some things are left because we have to submit the form and for that we need the category, we need the duration in a proper manner because I want to set an initial value for the duration and also the number of questions that you can have at maximum. Even this also I want it to be dynamic. So how can I achieve that? Well, in order to do so, I will do something in a service. So let me just create a service at first. Ionic G service, short form is S. Within a services folder, I'm going to create that up. We'll name it a quiz service, but actually I'm going to create a quiz folder. Within that, I'm going to have my service because it will also have another file. So I want all of them in one place. Let's check it out. There you go. It's created in a proper manner. Now within this service, let me create a property called master settings, in which I'm going to have the questions max limit, correct answer point, wrong answer point, well, you will get in negative, and the default timing, how much you want. So I want 2 minutes to be the default timing. You can increase or decrease as per your requirement. Now I'm going to call this up in my home page directly, with the help of which I can go ahead and change everything to be dynamic. In order to do so, I'll make use of the computed signal. So let me create a property here called master settings. That's gonna be equals to, you can use a computed signal or directly also you can initialize it up, but I prefer to use computed, because if the value of the master setting changes, it will be detected here. But actually we are not using signal function there, right? So it's not that easy to be detected here. But anyways, let's keep it in this particular manner. So I need to call that actually service, for which I have to inject it up. So let me use private quiz service equals to inject, and I'm going to call the quiz service directly here. Okay, imported, great. Now I can directly call it up here, quiz service dot master setting. Okay, and I have to import the computed signal also. Once that is done, I can use it wherever I want. So let's change it up in my homepage at first in the HTML. Where am I going to change? Instead of 500, I'm going to pass master settings function question mark dot question max limit. That's what I'm going to pass, and I don't need question mark because that value is already there. Now the warning is also gone, and I do see the same stuff here. The next thing I'm going to change is this particular duration. For the duration, I need the value in ISO format. That's what the ion datetime accepts. So in order to do so, I'll show you a simple method which I'm going to use to break down the duration in a proper way. Let me just show you. Well, after this init form, let me do it here. So I'm going to paste it here directly and explain you up, because it's quite simple to understand. Now, this is what I'm going to call to get my ISO date time, for which I have to get the default timing at first. And as of now, we have 2 minutes as a default timing. This is in hours, this is in minutes. Now, after that, I will be calling get date from time. And how will I do that up? Well, this is the function with the help of which I'm going to convert that. So I have to get the date from the time which is being passed here directly. And you have already seen this is the value that we have passed, right? So it's going to split the hour and minute properly, because there is a column in between. So it's going to split in that particular manner and create two separate constants. One is for hours, one is for minutes. And then simply return a date with this particular values, and we will have a proper date here. Once we get the proper date, we are going to get the year, month, date of month, hour, minute, everything separately. Once we get everything separately, then I have to return in an ISO format. This is the ISO format that I need to return. Okay, so appending everything to make a string, ISO date string. So once that is done, I will call this particular function into my form itself. So instead of this particular duration, let me simply pass ISO to ISO date time function. Okay, if I do that up, you see I'm getting the value whatever I have passed there. And if I change it in the service, it's going to change it there too, because it's going to load obviously. Okay, just look at it. So that's how it's going to work. You can just control everything from one place. Now this is done. Our form is almost ready, but still few things are left related to the category. We need some category data. So I'm going to prepare at first an interface, then some mock data. So for the interface, let me just create it. Ionic G interface within an interfaces folder, and I'm going to name it as category. Let's try it. Look at this. It's created. Where it is, there we go. I'm going to rename it because I prefer to do so. I'll give dot interface. Well, it's not mandatory. I just prefer to do it to avoid any confusion in order to find out, because if I search it anywhere like category, I'll get it directly. I know the interfaces folder is already there, but still I prefer to do it in this particular way. It helps me to identify it in a better way. All right. So just for my convenience, I've done that. Anyways, let's get here. So what all things do I need in a category? I'll be needing the ID, which can be of type string or a number, whatever you want. Then I'll be having a name of type string, and also I will also get created at in the format of a string, or you can give any as you prefer. Okay. So this is the data that I'm going to get, means this is the format of data that I'm going to get, and I'm going to update that in my home page because I have given any array as earlier. I'm going to change that to category array in this particular way. Okay, done. Now I need to call the data. How will I do that? Let me just show you. So let me simply do one thing. I'll at first create a function here. Let me create a function here itself, get categories, in which I'm going to call the data from the category service which I'm going to create. So category service, let me just pass it directly, or I should create it. Let's do that. So instead of quiz service, this time I'm going to have one for the category. All right, let me hit enter. It will be created. Once it is created, I'll be able to use that up. So this dot category service I have to inject at first in order to use it. Let's go for it quickly. Private category service equals to inject, and go for category service injection. Simple. After that, I will create a get categories function there into that particular service. Don't worry, it's going to give error as of now. I'll create it pretty quickly, but I will be getting the data out of it. So let me do one thing. I'll create a constant called data that's gonna hold the value which will be coming up from here, and set my categories data. So this dot categories dot set, I'm going to set this particular data which I'm going to get from here. Okay, now let's create it quickly. Let me go to category service. Where is it? There you go. Now within this category service, let's go for get categories, where I'm going to return an array. So let me just pass here an array. Now what it holds ID, name, and created at, where I've given name of like JavaScript, TypeScript, Angular, React, Node.js, basically the technologies that we are going to use. Those are my categories because we will be having questions based on that only. All right, so this is ready now, and you can also give a type to it if you want, like it's going to return. Let's not give that because I'm going to change that later on when we use a database and a backend system. Okay, so let's keep it in this particular manner. What it's going to return, it's going to return a particular thing. That's okay. Or in fact, I can do one thing. Let's not do anything. Now let's go to our home page and we are getting the data. All right, and we are setting it up. Now what's the problem? It's not in proper format or what? Let me pass category array. Done. Not a problem. What's wrong here? Okay, ID is of type number here. So let me just change it to a string. That's the problem it's facing. Now I think it will be solved. Okay, let's get back and check it out. Yeah, the problem is solved now and we are good to go. So far so good. Now I'll be getting the data here directly. Not yet because I have not passed this anywhere into my ng on it or anywhere else. So let me just do one thing. I'll create ng on init, which we can use directly. This is for the interface on init. If you don't pass it also, still it's taken automatically. Now let me just move this init form, or should I keep it here? Let me keep it here. And I'll call this dot get categories into my ng on init, and let's check it now. What happens if I check it now? You see the data is coming up in a proper format, and hopefully our form will work now. If I try to pass something and we have the duration and everything, let's check it out. What do we get into our console log? If I try to submit here, if I click on play, nothing is happening. Have we not given anything? Let's check it out. Okay, I haven't given anything here. That's why the value is not coming up. So console.log this dot form function dot value. Now what's the problem here? Okay, it can be null also. That is why in order to solve this problem, I have to give a not symbol. But before that, I also need to check if this form is valid or not. So this dot form function, if it is invalid, then what am I going to do? I'll simply return, or in fact, I can give a toast message also if you want. So if it is invalid for the timing, let me just do one thing before returning. I'll mark everything as red so that we get all the errors also. So dot mark all as touched. Okay, let's check it out. If I try to click on it, I'll get the error. That's great. For the category, I think I have not given any error or what. Let's check it out. Because it's not selected, still I'm not getting any error. This is for item 1. This is for the category. Okay, I haven't given anything here. Well, if you want, definitely you can pass it out. But I think I should skip it, isn't it? Or I'll keep a default value. I think that would be better. So let me keep a default value here. Let's say default value is 1. So JavaScript is selected by default. Now if I click on it, I'm getting error here and 2 other are default. If you don't want that the default value, definitely you can pass the error here too. Let me show you that part also, which is actually simple, not that tough. If I don't do anything also, still it's going to work fine. Let me create a div which will only show up if there are errors. So @if, let me create a let equal, where I'm going to pass form data equals to form function with a not symbol. Okay, and I'm going to use that up directly here. So form data question mark dot. In fact, I need to get the value of this particular selected also, which I'm going to get directly from here. Get function, and the name of it is category underscore ID. All right. So if the form data for this particular category ID is invalid, which I'm going to search directly in this particular manner. If it is invalid, then I'm going to show the error. But I also have to check whether it is touched or not. Because if it is invalid and it is touched, then only I want to show. Otherwise, I don't want to show the errors. So form data question mark dot touched. Because if you're not touching it up and you're just filling up the form, I don't want to show the errors at that point of time until unless it is touched. That's why I'm doing that. Now I'll pass ion text, where I'll pass, let's see, please select a category, and the color for this ion text will be danger. All right, now let's check it out. If I don't give anything, and I should remove it from the homepage TS file, whichever I did earlier, let's keep it null. Now if I click on it, you will see that the error is coming up, but not in a proper way. I think I should pass this particular functionality outside of the ion item, because that's not going to work here, isn't it? Or in fact, within the ion label also I can do that. But ion label is being passed directly within the ion select. So it's better to do it outside of it in this manner. Now if I try it out, you see the error is coming up. And you want to make it smaller, right? So font size, definitely you can work on that. Like I'll just pass here. Let me pass a class here. Class error message. And in the CSS, I'll simply work on it within this card itself. So dot error message, where I'm going to change the font size of it to be actually small. Okay, let's do it directly. I'm not passing a default size, just taking it directly. Okay, if I click on it, yeah, it's working, isn't it? It's showing up properly. Similarly, you can do it for the duration also if you want to. So we are almost done with the preparation of our form and everything is working properly. We are able to select and everything. And if I just select a category also, let's go for JavaScript and I pass number of questions, let's say 20. And if I click on it, I should get the value in here. And don't worry about this. This is just a warning, which should be fixed from the Ionic team end probably, because nothing needs to be done from our end as of now. So this is working. We are getting the proper data in a proper format. Now we need to work around with this particular data. Well, not really, because at first we are going to prepare everything here with the design part. Then we are going to work with the backend part. Okay, so let's do everything one by one. Now still the form is not over. Why am I saying that? Because I have to play around with some condition here in my form itself, the reactive form itself. Because let's say if you enter a value which is greater than 500, let's say 501, still it's going to take it as of now because we haven't given any condition. And if I click on it, just check it out, it's going there. So it's not giving me any warning or something here, right? Which is not good. So I have to change this condition a little bit more to work on it. So at first it should not be min length, actually it should be minimum 1. So I can use this min function directly here. Along with that, I will have another functionality. Let me just create that and I'm going to pass on it directly. So this is the functionality that I'm going to have, where I'm going to check the maximum count validator for the questions, where I'm going to pass the maximum number and I'm going to return if it is valid or not. If it is greater than the maximum value, then I'm going to get an error. All right. So let me just import everything here. And I have to pass it in this particular manner, max questions validator, where I'm going to pass this dot master settings function dot questions max limit. Okay, once I do that up, if I try to enter any value here which is greater than 500, let's say once again 501, what should I get? I'm getting the error, please enter proper number. Okay, that's what it's giving me up. So which is very, very important. Okay, if you don't do that, what's wrong? Okay, the form is not yet submitted. Everything is touched and I'm getting the error, which is great. So this functionality is working. And you can change the error text also if you want to, but I don't want to do that for the time being. I'll keep it as it is because you're not entering a proper number as I've given the condition here. Okay, let me show you that part also if you want a different message here, which is very, very interesting. That is why this particular name is being given max limit. So this object is being parsed with the proper error. I have to call this particular one. So even you can call for min also, min function, it can detect directly, but I'll show you here. So in the ion item, let me work on the error text. There you go. So this is the default message that I need to have. Let me just change it in this particular manner because I want to have a dynamic value here, for which, what am I going to do? I think this particular thing, I should cut it and pass it within a let form data equals to this particular value, and I'm going to pass everywhere this particular name. In fact, I'll change it at the bottom also where I used it. So instead of this, we can directly pass form data now, isn't it? And this will be, let's say, category ID. Now it's pretty okay. Category ID, everywhere I'm going to pass it and we're good to go. So far so good. Let's get back, and here also I'm going to create @let. So how simple it becomes with the help of this particular thing. What I need here is question count error message, right? So it's quite big actually, but it's fine. Anyways, I'll get the form data dot get question count, that's the name, dot has error. And what's the error name? You're given max limit, isn't it? So if that is present, let me just change it. Is error message. So I'll get that particular error message and I'll pass it here. Let's try it, what happens. Okay, fine. Let's check it now if it works or not. So if I just pass it, look at this error, and if I pass 501, what's going to be the error? Okay, I'm getting true because I've given has errors, right? So I haven't passed what is the error actually. For which instead of has error, I have to use errors within that. This is the way we'll get the error for this max limit value. Okay. Where I'm getting the error, this is possibly undefined. What is undefined? Well, let me just pass this symbol. No, it's not working yet. If I pass a not symbol here, it's working. So you have to be very careful because this array is there. That's what it needs to check. Now let's check it out. If I don't give anything, I'm getting the error. If I give 501, will I get the error? Yes, cannot exceed 500 questions. That's what it's saying, and which is great. That's what I needed. So this is what is happening here. So now you have understood how to pass this particular thing. Great. We also need to track one more thing, which is related to the duration. If you pass a duration of 00, okay, if you don't pass anything, still it's going to take it. If I pass it out, okay, let me just change it to 50 and select a category. Now the form will be submitted. You will be able to see the value here. Okay, there is a problem since max limit is not available initially, so it's giving me the warning, which I will fix it. Don't need to worry. If I click on it, I'm getting the value here. Look at this. Okay, it's still taking 00. Okay, I didn't pass it or what? 00 done. If I click on it, you will be able to see 00. Okay, so that's what is happening here, which I don't want. So I have to fix that also. Now instead of this exclamation symbol, if I pass question mark, it's going to give me an error. If I give a dot here along with that, then the error is gone. And now it's going to work properly. Let me just show you the output. If I just try it now, let's go for the play button. Error is coming up. If I go for 501, then also the error is coming up. No warning is showing up, which is great. So to fix our duration also, let me go to homepage TS file, and within our form, where is the form? There you go. I have to pass something here in my validators, for which I have to create a different functionality. And what that's going to be, similar the way we have done here. I'm going to check using the abstract control because that's where we get the value within our controls. Okay, so it holds the particular form control, and within that we get the value. That's what we have done here also. I'm checking here if it is not null and greater than the maximum value that is being passed. Then only the error will show up, otherwise there will be null, means no errors. Similarly, I'll create another functionality for the duration where I'll just have the form control directly, which means this particular duration directly, as this is a form control that is not being passed because we are using form builder. Otherwise, if you would have used the form group here directly, then I would have passed new form control. If not passing, still it is form control, and you can see what it holds. Anyways, So this functionality will check if the value is equals to this particular value, then it's going to return an error. But there is a catch here. We are not getting the actual value in this particular way. We are going to get the ISO string. That's what we have seen, right? So let me just show you once again. So I have to change the functionality, I think, which I prepared as of now. Let me just select something here. Then we will be able to get it. Look at this. The value that is coming up is in ISO string format. So I have to change my functionality accordingly. So this simple functionality will not going to work. Now instead of the earlier functionality, I have created a function called parse duration which will hold this particular value, and if it is 0, then I'm going to return invalid duration, otherwise there are no errors. Now what is this function doing? And I made it a private function so that it cannot be used anywhere else. Obviously we are not going to use anywhere else, but still I'm making it private. In fact, this particular one also you can make it private if you want to. Alright, now this parse duration is taking the duration and it's going to check if there is no duration and it does not include t, then it's going to return 0. Otherwise, it's going to split the t. That is basically for ISO string, we get the t. We have already seen that. So after splitting it up, it's going to extract our minute and second in this particular manner. The second value that we get after separating into two halves. And if it is not available, then I'm simply going to return 0. And if it is available, then I'm going to get a constant out of it in hour, minute and seconds. That is how it is separated, as we are splitting it with the help of this column, right? Now once that is done, and it's going to be in a number format, so I will return the hour, minute and second in a proper way. So if this value is equals to 0, triple equals to, strictly checking it up, then I'm going to return an error, otherwise not. Now, how am I going to work on it? Well, basically, I just need to pass it here. This dot duration validator. That's it. You don't have to pass anything because it's going to take the form control automatically in this particular manner. So you don't have to pass anything here. What's wrong? I'm getting an error. So I'm getting an error here for this particular functionality that I have passed. Now, let me try to change something. Instead of this, if I pass it in this particular manner where I will just make it a validation function, probably it might work, because instead of directly passing it, I'll pass it as a function. Let's check it now whether it works or not. Okay, no errors as such. If I click on play button, it's working. If I pass anything here with a duration, well, let me just select something at first and then the duration of 00 done. If I click on it, I should get an error, but I have not shown any error as of now here. So I need to work around with that. How will I do that? Simple. Whatever we have done for the category, it's going to be the same thing. So let me just copy it up and I will paste it here. Okay. Now what I need to change? Duration, which I'm going to get in this particular manner, and change everywhere the same stuff. If there is any error, it's going to show up. But this is a default error, right? So I don't want to show the default error always. What I can do is @if we get the errors like duration dot errors question mark dot, what was the error name? Let me just check it out. What did I give? Invalid duration. So if we get invalid duration here, then I will show a different error. Basically this particular error only I need to show. Okay, there is an extra dot here which I don't want. Not will be fine. Okay, but instead of giving there, let me just pass the not symbol there. Now it's going to be fine, and I'll just cut it up, pass it in a variable. That would be better. So @let check error, pass it here, check error. If it is present, then simply show it up. And if that's not the case, then show the default error, which is please select a duration. All right, let's check it out now, how it works. If I click on it, these two are okay. If I go for 0, go for done, you see I am getting the error, duration cannot be 00. So this is how it's working. So the form is properly ready. It's time to go ahead and submit the form and do everything else. Well, this is amount data, so don't need to worry about it. But let's work on other stuff. Now the next thing that we need to work with is to submit this particular form and get the questionnaire. So how do we do that? Well, the form validation is done. So after this is done, I will do everything within a try-catch block in this way, where I'm going to get the data of the questions. So how will I do that up? First of all, I need to initialize the loader, means setting the loader to true as soon as I click on it and the form is submitted. For which, let me just create a function here, set loader, which will help me to toggle the value of is loading. So let me pass a value as the argument which it's going to take, and set the value of is loading dot set and set the value there. That's it. After that, I'm going to set loader to true at first as soon as this is clicked, and then I'll get the data from the quiz service. As of now, I don't have any functionality there, but I'm going to create that up, which I'm going to name it as fetch questions based on that particular parameters that we have passed. Mostly the category that we have passed is the must and the number of questions that we need to fetch. So this is what we are going to get, where I'm going to send my form. So this dot form value, that's what I got to do. Okay. In fact, you can do one more thing. You can get the value within a constant. Form value equals to this, and then you can console log the same thing and pass the same stuff here also. Okay. Now after this is done, we'll get some response, which I don't want to tackle as of now, but as soon as this is done, I want to set my loader to false once again and navigate to a different page. That's going to be the subpage of it. So instead of doing that, so set your loader to false here, and I need to navigate, for which I need the router. I have to inject it at first. Let me just scroll towards the top and inject it up here. Private router equals to inject router, import it. So once that is imported, you are good to use it up wherever you want. I want to use it here. So router dot navigate, and where I need to navigate, I'm going to navigate to a page which will be the subpage of home. So let me just pass it out. I don't have that particular page at present, but I'm going to create that. So home, from the home, I'll go to the quiz page where we will run our quiz. Okay. And if there is any error, then also I want to set the loader to false. Also, if you want to just log the error, definitely you can, or you can take some actions if you want to. Like you can show a toast message or an alert message if you want. But I'll keep it as it is. Now, in fact, I'll optimize it a bit more because the set loader is same in both the try and catch block. So I can use another stuff here, which is finally. So once everything is done, this finally will be called. Since these two are common in both, I can pass it here and remove it from here itself directly to make it more optimized. So once that is done, everything is good to go. I just need to get rid of this error, for which I have to create this functionality into my quiz service. So let's do it. Let me create this function that's gonna take the value, form value, which is going to accept question count of type number, category ID of type string, and along with that, it is also going to accept a duration of type any. It can be a string or anything, but that's what it's going to accept. And based on that, it is going to return us the questionnaire. So for the time being, let me just pass an empty array to return. Okay. So the error is gone and everything is good to go. Let's try it now. If I just, okay, I'll be getting an error because I don't have any page or subpage that's called quiz. So I need to create that. Ionic G page. Within the home, I'm going to create a quiz page. Then the error will go away. But still, we are not done with this particular page. We still have some more stuff to do, which I'm just going to show you right now. But let me just show you, if I just submit the form, what happens. Let's go for 20, select a category, timing, let's keep it as it is. And if I click on play, what just happened? Well, I'm getting an error. Okay. Why? All right. Possibly the routing is different since it is a subpage. So I have to define it in such a way. How will I do that? First of all, let me just cut this and pass it here. I have to make it children of my home in this manner, where I'll pass the path, the default path, in an object, not directly, in this particular way. And I'm going to move this component within this. If you don't do that, you have to write here home/quiz. I don't want that. That is why I'm doing it in this particular manner in a nested way, which I've explained you many times. Now you see home/quiz will lead you here. If I try it on once again, just check this out. If I click on it, just see, I'm getting redirected to the quiz page. But still, we are not done yet with our functionality. The form submission is done, but I need some more functions in my home. First of all, I need a header here. Let's go for it, because I will have the settings button along with it, on click of which it will lead me to a page where I can add questionnaire, okay, which will be needed when we work with a backend. So I'm just going to create the UIs at first, and then we are going to work around with that once we get started to work with the backend. So let me quickly show you what am I going to do here. Now what have I done here? I have passed ion header, within which ion toolbar and ion title, and if I just hover on it, all of them are imported one by one. Slot is set to fixed, and ion no border. Mode to be iOS, along with a title within that, within the toolbar, and a button within the ion buttons whose slot is and router link is also passed, which will redirect me to the settings page, which I have not created yet. I'm just going to create. For the router link to work, I have done one more thing. I have passed router link imported into my imports, okay, because this is a standalone project, that is why it is done in this particular manner. Otherwise, you can also import router module instead of this, then also it's going to work. So make sure you do all those things and it's going to work pretty nicely. I'll just align everything properly, and now what I'll do is I'll go to the SCSS and work around with the ion header part. So after this ion content, before starting to work with the ion card, but ion card is already being done, I've done everything here. I will pass some CSS for my ion header. I want to have the same hierarchy. That is why I'm doing it in this particular way, where I have kept the background to be transparent. Even the toolbar background is kept as transparent, and the title color, I have set it to the white color because that's the color I have set for the text. And this variable is coming from variables or SCSS file, where we have already kept text primary this particular color, text secondary is little darkish color, just this bluish color, and text tertiary is also a different color. So you can simply check all these things which I have set in my variables or SCSS, which I have already shown you earlier. Okay. So once everything is done, we have to create a settings page. So let's go for it. Instead of quiz, I need settings here in this manner. Once that is done, we just need to work around with the settings page, where I will have the option to insert questions. With the help of a form, you can add multiple questions, or you can also upload the Excel sheet to do that up. We are going to work with the functionality later on when we start the working with the backend. But for the time being, I'll just keep the list view to be shown there. So let's go for it quickly. What am I going to do is I'll go to the home page and everything is fine here. I have the settings page, right? And I have to at first align my routes, for which I'll just move the settings, cut it up, paste it within the children of the home. That will work fine. So if I click on it, this time just check it out, it's going to the settings page. So now everything is ready for the home screen, nothing else to do in the home screen. We just need to work around with the settings screen. Along with that, we have to prepare our quiz layout along with the questionnaire, right? So all those things we will cover up one by one. Now we are going to work with the settings page design. To start off, let's get rid of this translucent. I don't want all of it. Also, I don't want anything within the ion content as such. So I'm going to remove all of it. This will be settings, and I want a back button, for which let me work with the ion buttons here. It is automatically imported, which is great. And the slot will be at the start, within which I'm going to have my ion back button, where I'm going to pass the default href also. That's going to redirect to the home page. So this is done. Why the design is not changing? Well, everything is good to go. Why this is not changing? Also, I'm going to remove this forms module in common module. I don't need that. Whatever I need, I'm going to import it one by one. Since I created a new page to go within that, I think I have to stop it and run it again. Reloading is not working as expected. So let's just stop this and rerun it up. Now you see, if I'm reloading it up, I get the back button and everything is working as expected. So sometimes it happens, you have to take care of it. Anyways, within the ion content, I'm going to start working with the ion list. I'll have a list in which I'm going to pass an ion item, where detail will be true because I want an arrow at the end. And you're going to see that as soon as I pass an ion label. So ion label, where I'm going to write upload Excel file. You see this arrow button is coming up. That is coming up because I have given detail to be true. And similarly, I will have another ion item in which I'm going to add questions. You can add one question or multiple questions. Okay, so these two are showing up. We can work around with the design part also a little bit. So let me go to SCSS file where on the ion list we have the ion item. I will pass a padding of let's say 1 VH on all sides. Now this is looking fine. I'm happy with it. So this is a simple settings page which I have designed, and I don't want a lot of changes here. Just one thing, I'll change the color of the toolbar to be the primary color. Alright. Along with that, need to prepare the functionality for this ion items. The features like Excel file upload along with the multiple question selection in one form, well, I have kept those things only for serious learners. So if you are a serious learner, you can join our membership program and get these features along with all the other features that are available. Now, once the questionnaire part is done, we will start working with the quiz design. This is a design that we are going to build where we are going to have a back button along with two icons on the right side. Then this particular design for our quiz part along with the number of questions that you're going to have. Now this particular back button which we are going to start off with is quite tricky because this is not the normal back button that we are going to have. Instead of that, we will be having a button and it will be designed in such a way that if you click on it, it's going to show you an alert message. Because I don't want you to exit the application or to go to the home screen directly because there is a quiz going on, and if you don't end the quiz, you will get a prompt to get back to ensure that you're not going to the home screen by mistake. So let's build it one by one. I'm into the quiz page HTML file where I'll start the working with the ion header part, but let me get rid of the extra content that we have here which is not needed. So I've removed it. I don't need any title also. I do need a toolbar for the buttons, and for the ion header part, let me pass a class of ion no border and a custom class also I'm going to pass, with which I'm going to work on it later on. Also to show you what exactly it's being done, I'll get to the particular quiz page. So let's get inside that and start working with it. Now within this toolbar, I will be having my button positioning to start. So I'm using ion buttons, and within that I'll have a button in which I'm going to have the icon also. Alright. So within this button I will have a click event, on click of which you will get the alerts message. The size is large for this particular button along with fill clear, and color of the button will be light. The icon that I'm going to use is arrow back. So this is what I'm going to show. Let's get rid of the error, then it will work properly. So to get rid of the error, I have to create the function go back alert. Now it's created, the error should go away, right? But I won't see anything because to use this particular icon, I have to do something in my constructor. So add icons, and within this, I'll pass arrow back. Okay, all of them are imported properly. Just check this out. I don't need the forms module and common module, so I'm going to get rid of it in this particular manner. And in fact, ion title is also not needed. I've removed it, right? Okay, everything is good to go now. So far, so good. I don't see the icon because the color that I've given is the light color. That is why it's not showing up. And in order to fix this, I'll just show you what exactly I'm going to do. So basically, I'm going to work around with my ion content, pass full screen to be true because I want the same background color everywhere. Also, I'll pass a class ion padding, and it will be passed horizontally on left and right side only I need. Not only that, I will also have a customized class like the one that we have given for our header. Let's start working with that. I'll go to the SCSS file and design it up a bit so that you can see the background. So let's start with our ion header where I pass the class quiz header. If you have multiple ion headers, still there won't be any problem if you do it in this particular manner. I will make the background to be transparent so that it will take the background color by default, and the toolbar within this will also have a background color because there is a CSS custom property that is available by default. That's what I'm using it up to make it transparent. Once that is done, I'll also work around with the Ion content, where we have a class called quiz content. If you don't want to pass that, you can simply skip it also, but I'll keep it as it is for the timing, and make a background to have a gradient color which we have already defined into our variables.sss file, and we have already implemented it earlier also, which is Ion background gradient. Okay, if I do that up, see the background color is changed and I do see the icon now, isn't it? But along with this, I don't want the spacing to be little lesser, so I'll increase it by passing padding of 3 VH and 1 VH, 3 VH on top and bottom, 1 VH on left and right. Now this is okay according to the design that we can see here, right? Alright, it's time to design two more things on the end part. So let's go for it within the HTML. So the other two buttons will only show up if we have the questionnaire. Okay, means there are a lot of questions or the quiz is there. Then only I want to show that up. So I have to give certain conditions to work around with that. And for doing all this stuff, I actually need my questionnaire. So to have the questionnaire, I have to get the response from the home screen and work around with that. How we can do that up? Well, actually, I'm going to play around with all of it into my quiz service probably. So in the quiz service, let me do one thing. I'll create a writable signal function here called questions, which will be equals to signal that will be of type question array, or it can be null also. Initially, I'll define it as null. The next thing that I'm going to have is the duration for the exam. So exam duration, which I'm going to set as writable signal that will be of type any and initialize to null. Anything else I'll be needing? Well, I will also have a time up. So these things I'm going to implement it with time to time, but I'm just passing it up so that I can remember what all things we need. It will be of type boolean, initial value to be false. So it will show up whether the time up is finished or not, means the time is finished or not. So whatever duration you're passing, if it is over, then this flag will help us to understand that. Now once we get the properties ready or the functionalities ready, it's time to work around with this fetch questions function. So what am I going to do here is, I'll do everything within the try catch block. So if there is any error, I will log the error, or in fact I can pass console.error also. Let's say error fetching questions. But it won't happen because this is static data, but if you use the backend, definitely you need to work around with this. So once that is done, you can even return null here, or you can throw an error too. Alright, so that's what you can do here. But in the try block, which is very, very important, you need to play around with the data. So at present, we don't have any data that is available for the questions. So either I can prepare some mock data, or let's see what we can do, or the data from a particular database. But in our case, as of now, we will first prepare the mock data. Now to work around with the mock data, what am I going to do? Let me create a folder called mock data, within which I will have the mock data for the questions. So let me create a file here called questions.mock.ts. And within this file, I will have the data, the questionnaire which I have prepared, where this constant will be exported in this manner using the export keyword. And I'm going to import everything. Okay. So it will have the category ID and all other stuff which is needed based on the questions that it has in a random way. Okay. Now it's time to play around with this particular data. What am I going to do? Let's get back to our quiz service and I'm going to process on that particular data now. For doing so, let me create a constant called questions. That's going to be equals to the questions that we will be getting from there, from the mock data. Import it up. Once that is imported, you see, we will be able to use it. Let me just change the name here, questions data. Now the error is gone and I can process on this particular data now. So how do we do that? Well, it's pretty simple. We have to filter the data based on category and then use this slice function in this particular manner, the way I have shown here. Okay. First of all, filter the array based on the category ID, then get X number of questions out of it based on questions count. and for which I'm using the slice function. So start and end, you can definitely pass it here, and that's how it's going to get the first X questions that you're asking in the question count. So once you get it up, it's going to return selected questions. So after doing that, we can get this particular questions writable signal in anywhere we want. But before moving ahead, let me just have a functionality for resetting everything also if I want. So in that scenario, this questions array will be set to null. So this will be set to null along with whatever else you are using. You will reset everything, like whatever we have passed, like time up and everything, like exam duration is there. Then there is the time up also. Everything will be set to their initial value. So far so good. Let's get to our quiz page and work around with it. So here I'm going to get two things at first. One is the question and the other one is the master settings. And both of them will be called using the computed signal in this particular way, the way you are looking at it right now. And I also need to inject the quiz service. So private quiz service equals to inject function within which I'll pass the quiz service in this particular way. Done. Now it's going to be very interesting to work with the HTML part. So in the HTML part, what am I going to do? After this iron buttons, I'll put on a condition that if questions array, not array, means the questions function which consists of the questions array, if it exists, then only I'm going to go ahead. And at first, within this, I'm going to create a variable called anything called, let's say QSTN, which will be equals to the questions function to shorten it up. And I'm going to create another variable which is going to check if this particular question is marked or not, because that's what the functionality is all about, which will be used for this marking thing. Basically, if you click on it, it will be marked. If you unclick, it will be unmarked. So that is what it's going to track, and that is why we have in our interface this particular marked. Okay, that's what I'm going to track now. That is why I gave it. It's time to use it up. So isMarked will be equals to QSTN, within which I have to pass the current index. For the time being, let me pass as 0. We'll work on it later on. So if it is marked, then I will set it to true. Otherwise, the value will be false. So it won't be 0 always. Let me just do one thing. I'll have a writable signal that would be better called current index, which I will change as per the slide is changing. Okay. So let's go to the TS file and create this writable signal function, or let's do it at the top. Current index equals to signal of type number, and initial value will be 0. Now it is already called. We can now work around with it. Okay. So by doing that, what I have to show is I will show the iron buttons whose slot will be end, and what all things I am going to show. Well, let's do it one by one with the first iron button whose color will be related to is marked. So if is marked is true, then the color will be warning, means a yellowish color. Otherwise, the color will be light color. Okay. Now I want to make this particular button to be strong. Well, that won't work for icon, I think. Let's skip it for the time being. And if you click on it, a functionality will be called for marking this particular answer. So let me call it mark answer. So this is the functionality I'm going to create in my TS file. Let's go for it, and I will have the functionality later on. Just the initialization part, I'm doing it right now in this particular manner to get rid of the error. Okay. What's wrong with this current index? Okay, the spelling is wrong. Now it's corrected. So far so good. Within this iron button, I will have an icon, which will also change based on is marked. So name will be, if is marked is true, then it's going to be star. Otherwise, it's going to be star outline. So I need to have both the icons to be passed. Let's go for it. Within the constructor itself, so it's going to be star and star outline. Okay. Now here, in order to make the icon bigger, I can also pass slot to be icon only, so that it understands that only icon is being passed, no text is supposed to be passed in this particular button. So we don't see any icon as of now. What if I say that if there are no questions, then I'm going to show it up. So what happens in this scenario? Even I get certain errors. Let me just undo it. So let's check it in sometime. For the time being, let me just get around to work with the design part and finish it off because I need another button here. Now the other button will be required for reviewing the whole process, whatever questions you have marked, whatever questions you have answered, all those things will be dragged down with the help of a model. So to open the model, I'm going to have a button whose color will be dark, and on click of it, I will set is review to true. So basically is review will be a boolean writable signal that I'm going to have here. Okay. And the icon will be options outline. So let me just have that for the time being. Options outline to be passed here. Options outline imported. What's wrong? Yeah, it's done. And it's saying there are multiple places it is being passed. Why is that so? Okay, it is already imported earlier. So I have to remove it. I think by default it got imported. It happens with the icons also. Don't need to worry about it. Anyways, let's move ahead and check it out if we have any other error as such. Okay, we do have for the is review. Let's fix that too. So in the TS file, I will add another writable signal function called is review. So let me pass this functionality. I think I should pass it here itself. So set is review, as we have already seen earlier. This is how I'm going to set it up. So once that is done, I think we should see the icons if available. So let me just select some questionnaire. Let's say 20 or it should be 10. And now let me select something, a category. Along with the timeout is fine. Do I see any array list? Well, as of now, nothing. Why is that so? And now let me select something, a category. Along with the timeout is fine. Do I see any array list? Well, as of now, nothing. Why is that so? Alright, I found the issue. Well, in my quiz service, in the fetch questions functionality, I haven't set my questionnaire. Means I am using a writable signal here, right? But I have not updated it. So let me set the value here to the selected questions that is coming out of it. Now this will show up. If I get back, okay, clicking on back doesn't work. Let me just hit this. Select the number of questions and any category. Timing is fine. Now I will see the questions. Well, the question design is not yet ready, but the buttons are showing up. That's how it works. Which means that our functionality, whatever we have done so far, is working and these two icons are showing up, which is very great, right? That's what we needed here. Now it's time to work with the content part. Let's go for it. Now, as you can see, this part is ready. The next part we need to work around with this particular thing where we have the points, the negative and positive points based on the question. If it is corrected, then this particular marks you are going to get, otherwise negative marking, along with the timer. So let's design that up quickly. To design it up, I'll work around it with that within my ion content, within an ion item whose lines will be full. Now, how do you check that out? Let me just show you the design once again to make you understand. Just look at it, okay? This is a separate part as there is a line here, okay? So this can be separated in a different ion item whose border radius we are going to change at the top, not at the bottom. That's how the design will come up. Let's check it out how it can be done. Also, I'll pass a class to it, a customized class called timer, which I will work on in some time. Now within this, I'll pass a div whose slot will be start, that will be showing it at the start position. And what am I going to have within this? I will actually work around with ion chip. That's what we see in the design, whose color is success, which is for the positive points. Now, how do I show that up? Well, I will be using an ion text within that to show that up. Where, let me pass plus, because in the positive marking, we don't have anything called plus. We just have the positive number. So, plus, how much should I pass? I should access the master settings function directly and access the correct answer point. We already have built it, right? And I have to remove this question mark as this is already available. So if something which is already available I should not pass question mark there. Similarly, I need another chip. So let me copy it and paste it once again. But this time it's going to be danger color, and I don't need to pass anything called plus as this is a negative number. So wrong answer point will always be negative. You can see here it's showing up. So after this is done, I also need to show the duration. And how to show that up? Let me just show you now. After this div, I will have an ion text whose slot will be end, where I will have another ion chip, but this time I will have the color to be dark color, and within the ion text I need to pass the duration. So for the time being, if I pass 00 colon 00, let's see how it shows up. It has to be a string format in this particular way, and now you see it is showing up. So instead of this, we will have the actual duration, all right, which I'm going to show you in some time. Let's first finish up the design part. So this ion item part is done. It's time to design it up a bit into our SCSS file. So I'm going to work around with this ion item where I have the class called timer being passed. You can directly access the .timer also, but I prefer to do it in this particular way where I'm going to give the border radius to 20 pixel on the top left and top right, and bottom left and bottom right to be 00. Once that is done, I also have a div within that on which I'll pass padding to be, let's say 2.5 VH, or you can pass 3 also on top and bottom, and on the left and right I don't need anything so that it becomes quite bigger. And now if you match both the stuff, it looks almost similar, right? So that's how you can design it up. So now we need to work around with the questions data, for which in the quiz HTML, basically after all the stuff, I need to work with that particular thing. So this is actually little tricky because we will be having an horizontal scrolling ion list, okay, or in fact I would say ion item. So how do we achieve that up? Basically we have to implement swiper.js to execute the horizontal scrolling, and that will only happen if we have the questions data with us. So basically to make it work, what I have to do is, well, I'll be creating a component, and within that component I'm going to work around with the functionality of the swiper.js and everything whatever is required here. So let's quickly build that up. I will create a component. So Ionic G C4 component within the components folder, which I'm going to name it as quiz data or quiz questions, you can say. Well, whatever name you want, definitely you can just work around with that. So I'll just keep this particular name and go ahead with it, and we'll call this particular component directly here, app quiz questions, and import it automatically. Fine, no more errors, nothing. Great. Let's go to this component and start working with that particular component now. What I did is, actually, I created the component directly, I think, possibly. So Ionic GC components within the components folder only, I created it. Okay, this is the one. Well, I was missing it. Anyways, I found it now. Great. Let's work around with it now. At first, I will check at defer if questions is available or not, but for that I need to pass it as writable input signal function, and actually it should be read only. So let me just pass it quickly and then I will prepare that up. So this is how I'm checking. If questions available, then only I will show the view, otherwise I won't show it up. That's what defer does. Now read only questions equals to input, which will be of type questions array, not question, question array, and I need to import it up. Initially it will be an empty array. Okay, great. So here what I have to do is I have to get the questions data in this particular manner. I'll get it questions. Okay, now what's the problem here? It's not assignable to type questions array. What's wrong? Let's check it out. This is question array, and what do I have here? This is also questions array. Now to make it work, well, I simply need to pass here this function in this particular manner because that is a writable function. Now to use this swiper.js, I will directly run npm I swiper. It will get installed and we can start working with that. First of all, well, actually I'm going to just use it into this particular component only, nowhere else. So I can directly register it here itself using the register function, and I need to import it up. So import register from swiper slash element slash bundle. So that's what you have to do in order to register it up. Once that is done, you can go ahead and work with it. Let's start with the design part. So I will start off with a div where I will have a class that will be customized, and that's what I am keeping it for. Within this div, I will have my swiper container. That's the first thing you need to do. So within this swiper container, you will have certain properties, and I will at first have an identifier to work around with it. Also, I'll be having the modules, which will be, well, I have to create it in the TS file, and that's gonna be, well, it will be swiper modules equals to Ionic slides. That's how you need to work around with it and copy it up. Simply pass it where I have to pass it. I have to import it. So import this particular stuff from at Ionic slash Angular slash standalone. Once you do it up, the error should go away and I can directly pass here swiper modules. Also, the number of slides per view, I need only one slide per view. So slides per view will have the value of 1. Any other property do I need? Yes, I will also pass space between. See, these things you cannot see right now as we do not have the design ready. But these things I've already explained many times earlier, so not a problem. But if you do not know, don't worry. Wait for some time. When we start the design, you will be able to see everything properly. Okay. So we'll have the space between the two slides along with the initial slide should start at index number 0. That's what I've given. And I'm going to center all the slides. So centered slides will also be set to true. And if you want to use keyboard, then you can pass keyboard to be true in this particular way. And on change of the slide, you need something to be triggered. So I will be using swiper slide change. This is the event that will be triggered. On trigger of it, I'm going to call a functionality called on slide change function. And that's what I'm going to call in my TS file. So let me just copy it up, go to the TS file and create it here in this particular way so that the error will go away. Don't worry about it. This error will go away if we use custom element schema. Let me just show you now. I have to pass here schemas, custom element schema, then only it's going to go away. Okay, there should not be any semicolon, but it's fine. You see, no more errors. So once this thing is passed, we don't see anything, so we can't visualize a lot. But don't worry, let's start designing it up. I'll have a for loop here, which is going to read each and every question from the questions array, and I'm going to track it by the index. Now within this swiper container, I will have each and every swiper slide to be looped. So swiper slide, within which I'm going to have ion list. Now it's not going to give me any warning or something. Let's see if it is imported automatically or not. Actually, it's not imported since we are using custom element schema. So I have to pass it myself, imports ion list, and I have to pass this particular stuff in here. Okay, to get rid of any issues if it might occur later on. And to avoid all this, definitely you have to, okay, give a comma here and comment this up for the time being so that you get this particular errors, but you also get the errors here too for the Ionic components that you're using. Otherwise, it's not going to show anything. Lines here will be none. What else do I need with the design part? Let me have an ion item group where I'll pass a class of ion padding to have some padding on all sides. I'm doing that up. Now let's start working with the ion item, which is very, very important to hold the question and everything. So ion label, where I'm going to pass my first question, means the question array 1 by 1. So question, within which I will be having the data as question, right? This is the property that we are going to access. And Well, these things are not getting imported automatically. I think I have to pass standalone to be true. Then it might work. Let's check it out. So once that is done, if I hover on it, yeah, this time it's working. Great. Now after the label is being passed, we have to pass the options. For the options, I can in fact have another component to be called. So wait for it. I'll create another component for it. And after these things are over, I need to show the length of the questions also, which is this particular one. But before that, we also have a button too. So we need to work around with this particular button. So previous, next, and on submit, there should be another button. So we have to design that up. This particular options, I will have a different component for it. So let's do it step by step. Well, I feel if I execute it in this particular way, there will be certain issues, or actually it will be a little complicated for you to understand if I do it in this particular component instead of doing it directly into the page. Because if I do it in the page itself, then whatever I click or whatever I do will be executing it all together. Otherwise, I have to like send the data from each and every component. So it can be a little troublesome. For the time being, let me just cut all of it and pass it directly into my quiz page itself. Later on, we will try and execute it up in such a way if possible. Otherwise, I won't do it. So let me just pass it here directly. All right, the whole functionality I passed it here. After this item within the quiz page HTML file and nothing in the SCSS in the TS file. What all things we have executed? Well, I think I only need this. So cut it off and pass it into the quiz page. See, that can be done. I'm not saying it cannot be done, but I don't want the complications to be there, which I felt it might be a complication for you to understand. And that is why I have changed it as per the requirement. So let me just pass it and get rid of the unnecessary stuff. Not here exactly. I should pass it somewhere else. Okay, in the imports only I need to pass it. So let me just pass a comma and paste it. Okay, this is done. What else do I need from the component? I also need the register functionality. So let me just get it at the bottom, cut it off and paste it into the page itself. Or you can do it in the app component.ts file also if you're using it somewhere else too, the swiper.js functionality. Now I think everything is done. Let me get rid of this particular component. I don't need it anymore. So let's get rid of it. No more errors. But just I need to add custom element schema to get rid of the errors. And then it's going to work properly. So schemas, custom element schema imported properly and no more error, I possibly think, right? Or should I? Yes, just one more thing is left, which is this particular functionality to be executed. Let me just go down and create it up in this manner. And I hope everything is imported properly. I felt something might be missing. So let me just remove it and check it out once again. Okay, just hover on it to get everything imported. Okay, yeah, now I think it's done. Let's get back and enable it up once again. Okay, so now the complication will be little lesser for the timing, but yes, the code will be more. So do everything pretty carefully so that you don't end up in any kind of a trouble. Now, after the sign item, I need to have the options. So options component I will create. But before that, let me finish some more stuff related to the buttons. So now I'm going to execute the design of the buttons that I will be having. But for that, I need another flag called is submitted, because that flag will be checking whether the whole quiz is submitted or not. If it is submitted, then I will have different buttons. If it is not submitted, then also I'll have different buttons. In the design, I have only shown you the first slide, which is having the next button. There is no previous, there is no next. Only next is there, no previous. So if you click on next and you go to another slide, then you should have previous option also. And if everything is completed, that means the quiz is completed, you will have different buttons. So let me just show you what all buttons you are going to have one by one. So after this and item group, I will have the buttons. All right. So let's execute that up. But before that, I'll just break down this a bit so that it's quite easy to understand. Let me paste it quickly. So I'm having here an iron row, and what it does is, let me just show you. So this iron row, I'm going to check, means this is going to hold the buttons, and I will check here, first of all, if is submitted is true, which I'm going to create right now. But let me explain you what have I done. So I'm passing here an iron column within which I have an iron button, and I need to actually import few of the stuff. So let me just get rid of it to see the errors. All right, let's hover on it to get imported here too. So I'm having a button which is for restart, means replay the quiz. For that, you need this particular functionality. That will happen on click of this particular button. Now, after that, I also have another button within another column which will show the result. If you click on it, it's going to show up a model and will show the result. Okay, that's what we will be executing it here. So both of them are done in a different column, and in the else condition, means if it is not submitted, the form is not submitted, then what am I going to do? I will check another condition if this index is greater than 0 or not. If it is greater than 0, then I will show a button where you can go back. Okay, if you click on it, you will go to the previous slide. And these properties are pretty simple. I've executed the same everywhere. So if the index is not greater than 0, then what can happen? Well, there are two conditions that can happen. If the length of the questions, if it is equals to the length of the index, in that scenario, you have to show the submit button because that's the limit you have. Okay. And what is this length here? Let me just pass it at the very beginning of the iron row because I need to use it somewhere else also. Let me just pass it here by making a variable called @let equal, where I will pass length equals to questions array dot length minus 1. That's how I'm going to get the length because I have to match it with the index. That's why I'm doing that. So where was I? Yeah, this is done. Now if length is equals to index, which means the submit button should show up. Otherwise, I'll show the next button. So that is what's going to happen here. Okay. So these are the stuff which I've implemented. Don't worry about the click events. I'm going to show you what exactly I'm going to do here one by one. Let me just fix the design a bit. It's the alignment mostly. So nothing much to explain here. Like in most of the cases, I have passed expand to be block, size is large, shape is round, strong to be true, so that the text size is bold. And I've given iron margin to have spacing on all sides. Then whatever color you want, you can simply pass it for the button. And finally, the click event. That's the simple stuff. Okay. Now let's get rid of the error one by one. To start off, let me have the custom element schema once again. And then I have to pass a boolean value for is submitted. So this is going to be is submitted. So this is solved. What else do I need to solve? Let's check it one by one. I need a functionality for on restart. So let me create that quickly. On restart. Okay. Then what I have? Show result. Let's copy that and work with that too. Show result. Created. Then slide to at that particular index. So if you slide to, means if you pass the slide where you exactly want to navigate, so slide to will take index of type number. All right. Let's check the next one. What is that? On submit alert. So you are going to show an alert when you're going to submit the form. Form is the quiz part. Okay. Done. Anything else do we have? Well, nothing else. So far, so good. Great. What else do I need to show? So after these buttons, which you have already understood how we have implemented it up, and I'm quite sure you have got the clear idea now because just the conditions I'm matching it up. That's it. I'm not doing anything else here. So all the conditions will be satisfied as per the requirement and everything will be good to go. Now after this iron row, what I need? So let me minimize this iron row and we have the iron list. Now after this iron list, I will also have an iron item whose lines will be none, and let me pass a class called remaining. Now what it will do is, it will show me the length of the questions. So within this ion item, I'll have an ion text whose slot will be end. And I want to show at first the index. So $index plus 1 because it's going to start from 0 and I don't want to show 0. I want to show 1, right? For the first question of, now this time I need to show the length. So for the length, I already have here the length, but I have subtracted 1. So let me just get rid of this -1 and I can directly pass this length here in this way. Okay. Now this -1, I will pass it within my condition here itself. Where was it? Okay, this is the one. Let me pass it here. Length -1. Okay. In this manner, I'll get the proper length to be shown here. Fine. So far, so good. It's time to check it out, whether it works or not. We'll not get the options as of now, but rest of the things will show up. So let me just select a category. Any category I've selected. Timing, I'm not changing it up for the timing. And you see, I am able to see all the stuff which is present here. The question, the button. Well, the button condition, I have to trigger and work with that. This is showing up because there is only one question that is available. That is why there are no other questions. So you definitely have to submit if you're selecting something. So there is no next and previous buttons should be available. Fine. So that is why this is coming up. Now it's time to go for the options and for some designing part too. Let's go for it one by one. Now let's go for the styling part. And to style it up, I'll start off with the swiper container. So for the swiper container, I've already given a class called swiper div with which I'm going to work now. So on that particular swiper div, which is executed above the swiper container, I think. Let's check it out. Even I don't remember. So let me just check it. So this is my swiper container. Okay. So before that, we have a div called swiper div class. And that's what I'm executing to specify the height and width. So it's going to cover up a certain amount of height, which is good. And the weight is 100%. Margin is auto. So that it adjusts automatically everywhere for the width. And for the swiper slide, I'm giving a height of little smaller of 80 VH. Now after this is passed, you won't see a lot of change here as of now because we do not have the options. So once you see the options, you will see how much length it is about to take. But let's fix the bottom part at first. For doing so, what I'll do is I'll pass or work with the remaining class directly, where I'm going to make the background to be transparent and the color within that will have the white color, which I can directly access ion color text primary, which I've already shown you. So this is how it's going to work. The next thing I'm going to work around with this particular ion list, right? This is the ion list which we have, where I want to make the bottom part to be rounded. Now for doing that up, let me work with the ion list, where I'm passing border radius at the bottom left and bottom right with a height of 90%. So it's going to take 90% of the height. Now this particular ion list is present within this div, so we can pass the whole stuff within this div itself or within the ion slide also. But let me just do it directly, not a problem. Now it's taking the complete height, which is great. And why have I given it 90% height? Because the remaining 10% will be committed to this particular stuff. As you can see here in the design part, what we have done is after the ion list only, I'm having another ion item which will take the 10%. Otherwise, this will not show up. So be careful when you're working with this particular stuff. Now the next thing is to work with the ion row for the button part. But one more thing is left. I also need to work around with the ion item group. Let's fix that at first. Then I'm going to go and start working with the button designs. So ion item group, what am I going to have? I'll fix the height to be 85% and overflow in Y direction will be auto. So there won't be any issue when you scroll. Okay. So I fix this height. Now everything is in proper places. Otherwise the button will move from top or bottom. It won't be fixed. That is why I've given 85% for this particular step and the remaining 5% of the list for this particular button. Okay. Now it's time for the button to show up for the designing part. See, we are implementing very simple stuff, but it is very handy. So after this particular stuff, I need to work around with the ion row, where we will do certain stuff like position to be absolute, From the bottom, I need some spacing of 8 pixels. I given it up, and I'm centering it up so that, and for that I'm passing left to be 50% and transforming it in x direction to be minus 50%. That's how I'm centering it up. Width I've given 90% so that we have some spacing and some padding also on top and bottom, not on left and right. That is why left and right is 0. And margin to be auto. If I don't give that, it's not going to be aligned properly. So as of now, it's fine, but in some cases, it will create a problem. That is why margin auto is must. And to make the content within that to be centered up properly, because you now have only one button, but for the iron columns that you are going to have, where you will have two different buttons, you need all this stuff, all this design part. That is why I'm doing it in one go, because I know what are the challenges I'm going to face. And for the iron button, within that, I'll get the background color to be the gradient one, okay, within the iron row. So wherever you are not passing the color, it will take the gradient color. And margin inline start and end, for the iron button, I'm setting it to 5 pixels, which means margin left and margin right. But for both direction, RTL and LTR directions, okay. And that text size also I fix it to 1 REM font size. So that is what I have done here. See, these things are... So the basic design, whatever we needed, I think I have implemented it up properly. Now let's go to our HTML, and if the question data is not present, then what I'll do? I also have a option to pass a placeholder. So let's go for it. If it is not present, then I'll do that up. Let me pass it here. A placeholder in this particular manner. Let me go for a div where I'll pass a class of spin, means any class you can pass. Because I'm going to show a spinner here, that is why I'm doing that. So iron spinner, I'm going to implement it up here, whose name will be crescent, any name you can pass. And the color will be light color. You want text, definitely you can pass that too. Like loading, please wait, or any other text, whatever you want, you can pass it here. Let's check it out whether it's imported or not. So is it imported? I don't think so. Let me pass it manually. Spinner, and copy it up. I'll paste it here itself. Get rid of this particular custom element schema once again, just to check if everything is fine here or not. Have I missed anything? Not really, I think. So I can enable it once again in this manner. Okay. So now the spinner is showing up if we do not have any data. Let's fix the design also, for which I'll go to the quiz page SCSS file and start working with the design part. So let me just scroll down and pass a class called spin, where I fix the height to be 70% and centering everything up. So now look at this. This is centered up properly. All right, this is done. Great. What else do I need here? Well, if you don't have questions, it's going to show up in this particular way. Let's get some questions. Then let's see what happens. Okay, I have to work on this alert also. Don't worry, I'll just do that. For the time being, let me just pass the question number along with the category, select that up, and it's going to show up the data, which is great. So everything here is working as expected. Let's work with the other stuff now. Now the next thing that I'm going to work with is the option component, and then we will work on this back button after completing this design. So I have to create a component for that. Ionic G C4 component within the components folder, and I'm going to name it as quiz options. Let's create it. Once that will be created, we will be able to use it here directly. So I can call here app quiz options, and it will be automatically imported. Once that is done, I will have some input signal there for the options to be passed in this particular manner, where I'm going to pass the question dot the options within that. All right, so let's check that out. Now it's time to design this up since we have passed everything. So let's go to our component quiz options, and before jumping to that, I'll clear up everything. Let's get to this and design it up. Now here, what all things do I need? Well, I need to work with radio group because you have only one option to select. So let me use here iron radio group. Then only I'll be able to work with the radio buttons. So the mode of this radio group, I'll set it to iOS by default, since I want the custom design. In iOS, mostly you don't get anything, you get a tick mark stuff, right? I want to show the tick mark, but along with some border to it, okay? In Android devices, mostly what you get, you get a circle and that is empty. Even if you select that up, you will get a circular filled up, but not the same that I want. Okay, I want a tick mark within the circle, something of that kind. So that is why mode iOS, and I'm going to design a bit within that. Now this is not getting imported, for which if it is getting imported in your case, don't need to worry. That's great actually. If not, then use standalone to be true and pass imports in this particular manner. So with the coming versions, possibly this problem will be solved, but not as of now. So these are the fix which I have shown you. Now before working with this, let me go to the TypeScript file and I will have the options as the input signal, which I have already mentioned earlier. That's gonna take this string array, right? So let me pass string array here. Initially it will be empty array. So this is ready. Now let's design it up, for which I'll create a variable using @let, where I'll pass a name in which I'm going to keep my options function here. Now, how am I going to use it? Well, I'm going to use it for looping, and within that, wherever I want to work with it, definitely I will pass it. Otherwise, I have to pass the whole functionality, this particular stuff here. So it's just the short form I need. That is why I'm doing that up. So option of OPTS, drag it by index or any ID or whatever you want to. Now within this, I will use an ion item where I'll give a class, custom class called choice. You can name anything you want. Within this ion item, I will show an ion label where I'll show the options. So let me pass the option here. But not only the option, I also need to pass a radio button. So ion radio will be passed. The slot will be start and the color of this particular one will be light color. And what will be the value here? Well, the value will be the index value. Whatever is the index value, I'm going to pass that same value here. So if you click on any one, that's the value you are going to get. Let's check it out how it works. So I'll just get back. If it will not work, the back button. Let's go for question 10 questions on JavaScript. Let's go for it. I get only one question on JavaScript. I have to work on it. I have to enlarge it. But see, I'm getting the options. And if I click on any one, well, the design is not showing up. I'm just getting a check mark, right? Which I don't want. I want a different design. So let's work on it. Let's get to our SCSS file and start working with it. So let's work on the ion item where we have the class of choice, isn't it? And there is only one item, ion item, I think. So even I can directly work on it instead of passing a custom class. So let me just get rid of it. Not needed. If you have multiple ion item where you get confused, then you should use it up. For the time being, let me keep it as it is. So what I'm going to do here, I'll pass a border of 1 pixel solid and the color will be, let's say, light gray color. That should look nice. Don't worry, you will see the design once I complete it up. Also, I'll pass a border radius of 10 pixels for my ion item. This is for the each and every option that I get. Okay. Also, I want the margin top to be passed so that there are spacing between each and every ion item. Let's say 2.5 VH will be fine. So how it looks like, let me just show you. Let's select something and go for it. Now just look at it. It's working nicely, isn't it? You get solid options. That's great. Now I need to work around with the ion radio, where I'll fix the height and width to be, let's say, 1.5 REM. Also width to be 1.5 REM. So once that is fixed, I can also fix the background. So the background will be, let's say, little light color and also a border of 1 pixel solid. Spelling is wrong. Let me correct it. Solid. And I think medium color will look nice. So iron color medium. Finally, one last thing, to make it a circle, I'll pass a border radius of 50%. If I do that, it will make a proper circle with a light background with the proper height and width. Let's see now how it behaves, or actually how it looks like. So let me go and fill up the form once again, go for it, and you see now it's showing up the way I want. But the one that is selected is not coming up properly. So I want to fix that too. So how will I do that up? Let me create a class actually where I'm going to pass some designing stuff. So I'll pass here border of 1 pixel solid, and I'm going to pass -- iron color primary. So I'll make the border to be primary and make it important also so that it can override the earlier stuff. So when I'm going to call this class, whenever the one that is selected is coming up, that's when I will be using it up. So how will that be detected? Well, that is quite tricky and it's interesting also. Let me just show you how it can be done. Now to make it work, let me go to the TS file and I have to create a model signal. So let me just go for select option, which will be equals to model. That's the one, model function, which will be of type string or null or even undefined also, and initialize the value to null. Now what it does is it can work as an input also, and it can also work as an output also. Basically, whenever the value of the option is changing, if you're toggling the options, we can set the value here and it will trigger an event that you can read wherever you're calling this particular component. Alright, so that is the benefit of using model. Now once that is done, I will make some changes in my HTML and then work on the functionality. So on my ion item, I'll start off with that. I need to pass the class selected, but that is available only if a certain condition is satisfied, which is basically related to the select option. So I'm going to use ng class for that, where I'll pass the class selected, which we have already made. It will be shown, means it will be coming into play if and only if select option function equals to, is it select function or selected option possibly, triple equals to the options that I get at that particular index. Okay, I'm getting an error because I need to import this ng class. So let's go for it, import it. Now the error will go away. And what is this? This is select option. I think it should be selected option. Then it would be better. Selected option, right? Yes, that's nice. Also, I'll show the radio button if the particular item is not the one that is selected. But if it is selected, I'll show a different stuff. So I'm just going to cut it off and we'll pass a condition that if selected option function triple equals to opts index. Okay, even I can shorten it up a bit. I'll show you how. So if this condition is satisfied, then I'm going to do something different. Otherwise, I will show the radio button. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So like I was saying, I can shorten it up. So let me just cut it off and paste it within this. Within a variable is selected option equals to this particular thing. And I can directly pass it here also. Is selected option, and in this particular one too. What's wrong? The spelling is wrong. Okay, it's corrected now. Great. So if the particular item is the one that is selected, so I want to show an icon instead of the radio button, and that icon, what icon I'm going to show? Let me just show you. It's gonna be check mark circle. The slot will be start and the color of it will be primary. Okay, so far so good. But still, it's not going to work. Let me just show you. If I go for some questions and select an option, go for anything, see, it's still not showing up. Why? Well, that's happening because we haven't given or we haven't set the value of selected option, right? Means it is not changing. So that's not going to work. Now, in order to work with that, I have to pass a click event on my ion item. So I'll pass it. On click of it, I will set the option as selected, for which I'll just pass the index and work on it in the TS file. But let me first break it down a bit so that it looks nice and clear too, isn't it? That is very, very important. Let me copy this functionality and go to the TS file and create it up. In this particular way, I'll have it. Now in the parameter, I'm going to pass index of type number. So lots of functionalities we have to accomplish here. First of all, you can simply log and check whether it's getting triggered or not. So trigger, selection, anything, whatever you want, you can pass it here. I'll just check the index value. Let's go for it. Get back, anything gets selected and I'll just click on it. Okay, it has started. Remove everything, clear up everything. And if I select anything, okay, which directive is used for two-way binding? ng model. So if I select that up, triggering index 1, which is this. That's great. It's working. So once that is working, I can apply certain functionalities. So first of all, I'm going to set a debounce timer so that it takes little bit of time to select that particular option. Otherwise, if you keep on toggling, it's not going to work as smoothly as you want. So in that scenario, a timeout is better. That is why I'll create a debounce timeout. Okay. And what is this initialization which I've created? This is a global property that I'm going to have right now, which will be private of type any. So let me just create it. Private debounce timeout of type any. The error will go away and you can work around with it now. So I'm going to initialize it to set timeout, which will have a callback and the timeout of, let's say, 100 milliseconds. So it will be executed after 100 milliseconds of delay. Now what exactly I need to do within this particular functionality after 100 milliseconds? Well, first of all, I'll take the value out of the selected option in a constant. Like this, I will get the value out of it, this dot selected option function. Now once I get the value, you can simply log also if you want. Log the value of selected option, and then you have to get the option out of the options array. How we can do that up? Let me create a constant of type string called option, which will be equals to this dot options input signal function that we have, within which I have to call that particular index which is being passed as in the parameter. Okay, so in that particular manner, I'll get that particular option, which you can simply log also in this way. Simple, right? So once you got both the things, what you need to do? You simply need to toggle the option if it is already selected. Otherwise, you have to select that particular option. Okay, that's what we are going to do. So that's a functionality I'm going to have where I'll toggle it up by creating a constant and matching both the options. If both the options are same, which means the one that is already selected is the one that you are clicking on it again. That means you have to set the selected value as null because you have to toggle the value, right? If it is selected, you have to unselect it. If it is not selected, you have to select it up. That's what we are doing. Otherwise, you will simply select that particular option and this particular constant, whatever the value comes up out of it, will be set within the selected option. Since it is a model function, definitely we can set the value here also. And it will trigger a change. You can log the value if you want to. And here I am simply passing a small comment so that you can remember that this is in milliseconds. Once you do that up, the option will be set to this particular value. Let's try it out. So to try it out, I'll get back by clicking on it and select some questions, select a category and go for play. I'm getting the same questions, which I don't want. I want to do something else. Now I did select this option, but why it is not showing up properly? That's happening because the icon that we are using, well, this checkmark circle I haven't passed. So I'll go to the quiz page, TS file within the constructor, and I'm going to pass it here. Checkmark circle. That's the one. Align everything properly. And now let's try it out once again. So I'll get back, pass some questions and select anything, go for it. Now if I click on it, just check this out. It's looking lovely. That's what I need and that is what it's showing me up. That's great and I'm liking it. So the options are selected. Now I need to just pass or actually read this particular stuff within my quiz page. So it will be triggered within that particular this one component. So how do I learn that? Means how do I get that? You can see the suggestion is coming up. Selected option change. That's how the value will be triggered. And that's what I need to use. Let me pass a functionality here. Let's say option that is selected. So option selected function where I'll pass the event. Along with that, I will also pass the index too. Now let me create this functionality. Let's go to my TS file and scroll towards the bottom to create this function where I'll get the event. Within that, I will get the option. So let's say that the option is of type string. Along with that, the question index is of type number. Okay, what's wrong here? All right, string or null or undefined. That's what it's being passed here. Now, in order to rectify this problem, let me get here and what I'll do is whenever I'm setting this particular value, okay, this particular value, it can be null also actually. So I cannot actually say that what can be the value. So in that scenario, let me pass it of type any. That would be better. Now the error is gone. Great. Now this thing will work properly up till here whenever I'm selecting some option, but the one that are already selected, I need to show those also. And in order to show those things, what I have to do is I will be using ng model in my ion radio group. And how will I do that? Let me pass it here. ng model, which will hold the value of selected option function. That's how I'm going to work with it. And in order to work with it, basically you need to pass forms module in the imports. So forms module imported. All right. What happened to this? I'm using the same one, but why is it not showing up? Let me see the, okay. All right. All right. Now it's fine. It is just initialized. I'm not using it anywhere else. Well, actually I need to use it to clear it up. And how that can be done? Whenever this function is getting called once again, I'll at first clear the timeout and move ahead. So that's the functionality I'm going to pass for clear timeout if it is present earlier. So the functionalities for this particular component is almost done. Just one more thing I want to do here. Let's say I have the option which is selected or the one that is wrong, right, within the result part. If I want to show that up and I don't want it to toggle, in that scenario, what can I do? Basically, what I'll do is I'll create another option here for called freeze action. Okay. And it will come up from the component like an input. So that will be holding a Boolean value and if the value of it by default, which is false, if the value of it is true, then I will not go ahead. That basically means this functionality I don't want to execute if that happens. So I'll keep a check here. If freeze action function is true, then I simply want to return and don't want to do anything with these options. Means I don't want to select also, I don't want to deselect also. If that happens, and I can pass that option in my quiz page HTML, in which this particular functionality will depend on what? It will depend on whether is submitted is true or false. So if is submitted is false, definitely freeze action will also be false. Otherwise this will be true, because once you have submitted, you cannot change it up. That's what I want to do. And why this is giving me an error? Type writable signal boolean is not assignable to type boolean. Okay, what's wrong? Let's check it out. Signal boolean, that's fine. What about in options? Have I done anything wrong? One more thing, let me just do it. This will be read only, and this one also be read only. So everything is fine here. Why the error is coming up? Well, there was no issue. Just it was showing some random errors. That's not a problem. Now it's gone. I haven't done anything, but still it is done. Now, if you already have a value that is selected, how you can send it? Simply, you can make use of selected option as an input property also, because like I said earlier, make use of the model in such a way that it can take as an input also, or it can perform as an output emitter also. Now, in this scenario, what you can do is you can pass the selected answer if you have any within the question dot selected answer. That's what we have passed in our interface, and that's why it is being used. So I think our options are ready in this particular case. Now we just need to work with this functionality in this service, because the questions are present within this service, right? So we have to execute the value that is coming up out of that particular component, which we have already got here, right? I have to work with it and pass the value in this service itself. So let's do it. I will call the quiz service, and there I'll create a function called selected answer, in which I'll pass the option and the question index. All right. And if you want, you can log it here also, the values, whatever you want to show, whether the value is null or something. So let me just do it. Console.log option value, whatever you want to pass. Well, I'll get the value out of it and show it up. So far so good. Now I just need to create this functionality into this service. Let's get there into this service and we'll work on it. So let's get here. Just use command or control. Command for Mac, control for Windows, and click on it. You will be redirected to that particular file. Now in this service, let me just scroll down at the bottom before the reset. I'll create the function selected answer. That's gonna take option of type string, or it can be null also. Along with that, we'll have the question index. Whatever name you want to pass, you can pass it up. It will be of type actually number, not string. And it's not going to return me anything, so I'll just pass void. And string spelling is wrong. Let me just correct it. Okay. Now within this functionality, I'm going to update my questions. So this dot questions dot update. Now what am I going to do within this update? I'll get the questions array at first and prepare it up. So if you do not have any questions present within this, if the array does not exist, then I will simply return the questions which is coming here. Okay. Otherwise, I'll move ahead and update or remove this selected answer field. Why I'm doing that? Because it will be toggled, right? So if it is selected, then I'll update it here. If it is not selected, means unselected, then definitely I'll update that too. In that way, it will be centralized everywhere. So if option is present, then what you need to do, questions at that particular question index, you have to work with this selected answer and set it to option. Otherwise, you need to simply delete that particular questions, means selected answer. Otherwise, it's going to show up. That's not question. I want to access the questions at that particular question index dot selected answer. So this particular step will be removed from this particular object within the array. So that's how I'm going to work around. And finally going to return the changed questions array. And you can also log the value to check it up if it is working fine or not. So updated questions or questionnaire, whatever you name, it will be questions array. Okay. I have to pass a comma here to get rid of the error. Now it's fine. So this is the functionality which I need to use. So whenever this is getting changed, everywhere it will be redirected, as I'm using the computer signal. So whatever changes are made here, it will be tracked down there too in our quiz page, and from there on to the selected option. Okay, let's try it out. So let me just get back, select some and go for it. Now if I select, if I click on it, gone, selected, gone. If I click on it, here if I click on it, it's gone, and this one is selected. Just look at it, how smoothly it is working, right? That's great. That's what I needed, and it's working as expected, which is nice. So the design part is ready, and the one that is selected is having a different color. Just check it out. So we have designed it up in a strategic manner, which is looking lovely. So this part is done. It's time to work with the back button, and then we are going to work with the duration also to have the actual duration. Okay, with a timer running out. Now let me close everything and I'll go to, in fact, I have actually updated the questions mock data also a little bit, enlarged it a bit. Now let's get back for the back button, which is present into the quiz page HTML file. I need to work on that. On click of this particular button, I have already created a function. I need to execute that up. So within this go back alert, I need to work around with an alert. And how will I do that up? Let me just show you. So in this scenario, I actually need to exit, right? So I just pass a console log, and if no model or alerts are open, then I will ask for confirmation to exit. If any model or something is opened up, then definitely I want those to be closed at first. So that is what I'm going to do if I hit on this particular back button. So I'm going to work on it later on when we have some model or any alerts which are opened up. But so in order to work with that, let me do one thing. In my quiz page HTML file, at the very bottom after this placeholder, let me create an alert. So let me pass here an ion alert in this particular way. So this ion alert holds an identifier which I have given, and is open. It means it will be opened up only if this particular condition is satisfied, which I'm going to create right now. And by default, the header, I've given it as confirm in all the scenarios. I'm not taking it dynamically, but the message can be dynamic. So alert message can be passed. Otherwise, by default, I will show it up only if you want to submit the form, or basically if you want to submit the quiz. And the buttons will also be dynamic. You can pass dynamic buttons, whatever you want. And on dismiss of it, I'm going to set this particular is submit confirm to false, and also check if alert message is present or not. If not present, then I'm going to set it to false. Otherwise, it will be set to true. Now, what am I going to do with all these things? Let me explain you one by one by doing it. So let's do it quickly. So what all things I will be needing? I'll be needing is submit confirm, which will be a Boolean signal function, along with alert buttons. And I've given a default button to be the action button. Okay. Along with that, I also need alert message and this particular function too. Let's create it one by one. For the alert message, let me create it in this particular manner, and I'm going to just separate it by naming it for alert. Okay. Now I need to create few setters. So first of all, I'm going to start off with alert message. So set alert message function I've created here, which will set the value of alert message. Now what else do I need? I think I need one more function, which is set is submit confirm. Why am I taking two options there? I'm going to explain you right now. So this is the functionality where I'm taking a Boolean value, and whether you should go back or not, that's what I'm tracking it up. So if you have some alert message present, which will happen in case you want to definitely go back, in that case it will be true. If no alert message is present, because what happens is by default for submission I have given a default message. At that point of time, I am not going to set the alert message. Okay, so it's going to track it down that whenever you're not sending any alert message, it means that you're going for submission, and I will set is go back to false. So in that scenario, it's not going to go back to the earlier page. All right, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to set is confirm, is submit confirm to that particular value that will be coming up from here. So by doing this, I can confirm at which time I need to go back to the earlier page or when I should submit. Okay, that is why this is being done. Now I need to handle the functionality for the back button, means go back alert, in which what I'll do is I'll set the alert message, and I will also set alert buttons, which I'm going to create right now, and set is submit confirm to true. Now to work around with this alert buttons, I have to set it up, and let me just do it here. So I'll create a function called set alert buttons, in which I'm going to call this dot alert buttons dot set, because I already have this particular writable signal in which I have an array of a single button, okay, by default. So if that is not the case, then I'm going to set it to yes and no. So by default, so in one case, I have text to be no at the very beginning, and the role is cancel. That means if you click on it, the model will get cancelled by default and will not execute anything. If you want some functionality here, definitely you can work on that too. but for the timing, I don't want anything to be done. And if you click on yes, means I have another button which will be yes, and on click of it, I'm going to handle some stuff. What is that? If alert message is present, which means that you can go back at that scenario, I'm going to navigate back. Otherwise, I'm going to submit the quiz. That's what I'm going to do. So in navigate back, what am I going to do? I need to navigate back to the home page, for which let me just create a function called navigate back function, in which I'll execute the router.navigate by URL, for which I have to inject the router. Let's go for it. Where should I do that? Let's do it here. Private router equals to inject router. Okay, done. One more error is there because I need another function for submit quiz. So in submit quiz, what I will do is I will actually, let me just create the functionality at first, and then I'm going to explain why am I doing that. I'll call my onSubmit function, okay, for the time being. So let me just create this functionality onSubmit, means on submit of the whole form, I will go for it. So this is one of the things. I'll just get it at the very bottom on submit. Okay. Now, why am I not executing directly the on submit here instead of having another functionality? Well, because I will be actually doing some other stuff also, or some other checks here too. Like say, for example, if some model is opened up, then definitely I need to close that or dismiss that particular model and then go ahead with it. So I'll show you that part also. Don't need to worry for the timing. Let's keep it as it is. So the back button will set up everything here, all right, as expected. But still, we need to handle all the possibilities which can occur within the back button, because we will be actually working with the hardware back button also, right? Not only the button that we get here within our quiz page, isn't it? So, how to handle that part too, I'm going to show you right now. But at first, let's check this up, whether this works or not. So let's go for it. I'll just do something and go for it. I get certain questions. If I click on next, nothing will happen. If I click on back, I get the alert, which is great. If I click on no, nothing is happening. If I click on it again, I'm getting it. And if I click on yes, I will be redirected to the home page. So this is working. Now it's time to work with the hardware back button and fix everything here. We'll get on with the hardware back button. So to do work with that, we have to do certain functionalities. Let's go for it one by one. So in the ng on init, I need to execute it up. Let me create a function that I'm going to execute. Let's do it here itself. Let's go for a function called back button handler. Anything you can pass it here. Now I'm going to work around with this dot platform which I need to inject, and within that there will be a hardware back button execution that I will be getting. So let me just show you how exactly I'm going to work with that. But before working with it, I need to inject it up. So let me just get here and private platform equals to inject the platform. This is the one, not this platform. Well, the suggestion is not coming up. So what I have to do, I have to import it from at ionic/angular/standalone. So where should I pass it? I have to pass it here, platform. Okay, done. Error should go away. Now what I have to do is I have to apply the functionality once again. Where was the function? This is the one. So let me pass the functionality. I have just changed the function name to back button event handler when I'm having a subscription also. And that's how I'm going to use it up. So this .platform.backbutton.subscribe with priority of 10. You can give 999 also if you are executing in some other page also. It should have the highest priority as of now. And on its callback, I'm going to call a function called handle back button, which I'm going to create right now. Handle back button. Okay. I'm going to apply some functionality there. But before that, let me handle this subscription because this is very, very important. So let's get towards the top to initialize it up. Where should I do it? Let me just do it here. So subscription of type subscription. Okay. And I'll give an exclamation symbol so that it denotes this is having some value. And this whole functionality, I'm going to pass it in ng on init. Also, I can console log here that this is going to execute ng on init of the quiz page. This is optional. If you don't pass it also, still it's fine. So back button event handler will be called here. Okay. Now this is not it. I also need to execute or actually destroy this particular subscription. For doing so, let me also use on destroy. Even if you don't use it also, still it's fine. but it's better to use it up to get rid of any error. So this interface holds this particular function in which I'll check if the subscription for the back button exists, then I'm going to unsubscribe it. This dot back button subscription dot unsubscribe. Along with that, I will also call the reset function, which is there in the quiz service. Also, let me pass a console log here. ng on destroy quiz page. And this unsubscription, I'm not going to pass it here. In fact, I'll create a function because if I need to unsubscribe anywhere else, I can use it there also. So let me just scroll towards the top, handle back button, and this back button handler. I will have the functionality called unsubscribe back button event handler, where we will have the same functionality only. But now it's passed within a function, so I can call it wherever I want. So unsubscribe back button event handler will be called here. Done. Now what should I do in the handle back button function? Right, where was it? This is the one. So basically I need to handle the stuff that I wrote here. Where was it? The go back button. This is the one which I'm going to handle it there. Let me just cut it from here and I will execute it in this particular way. Not in this particular way, actually in this particular place. So let's go for the alert. If it is opened up, then on click of the back button, I will close that at first or dismiss that at first, then go for the back button. And if nothing is passed, then simply go for go back alert to show up. So for the alert, if it is already opened up and you click on the back button, I want to close it, for which I am going to use this identifier. And how will I use that up? Let me just show you. In the TS file, let me just scroll towards the top and here I will work on the, so for working on the view child, I'll work with the alert in this particular manner, view child of type ion alert, and I'm going to call the identifier there directly. Okay, this is not the one. I will call this ion alert directly into my imports. Where was it? This is the one. Let me pass it here directly. I was using it earlier. It should have been done. Maybe by default it is coming up. I don't know what's the problem. Even here also, I don't think the ion alert is there. Let me pass it. No, I didn't get any error or warning that there is a duplicate one, which means it was not there earlier on. So you need to be very careful if you are passing some ionic components. Let's work on it now in our handle button, back button functionality. So basically I have to check if this alert is opened up or not, for which I will check the condition if this dot confirm alert function, if the is open property is true or not. If it is true, that means it is opened up and I'm going to dismiss that by using that view child. Okay. And simply going to return. So it's not going to go for the back button if this is opened up. Similarly, if you have any other model or anything which is opened up, definitely you can execute it here itself, which is very, very important to work with. Otherwise, the hardware back button will create some problem if you have something of that kind. So be very watchful and careful while working with this. So this is done. It's time to work around with the timer now. With the timer, what I have to do is, let me just close everything at first and go to my service, quiz service, in which once we get the data for the questions form, we have to execute some more functionality there. Fetch questions. So I have just set the questions. I have not worked with the duration here, which I need to work with now. So I am also going to set this dot exam duration dot set the value that we will be getting in the duration. And what is this duration? That's the one which will be coming from here, which I will execute with the help of form value. So form value dot duration, not directly duration, form value dot duration. Now after setting this up, let's start the timer by executing a function called start timer. So this dot start timer, which I'm just going to create, don't need to worry. Start timer, where I will pass this particular duration from the form value. Or let me create a constant, that would be better. Duration equals to form value dot duration. Now let's create this functionality, start timer, in which the duration will be there of type string, and it's not going to return any value, just the void. Now here I need to get the parse duration. Okay, so basically I have already used it earlier. Where have I used it? I just need to recall. Let's search for it. Parsed duration, I think that was a function in home screen. So this is the functionality which I have used. So let me just remove this private and cut this functionality from here. I'll pass it within the quiz service itself. So instead of this particular one, I'll pass quiz service here dot, and we'll move this functionality to the quiz service. So let me just pass it here. Done. Problem is solved. Now I can use it in both the places. So I'll create a constant called parse duration, which will be equals to this dot parse duration, where I'll send this particular duration so that it will be transformed in a certain format. And if the value that is coming out of it, if it is equals to 0, triple equals to, strictly checking it up, then I will at first log the error, or actually directly the error in this way, console.error instead of log, whichever you want, you can just use it up. So invalid duration format, and simply return it up. So it's not going to go ahead if that's not the case, if it is not 0, and then you can move ahead and have another signal function, which I'm going to name it as duration signal, which I'm going to set the value of this parse duration. That's going to hold the latest changed format. Okay, I'll be needing this in most of the places. That is why I'll be creating this particular signal function also in this service. So what was the name? Duration signal equals to signal of type any. Well, not really. It will be of type number and initialized to 0 value, as it is going to have the value in milliseconds. Okay. So this is solved. Let's move ahead and work with the other things. Now, once this is set, I also need to format the time signal, because this is in milliseconds. So I'll be needing in some places, but actual thing, the one that I need is a formatted time signal. So I have to create one more called formatted time signal, or any name you can simply pass, which I'm going to set the value of this dot format time, which I'm going to create, that will accept duration signal function. And why I'm doing that? Because I want this functionality to be in such a way that it can accept any kind of a value which is in milliseconds. Alright, that is why I'm sending this particular thing directly. Otherwise, I could have used it in some other places also. Now, how do I want this formatted signal to be? Let me initialize it here. So it's going to be signal of type string, where I'll get hour, minutes and seconds. So that's the format I need, that I'm going to get. Alright, so far so good. Now the next thing which I need to work with is format time. Let's go ahead and work with it. So the function will be this particular one. I've set it as private, where I'll accept the milliseconds and will return a string. Now I'll extract the hour, minutes and seconds out of it by using mat.floor and dividing it by, like, converting the milliseconds to seconds and then dividing it by 60 to convert it into minutes and then to hour. So mat.floor will return the nearest whole number. And finally, I am preparing this particular stuff to return it, to return the proper format, where the hour is converted to string. Along with that, if there is no 0 available, then it's going to add that at the start. That is why this pat start is being used in all the places. So that's how I'm preparing hour, minutes and seconds, and it's going to return that up. Simple functionality, but very handy. Once that is done, what next I need to work with? Well, after we get the formatted time signal, our job is not yet done. We also need to keep a track that if there is any timer which is already running, then I need to clear that up at first. So clear any existing timer. And how that can be done? Well, for that, I actually have to create a timer, right? So the timer will be created in such a way, I'll use set interval, which will run in every interval, means every second it's going to run. So I'm going to execute it in this particular way, like this, for every second. Okay, I'll have the functionality, but I will initialize it to a variable, which I'm going to create it globally. And I'm going to name it as timer interval. Don't worry, I'll initialize it. But before initializing, I'll also check if it exists, then I'm going to remove it. And to do so, I'll simply check if this dot time interval, if it exists, then simply clear the interval, this particular function which is there by default. I'll call this dot timer interval. That's it. Okay, now let's create it up. Then I'll go with the functionality for the timer. So let me just scroll towards the top and pass it up for the timer. So this whole thing, whatever I'm doing as of now, is for the timer. Now let's get back to the functionality and work on it. Well, I already defined it. It's okay, timer, I think timer interval, possibly. So I passed wrong name. Now it's fine. Error is gone. So this is the functionality which I'm going to have that's going to start the countdown. So at first, I'll get the value out of this duration signal. Now, why am I doing so? Because I need to check here. If this value is less than equals to 0, which means I have to stop the timer. Alright, so I'm just clearing the interval. You can also create a function because I'm using it twice here. But it's not required. If you think so, then you can have it. And also, I'm going to format the time signal to this particular value and timeout will be set to true. If that's not the case, then what am I going to do? I will set the duration signal to 1 second lesser than the current duration. Okay. So basically I'm taking the value out of it in a constant and I am updating the value of the duration signal in this particular way. So after this is done, again the formatting will be done. Alright. So you can also optimize this a bit more since we are using the stuff many times, isn't it? These two functionalities are being used many a times. So I think twice at least. So let me just do one thing. I'll create a function. Let's do it here. Format duration, where what I'll do is, in this case, I'm going to set the value every time. So I'll just have it directly. Now in the duration, I will have a different stuff, right? So whatever the value is, I need to pass it here directly. And that's gonna be a number. So whatever it is, I will set it here. So if I do that up, what I need to do is, instead of this, I will directly call format duration. Simple, right? And in the same way, I will also set it here, format duration, and remove it. Okay? Pretty simple, right? Great. You can optimize it a bit more also by creating another function for setting this format time signal as it is being used more than once and calling it up here, right? So let me just do it. That would be better. Set format time signal. So this value will be of type string and this time, okay, let's correct the name. It should be small. Now this dot formatted time signal dot set function and I'm going to set the value whatever I'll be getting here. So once that is done, I need to just call this functionality wherever I need to. Instead of this, it is called. And at the top also, instead of this, I'm going to call this particular functionality. That's it. So now this is a more optimized and this timer functionality is ready. Anything else do you want to do? Let me simply do one thing. I'll also move this functionality out of it and call it within stop timer function. Okay. This is also going to return void. Let me just call it here stop timer. All right. Now in this case also, well, no condition is being passed, but let me just do one thing. I'll call this dot stop timer function. Okay. So that's what will be called and it will be set to this particular value. That's fine. So far so good, optimized to a great extent. So start timer, stop timer is ready. What else I need to do? Well, I have to simply call this formatted signal, time signal, whatever the functionality is for this writable signal in my quiz page. Okay, in a computed signal manner, whatever we have done earlier in the similar fashion. So how will I do that up? Well, I haven't used computed robot. This is the one. I have used it. All right, let me just pass it here for the duration in this particular manner, and whatever the value comes up for the formatted time signal, it's going to be taken into the duration. Once that is done, I have to set everything here for the duration. So I have to just scroll towards the top. Where was it? Before entering this up, this is the duration and it will only show up if we have a duration. So at the rate if we have duration value, then only it's going to show up. So let me just move everything within that. Okay, what's wrong? Only the ion text should be moved. So let me just move it. And whatever the value I get, I simply need to update it up. So duration function. That's it. Let's check it now whether it works or not with the duration, whatever we are setting it up, and whether the timer is working or not. So let me pass the question number along with the category, and let me keep it as it is and run it. Now you see this is working, which is great. That's what I needed. And this is also working. So far so good. Okay, what else do I need to do? I have done a lot of things in my quiz service, but on reset, I have to set all the other stuff also to be null. So let me update this because I need to add stop timer along with duration signal, formatted signal, and everything to be set all together when you are resetting it up. Now the job is not yet done. Basically, this stuff is ready and everything is working fine now, but we also have something called timeout. When the time is up, alright, this timer, if it is up, then also I need to submit the form. I cannot keep the user on the same page, right? I have to go for submission of the form. Whatever is selected, you just go for it. So in that scenario, how am I going to implement this functionality? Let me just show you. So basically it's set timeout, means time up is set to true here. And I'm going to execute that up in quiz page. So one more computed signal I have to execute for time up. This is the one which is a Boolean value. And where am I going to execute it up? Basically, I'm going to execute that up in my constructor itself. So in the constructor, after this add icons, I will use effect. Now, what does this effect do? I've imported it from, let me just show you at first, where have I imported it? So this is imported from @angular/core, and once it is imported, I can make use of it. So whenever any signal function or any computer signal, whatever you're using, if there is any change in that, it's going to get triggered. So that's how it's gonna work. And now in the latest version, you can update stuff within this effect, but you have to make sure that it does not end up in a never-ending loop. So you have to pass the conditions quite carefully. Let me show you what condition am I going to apply. So here I'm checking two things. One is if is submitted is not true, which means that as of now the submission is not yet done, and there is a time up whose flag is up. So if the time up appears and the form is not submitted, then it's going to submit the form by performing this submit quiz functionality, where we are working with the on submit functionality as of now. So that's the condition which I'm passing. In any other scenario, this is not going to work. Alright. So it's not going to end in never ending loop. That's what you have to make sure. Otherwise, you're going to land in trouble, because using effect not in proper way leads to certain problems in your application, which I don't want. That is why the condition has to be proper. Alright. Now all the conditions are fulfilled. We also need to check it out. So what I will do is, well, actually, if it gets submitted also, still we haven't applied any functionality yet. So we won't be able to check it as of now. So how do I go ahead with this? Basically, what am I going to do is, I'll at first work with the next functionality. Means if you click on next, what happens, previous button and everything. And then we are going to apply the functionality for the submit. And at that point of time, once the form is submitted, then we will be able to see what happens on submit. That would be better. So let's keep it for the timing. We have performed all the checks, which is great. So let's perform this particular functionality with the buttons. Then we will look into the submit functionality. Okay. Now it's time to work with the buttons. To start off, I'm going to work with the back button, along with that the next button also. Where was the next button? This is the one in which we have to implement slide to. So what exactly needs to be done? Let's go and check it out. Also, one more functionality will also be there, which is on slide change. So whenever the slide is changing, then also I have a functionality to implement. This is the one. So let's work on both the functionality. So I'll go to the quiz page TS file and work on it one by one. Starting off with the on slide change functionality. Where was it? This is the one. So in this, I have to work with the swiper container, for which I have already given an identifier. Let me just show you. This is the one. So in order to execute it up, I have to go to the TS file, and at first I need to create a view child for it. So the view child will be of type element ref, which will hold this particular swiper identifier. Okay. So once that is done, I can execute the functionality now for this swiper.js. So let me just show you what exactly I'm going to do. Within this particular functionality, I'll create a constant called swiper element, or any name you can simply pass, which will be equals to this dot swiper ref, that's referring to that particular swiper container, and within which we get a property called native element. And within this native element, I'll get something called swiper. Now once I get that up, I will be able to fetch the current index out of it, for which I'll create another constant called current index. Any name you can pass here also, where I'll get the swiper element dot active index. So the one that is active at present, I can access the index value of it in this particular manner. So once we get that, I will simply check if this particular index value is greater than 0 or not. Not only greater than 0, it should be greater than equals to 0. Because if that's not the case, that means that particular index does not exist. So in this scenario, I'm going to set my current index, this dot current index, which we created long time ago at the very beginning, dot set, and I'll set this particular value of current index. Alright, once that is done, you can log the value if you want to. So log the value of this dot current index function. Alright, so as soon as slide is getting changed, the current index value will be changed. And what does it mean? Let me just show you. If I go back, yes, I want to go back, have some questionnaire, select a category, go for it, timer is running, and I will be able to swipe now to get to the next question. So once I do that up, if I check it here, it's going to get triggered. I'm getting 1. Just check the value now, 2. If I get back 1 again, it's 0. So that's working, right? That's what we need. So once that is working, let's move ahead and work with this slide to functionality. Let me move it towards the top. That would be better. Right here, where I have the index in the parameter. Now you can log the value of the index if you want to. And what am I going to execute? I will once again do the same stuff, get the value of this particular swiper element out of it in the similar fashion, and once I get that, I just need to simply slide to a particular index using the slide to function, which is there by default, and I'm going to slide to the index that is being passed in the parameter. Also along with that, I have some more stuff which I can work with. Now within this, the index is being passed along with the speed, how much speed you want to navigate to that particular index. Okay, so I've given 300 milliseconds, and do you want any callback to be run? It takes a boolean value, so I've passed false. I don't want to run any callback. So this is what I have done here. And once that is applied, then I will simply update my swiper element by using the update function so that it updates the specific position, or else you might face some trouble because of it. That is why this is very, very important. Now this functionality will work as expected. Let's get back and exit it. Go for certain questions. If it is less than 10 also, still it's going to show that particular number. Like if it is 8 in number, it's going to show 8. But the maximum it is going to show is 10. Let me just have, let's say 1 minute. Go for done. If you don't go for done, it's not going to work. Let's play this particular quiz now. Alright, let's go to next, working. Okay, in this way also I can go and work with it. It's a number. If I click on it, I can get back also. And still the one that I have selected is already there. That is good. What else do I have? Okay, what's next? You see the submit button is showing up once it is completed. So that's how I have worked on it, and this is almost done. I have to work with the functionality of submit. Rest is working fine, right? And once the timer is finished, it's stopped. But on stop of it, I need to execute some more functionality, like I have to make the form to be submitted. So if I work on this submit functionality, everything is going to work as expected, as we have made the functionality to be ready in the effect. You can just see it here, right? It is ready. So that's what we have done so far. Everything is good to go. It's time to execute this up, the alert and this particular stuff, and some more things also, which we will check it after we execute the submit functionality. Now on submit alert, well, it will be very simple. I just need to set alert buttons directly. So it will access the default button, which was already there. If you want to check the functionality, let me just get inside it, and you see yes and no, I have it here, which will work as expected. We have already seen earlier. Along with that, I need to set is submitted confirm to be true. So once that is done, if I click on submit, this functionality will work. Now what we have to do on this particular on submit, because submit quiz is the one that will be triggered most of the time, which I have executed at the top, I think. Let's check it out. Okay, let me just move it all together at the bottom along with this. Then it will be all in one place. Now within this on submit, I will at first stop the timer. That's the first priority which I need to execute. So quiz service dot stop timer. That's what I need to call. Along with that, I also need to set is submitted to be true. I think I have not created that. So let me just make a functionality for is submitted to set it to true. Let's get to the top. Where should I do it? Let's do it here. So after this alert, set is submitted, and it's going to be is submitted, which will hold the value that I will be passing it here. That will be of type boolean. Okay. Once that is ready, I am good to use it up wherever I want. I want to use it in my on submit functionality. So let's go for it. Set is submitted will be set to true. Now after doing this, I will call another function called show result, because I need to show the result to the user, right? For which I'll be using a model. Let me create this function, or is it already created? I think it created. Yes, I have already created it up. Let's move functionalities at the bottom, then it would be fine. So show result will be called at first, and then on restart I am going to call. Now what I have to do within this show result, I have to get the result of the quiz with the points and everything. So basically I have to run the calculations, and along with that I have to open result model, which I will create. Okay, for that I will create another flag and work with it. That's one of the things I need to work on. So that's what we need to implement now. We have to work with the result model along with the restart functionality also, that will be coming up within the model itself, where we will have the functionality of restarting the same quiz once again. So you have seen how we have executed the functionality for each and every buttons that were available, right? And they are working pretty fine. Now it's time to work with the result model. So we are going to create that up, for which I will at first create a writable signal for a boolean value, which will help us to open the result by toggling the value of it. So let's do that. Where will I go? Let's scroll towards the top, and here, where should I do it? Let's do it here itself. I will have that for my result model. And what will be the name? Let me keep it is result, which will be a writable signal of type boolean. Initial value will be false, as I don't want to open the model at the start of the particular page. So it's done. Now for jumping to other stuff, I will also create a setter for it. Set is result, which will take the value of type boolean, and I'm going to set this value into the is result using the set function. And that's it. We're going to use that up wherever we want to open the model or close the model. So now I'll scroll down, and to open the model, I simply need to set is result to true. That's what I know, isn't it? Also, I need to perform the calculations along with it. But before doing anything out here, I actually have to create a model. So let's go to my HTML file of the quiz page, and I'll just scroll down. In fact, actually, I will do what? I'll minimize all this so that it becomes quite easier to understand. This is my alert. Now see, this code is quite simple to understand, isn't it? Just look at it. I'll just scroll down and work with a model here called result model. I will start off with using an ion model, in which I'll pass an identifier called result, and on dismiss of it, what I'll do, did dismiss event will be triggered, in which I just don't want to set the is result to be false, but instead, if the result model is dismissed, there can be two options. Either you exit the quiz or you exit the model. So for the time being, let me just put is result to be false. Later on, I'm going to work with it and change it up. So remember that. And how to open it up? Well, is open, I'm going to set it to the value of the is result. So whenever the value is changing, it's going to toggle automatically. So the properties are ready. Let me align everything properly. Then we can go ahead and work with the other stuff. But before jumping to anything else, I also need to manage whether this is imported or not. Let's go to my TS file and check it out. If I just scroll towards the top, I don't think it is imported automatically. So let me just pass it in this way, copy it up and paste it at the very top. In this way, the problem will not occur if we work with a model. So far so good. Within this model, I need to work with ng template, in which I will create a separate component for holding the design for our result. So let me create a component quickly. Ionic GC within the components folder, and I'm going to name it as result. Once that is created, I can directly call it here also. App result, hit enter. Let's see whether this time it is imported or not. Let's check it out. Okay, this is imported. Great. Here also it is showing up, which is great actually. Now once that is done, I need to send the calculations to this particular component along with some events that will be triggered. Like if you want to dismiss this model, then I'll trigger something from this particular component itself. If you want to restart the quiz, definitely it will be triggered from this particular component itself. And also you can view the answers. So first of all, let me just show you whether this model is opening up or not. Let me pass some questions and select the category. Timing is fine. And if I go for submission, Then what will happen? I have not selected anything. If I go for submission, I get the option to submit yes. Then the result model comes up, which is great. So that is fine. Now we need to work around with a lot of things. Let's first finish up the calculations, right? After everything is done, the calculation is the utmost important part, with the help of which we can design our result section, isn't it? So the calculations will be performed here, and I will set that up in a particular property. So what am I going to do here is I'll create another writable signal function. Let me just create that up. Where should I do it? Let's do it here itself. I will have one for the result, which will be of type any. Initially, I will set it to null. Now this value will be updated or set up whenever I get the calculation. That will be coming up. How will I do that? Let me just show you. Now get the result, set this dot result dot set the value that will be coming up from the functionality that I'm going to define in my quiz service. Because in the quiz service itself, I'm doing all the calculations related to the quiz. You can even separate the functionality in two different services also if you want to manage the load on a particular service, because it has to follow a proper pattern. But the functionality that we have done so far is not very extreme that you have to divide it. So it's fine, I think. But if you feel so, definitely you are free to do that. Calculate quiz results will be the function name that I'm going to pass, and I have to create this particular function into my quiz service. Let's go there and work on it. So just check it out. How many functions we have written? One is for fetch questions, which is fine. Timer, and all these things are related to the timer, which is fine, right? And what else have we done? Selected answer. We have worked with the selected answer and resetting everything at the very end. Now, after this, I will also do one more thing for the calculation part. So within the calculation, what am I going to perform? I will actually get this correct answer count, wrong answer count, skipped answer count, and some more stuff. So let me show you what exactly I'm going to do, which is quite simple actually. Now look at the functionality which I'm just going to pass directly, and I'm going to explain you now. You will be able to understand it very easily. First of all, I am fetching the questions directly into a constant so that I can work on it and I don't have to use this dot questions function with an exclamation everywhere. That is why it's easy for me to pass it in a constant, as this value is not going to change all of a sudden in this particular functionality. Now, after doing this, I can get the correct answer count. How will I get that? If I filter the array and match the selected answer, the one that is selected by the user, with the answer that we have already set as the correct answer, which is present within the answer itself. So if both of them are matching it up, then those records will be filtered out, and at the very end, means after this filtration is done, I'm just fetching the length of it. So it will give me the array length, which consists of the number of questions that are correct. In this particular manner, I'll get the correct answers count. Similarly, for the wrong answer count, if both of them are not matching, that means the answer is wrong. Then we are also tracking the skip answers count. Let's say you are not answering any of the question, means you are not selecting any of the options in any question, then that will be a skipped answer count. Okay, so how will we detect that? If the selected answer is not present, then that particular question is a skipped one, and that's where we count the skip answers count. Got it? After doing that, we will also track the total duration in milliseconds. So as we already know that we have exam duration, where we have the actual duration that is being sent from the form itself when we set up the form at the very beginning of the quiz. In this particular part, this is the duration that is being held within the exam duration writable signal function. And I'm going to pass that particular duration and will fetch the value in milliseconds. Even there was a function, writable signal function called duration signal, which we have used, but still I don't want to take any chances. That is why I'm just directly doing it once again. So in this manner, I'll get the total exam duration in milliseconds. Now the remaining time in milliseconds, I will get it from the duration signal that we have already initialized, as the value of it was changing again and again as we go for 1 second interval every time. So that is also being tracked and passed it into another constant called remaining time. In that particular manner, I'll get the total duration and how much time is remaining along with the total time taken, because that's the agenda of finding all this thing, how much time you have taken to answer all the questions. And whatever time you have taken, I'm just going to format the time in proper format that we need to show to the user. So that is what is being done here. So I'm just having two constant. One is for formatted time taken, formatted actual duration, and few more stuff is also present where I'm calculating the total points. Now how will the total points be calculated? Number of questions into correct answer point, which we have already set into our master set. Where is that? At the top we have already set it up, right? So this is the settings which we have set it here, and that is responsible for calculating all this stuff. Where was it actually? Yeah, there we go. So this is the maximum points that you can gather. But out of this, how much you have gathered will be decided with the help of the correct answers that you have ticked into the points for the correct answer. That is the correct answer points. Along with wrong answer points also we will get that, because at the very end we have to find the final score, which will be correct answer point plus wrong answer point, because this value will be negative. That is why we are just adding both that stuff, and since this value will be negative, that means it will be subtracted from the correct answer point. In that particular way we'll get the score, and finally the proper object is prepared which we need to send to the quiz page. Basically I'll be setting it here. This particular value will be set up, and this value I will send it to the model. So basically I'll be having an input signal to be passed within this particular component whose name will be result, or whatever name you want to pass, within which I'll pass this result function. Alright, why it is giving me an error? Because there is no call as such. Let me get inside it and do it so that the error will go away. Result, I'll create it here. Result will be a read only. For input you can definitely pass that up, equals to input, import it, and it will be of type any, initialized to null at present. Now I think the error should go away, possibly. No, still it's there. Why? Now can you guess why this error is occurring? Well, actually that is occurring because it is navigating to this ion model. So in the ion model, let me just minimize it once again. This ion model, I've given the identifier result. I have to change it. Otherwise, it is thinking that this particular result function is calling this particular ion model, and it is not able to understand that this is a writable signal. So naming convention is very, very important in this case. Okay. Now it's fine. We can work around with the design part in the result component now. Later on, we will work with the other things that we need to send or get it. So let's start off. Since we have already passed here in the TS file this particular input signal, which is read only, now we will be able to get the data here directly. Now to start off in our result model, I need the complete screen. So I will be having the ion header with the title and everything, and then I'm going to have the ion content. So at first let me work with the ion header, which I've just passed directly, as I have the header, then the toolbar, within that the ion title, and a button on the start, which will be the back button that will help us to close the model. That's why a click event is also being given there. Alright. Now to fix these errors, I have to make this particular component to be standalone to be true. By default also it is true, but in order to import it automatically, as of now, I have to do it. And I'm quite sure they rectify this problem in the coming versions, so that when you are doing this particular project, you don't face this problem. And also I'll pass the imports. Let's not give any imports and try it out whether it gets automatically imported or not. No, look at this. It's not getting automatically imported. So I have to pass that out. Imports array. If I do that and try it now, still it's not working. Okay, one worked. Great. If one is working, then I think the other stuff will also work. Not exactly. Oh, come on. Please work. Okay, ion icon is done. Just look at it. Some of them are working nicely, some of them not. Those who are not working, you have to pass it manually. That's one of the problems which I face here. And toolbar, along with that, I think I have ion button also. So these three are also passed. And actually, those of them are imported here. So now all the errors are gone, and I need to work with this close model. Now what is this close model? This is a function that I'm going to define it in my component.ts file for the result. So close model, that is going to trigger an event. So what event it's going to trigger? Let me pass it close, which will be a output signal of type boolean. In this particular way it is initialized, and now I will emit the event. This dot close dot emit, I'll set it to true. So this event will be triggered. That means this event will take care of the close model. So whenever you get this event to be triggered, that means that you have to close the model, which we are going to detect into our quiz page. Let's work on the other things now in the HTML. Then later on we will work with these events also in our quiz page. So far so good. The next thing I want is ion content. That will be having full screen to be true, as we are using a model, so we have to pass full screen to be true, otherwise things will not work. It will not take the complete height, and I don't want that. Also, I'll pass some ion padding by default for the ion content. Now once that is done, what I'll do is I'll create a div and align everything at this center. Now you don't see the design as of now, because if I go for the design part, I have to like fill up the form again and again. So you have to visualize this particular part little bit. Once we reach to certain extent with our design, definitely I'm going to show you that part and do the CSS part at that point of time. But this part you can definitely visualize it up. So I have a div which I am centering it up, all the stuff which we are going to do within that. Also you can pass some custom class with the help of which you can design it a bit more. Now within this I will have an ion label, or you can have anything you want. So I will just use an ion label to which I'll give the color to be medium color. So the text that I'm going to write here is your score, and this should be having a bigger font size, which we are going to do later on into our CSS. Now after this is done, I will have a p tag. So this p tag is used to go to the next paragraph or the next line, where I will have an ion text whose color will be success, where I'll show you the score. And to show the score, well, I have to call the result function. So one more thing I can do here is, let me create using @let for the result function in this particular manner. I will initialize it up, and also I'm going to use @defer. I'm going to show this UI only if there is anything in the result. Okay, so when rs is present, means result is present, then only I'll show this particular design. Even you can use this up. This is very, very handy actually. So once you are doing that up, now you can call the score. We have already seen the object, whatever we are sending it from the calculate quiz results. So I'll be getting the score in this way. And along with that, I also want to show the actual total points. So rs ? dot total points. Okay, I'm giving a question mark. Suppose if this particular property does not exist, still I won't get any error. So this is ready. This div is ready. The next thing I'm going to work around with an ion card. Because within the card, I'm going to show you some stuff related to like time taken, then the total duration, along with how many of them are corrected, how many of them are wrong, and how many of them are skipped. All of this I'm going to show you along with some buttons for replay and view answers. So too many things are there which I'm going to do within the ion card. So first of all, I'll give a class to my ion card, ion margin bottom, to have some spacing at the bottom. If you want to do it later on, definitely you can by checking the design. But I know that I will be needing that. That is why I'm just putting it up so that it's easy for you to scroll if it is bigger. Now within this, I will create an ion grid because I want the row and column format where I need some padding vertically. So ion padding vertical to have some spacing at the top and bottom. And within this grid, like I said, I'll be using row and column. So within the row, I will have some column. Now within each column, I will have an ion label. The first one will be for time taken. And after the ion label, I will have a p tag within which I will pass my ion text, the same that we did here for this particular div. Now within this ion text, I will show the time taken. And we will do it with the help of rs ? dot time taken. This was the property name. Now similarly, I'll copy this particular column and do the same stuff one more time to show the total duration. Total duration that will be calculated using actual duration. Alright, so these two are prepared, and in fact I'm going to pass a custom class to this ion row, or actually the ion column possibly. We'll check it later on. For the time being, let's find out our design. So I'll just go for filling up the form once again, go for play, hit on next and go for submit. Yes, this is a design which we get so far. Now let's design it up a bit. So I'll go to the SCSS file and start working with that. Now to start off, I'll work with the ion column where we have the ion label. I'll change the font size to 0.85 rem, which is lesser than 14 pixels, little bit lesser, not much. And the font weight, now here the font weight I'm going to give 500. Along with that, I will also work with the p tag and the score class which we have passed to our div. This was the div, right? Where was it? This is the one. So let's work on both of the stuff. So I'll just show you. In the score class, what have I done? I'm just passing some margin top little bit more so that I want to show it bigger and have some spacing on all sides. Basically on top and bottom, I want the spacing. That's why top 10 VH and bottom 5 VH, rest of the things is 0. Within which The font size and font weight I have changed for the ion label, and for the P tag, I have some margin top to have some spacing between ion label and P tag, along with font size and font weight is different. Now it's time to check the design, how it looks like after applying this particular design. Let's check it out. I will just quit it, go for some questions and select the category, go for it, go next, next, next. 5 questions are there. Submit. I'm not selecting anything and I'm getting the score as 0. This is the complete actual duration and the time taken is 6 seconds. So I'm getting this stuff right, but this particular design is fine, but actually I want all the stuff at the center. For positioning it at the center, which I think I should use it throughout the application wherever I want, that is why I will define the class globally. So let me explain you what exactly I'm trying to do. I'll create a class here called position at center, in which display will be flex and the flex direction will be column. Align items will be centered, along with justify content will also be at the center. Now this particular class, wherever I want, I can apply it up. So first of all, in the result component, I need it within my ion column because I need to center everything properly. So I'll pass this class in both the ion column in this particular manner. If I do so, if I check the design once again, let's see how it behaves. Select a category and go for it. Next, next, submit. Yes. Look at the design now. It is centered up nicely. That's what I need. After doing that, the next part that I need to show here is actually to be done in another row where I'm going to have a circular design to show the count of correct answer, wrong answer, skipped. So for that, actually I'll be creating a widget or a component basically. So within the components, I'm going to create a folder called widgets so that it's easy to understand what actually I'm having within this. Basically, it's a simple design which I'm going to create and I can use it wherever I want. Even you can have it outside this particular components folder also, but I want to keep it inside it so that all of them are in one place. Even I could have created it with the help of the component that I'm going to create right now, but that is also fine. So Ionic GC within the components folder, within the widgets folder, I'll name it as circle text. So this is created. Now what am I going to do here? I'll go to the TS file and have some properties at first to make it dynamic. So I can have the title which will be passed dynamically as an input property. Then the text within that, whether it's a count or anything else, the background color you can change. By default it's a light color, and the text color also you can change. And you can also set the text color which will be a boolean value, and why this is a boolean value you will come to know when I work with the design part. So in the design, let me just show you quickly what exactly I'm going to do. So I'm just working on the explanation part now. I have prepared a div where I'm going to use the same class which we have designed into our global.scss file, that is position center. Now within this, I'm using an ion avatar to make a circle and changing the background color of it to whichever color you're passing in BG color, which we have already set it here. By default, it is light color. And that's how the variable will be prepared. Because we have ion color, primary, secondary, whatever we want, we can pass it up. By default, it's a light color. That is why I'm using in this particular way instead of doing that into our SCSS file. Now, if the text color is present, then what am I going to do? I'm going to work on this particular ion text and pass the class text white, which I'm going to work with in the SCSS file. Means a different class where I will pass the text. Otherwise, I will be passing the color to be dark. And after coming out of this particular ion avatar, which will be the circle part, I will show the title where I have a class called title. So this is a simple design which I have prepared. Now to get rid of these errors, I have to import it. Either I can pass standalone to be true to import it automatically, or you can do it manually also. Fine, because by default, like I said, it's standalone to be true everywhere. So I just hover on it and it is imported. Great, done. Now it's time to work with the CSS part. Then I will show you by implementing it what exactly we have designed here. So the classes that we have passed within our HTML file, I'm going to design it up in this particular way, where on the ion avatar, I'm setting the height and width to make it little bigger and centering up everything. I think we have used the position. Okay, this was on the div. I could have passed it directly here also because it's the same thing only, isn't it? We'll see the design, then I'm going to try that up. Or let's go for it right now. I will do one thing. I will go for a class, the same class actually, this position center. Because this particular position center is used for centering the title and the avatar. But this one for centering up the text. Alright, then after doing that, I will be working on the Ion text font size and font weight, making it a little bigger. For the title also, I'll do the same and passing some margin top so that the Ion avatar, the circle part and the text below that will have some margin between the two. Finally, the text white basically will have the text primary color, which is the white color that we have already set into our variables or SCSS file. So that's what I'm using here. So far, so good. It's time to implement this design into our result HTML. And how am I going to do that? Let me just show you. I'll be creating a new ion row where I'm going to have 3 ion columns. And let me just show you quickly what will be the 3 ion columns. The first one in which I'm going to call app circle text, which we have created. How to import it? Let me just cut one. I get the option. If I click on it, it will be imported. Where I have the option of passing the BG color, the title, which is the correct. I don't want a bigger title, so that is why a smaller one is fine. Then within the text, I will show the count for the correct answers. Finally, the text color of type boolean. So I'm setting it to true. So if it is true, which one I'm going to show? If it is true, I'll show the white color. That's what I'm doing. Now, after doing that, the second one is for the wrong answers count and the third one is for the skipped answer count. So for the skipped, I'm just passing the title and text. I'm not passing the background color or anything. It will take the default colors. Once the design is ready, let's check this out, how exactly it performs. So let's get back and here I'll just pass the questions and everything is good to go. Let's go for next, submit. Yes. So 0 correct, 0 wrong, 3 skipped. Look at the design. I am loving it. Look at the spacing. It's accurate. Look at the circular part, which is looking lovely. So in this particular manner, you are changing the background color along with the text color, whether it's dark or white, and it's matching appropriately here. The only thing that is left within this particular result is the buttons for restart and view answers. So let's go for it. So after this design, I'll work around with that particular buttons. Now for the buttons, I will have those buttons outside of this ion card. I think that would look nice. Otherwise, this will be quite big. I don't want that to be that big. That is why I gave margin bottom here for this particular card. So the card is ready. Now it's time for the buttons to show up, for which I'll be using once again ion row, ion column. So it's a very simple design, which is this particular one, where I have ion row to which I've given a class of buttons to have some margin top, which I'm going to define it manually within the SCSS file. Now I have 2 columns here. One is holding a button for the replay. Let me just break it down a bit. That would look nice. Okay, now it's better. So expand block mode is iOS because I want the iOS design button because it is little round shaped, slightly round shaped, and the text is also in a proper format. That is why I want the iOS button, not the material design button, which works on web along with the Android design. Alright, now after that, I am passing the color to be light for this particular replay button, and there will be a functionality that will be executed called replay. In the second column, I will have the same stuff, just the color is primary, and on click of it, you will be able to view the answers, and the name is obviously view answers. So these are the 2 buttons which I have prepared in 2 different ion columns. So that's what you have to do to align everything properly. And I just need to create these 2 functionalities. Then we can move ahead and work with the quiz page to work with these functionalities. Now for these functions to work, let me trigger 2 more events and minimize it up, widgets, which was very handy in our case. So one is for the view answers. I will have an event emitter, which I'll call it as answer, and the other one is for the replay. Either you can call it replay or restart. Let me pass the replay function where I'll name it as restart, as the function name is already replay. So I don't want to make the same name and create trouble for myself, which will be same boolean value that will be set. Okay, so all these 3 events are triggered from here. The design is already showing up. Let me show you the button design also, and then we will move ahead to the quiz page. So let's work on it. Next, submit. Yes, and you see the buttons are showing up. Alright, one thing is missing, which is the spacing for this class which I have passed called BTNS. Let's work on that. So let me have some margin top of approximately 10 VH, which is looking nice. If you want little lesser, definitely you can have that too. Now, why am I using mode to be iOS? Because look at this. This is little round shape, which I explained you earlier, right? And the text is not in uppercase, which happens in material design. Also, the text is little smaller, which I need. That is why I'm using the mode to be iOS. You got it? So everything is ready here. It's time to execute the functionalities in our quiz page. So I'll just minimize it up, close up every file which is out here, and everything is autosave. So I don't need to worry about anything. In the quiz page, I need to trigger these events and work on it one by one. So what I got to do at first, I will just break it down a bit and work with the close event, where I'll call the result model dot dismiss function, which I can do it directly as this is a reference to the Ion model. So Ion model is already having a functionality called dismiss, which I can directly call here, which is simple to do, and it's done. The next thing, I need to go for restart. Well, you can order it as you like. I'm just doing it in my way. Let me call a function called replay via model, because you have many other ways to go for the replay. So I'm just saying you go via model, where I will show this particular model here. Okay, so I'll be sending this particular model, and for the time being, let me keep it as it is. I'll prepare both the functionalities for the view answers and the replay all together into the TS file. Let's go for answer this time, for which I will create a function called view answers function. Let's go for it in the TS file and work with both the functionalities now. Let's get to the bottom and start working with this. So let me create two functionalities. One is for replay via model, that will be holding the template which will be of type Ion model, and the second one is view answers. Is it answers? Yeah, right. So now the errors will go away and we are into our design part. And also, if you don't want this particular design, as this is the page which we are in at present, definitely you can do something regarding that too. You can show an alert. I think that would be better instead of showing the spinner for a long time period. But for the timing, I'm okay with that, because when you work with this design in an application, definitely this is not the stuff that you're going to see. If you don't have any questions or something, definitely it's going to show you an alert to go back if you don't want to play the quiz. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter this particular page. So this is ready. Now we will apply the functionality for the replay of the quiz. Now in the replay via model, what exactly I'm going to do? There are two scenarios which can happen. Let me just show you that scenarios. So let me select something and let's go for it. So if I go to submit and to the result, if I click on the back button, as of now what is happening, it is getting dismissed and I'm getting back to my quiz once again. If I click on anything, it's not going to work because we have already tackled those things out. If you remember in the quiz page HTML file, when we were passing the options, let me just show you. These are the options where if is submitted is true, it is going to freeze all the actions. That means if you click on anything, it's not going to make any changes. All right. But you have the option here to replay and get the result once again. So there can be two options if you click on the back button or if you click on replay or view answers. So basically what happens is whenever you are dismissing this model, two scenarios can occur. The first one is that you want to quit the quiz. The second option can be you just want to quit this particular model. So for that scenario, I will create another flag. Let's go to my TS file and I'm going to show you what exactly I'm talking about. I'll go for, let me create one more flag, which I'll name it as is restart. Do you want to restart the quiz or you want to just exit the model? And this particular thing will be coming into play when I'll be calling this model did dismiss event. Where is this? That's the one. So I'm not going to set is result to false when it is dismissed. Instead, I will check if is restart is true or not. If it is true, then I will exit the model. Otherwise, I'm going to exit the quiz. So that's going to be my functionality. Now I have to define these two functions. What exactly I'm going to do there? Let me just show you at the very bottom after the functionality that we defined for replay via model. So let me at first pass the functionality here, then I'm going to go ahead and work with the other two functions. So what exactly I need, I will set is restart, for which I'll create a setter function. Let me go to the top to create it because I'm putting all the stuff here itself. Set is restart, same value of type boolean, and it is going to set the restart to the value that I'm going to pass here. Now let's get back, and what am I going to do here is set is restart will be set to true. Once I do that up, I'm going to dismiss the model, right? If you go for replay, that's going to be happening. You're going to restart and dismiss the model, and after that you will simply pass the restart functionality, which we are going to work with it in some time. But before that, let me pass two more functionalities for exit quiz and exit model. So basically in exit model, let me pass it at the top. What am I going to have? I'll set is result to false and is restart also to false, because it will only occur if is restart is set to true. So I'm setting it to false and the result will not show up. Means the result model is also set to false. Now if you go for exiting the quiz, in that scenario you have to navigate to the home screen. Now after navigating to the home screen, I also need to set is result to false to exit the model also. Alright, and I'm doing that within a set timeout functionality for 1 second, because I want to give you the look and feel that you are navigating back and you are in a different page, and after navigation with a set timeout of 1 second, the is result will be false. That means the model will be dismissed after you navigate to the home screen. So I want to give you that look and feel. That is why it is done in such a manner. So these two functionalities are ready and you have understood why exactly I did that. Now we need to work on the restart functionality. How to perform the restart functionality, for which I will be creating a function this dot on restart. What's gonna happen? Don't worry, I'll create it now. Well, it is already created because I'm using it somewhere possibly. Let me just check it. Where is that particular function? This is the one. So on restart, what exactly I need to do? Well, let me pass it here. And in this, I will apply the functionality in the quiz service itself. So I will call the quiz service and will work on the restart function there, which I'm going to create. And after doing that, once the questions are restarted, which means I have to remove all the selected answers to start the quiz once again with the same questionnaire. I also have to set is submitted to false along with sliding back to the first question, which can be done in this particular way. Also, you can check the questions array if you want to. Okay, so that is what I have done in this on restart functionality. So let's work on the quiz service now to create this function and apply the functionality. Let's go there, quiz service. And I'll just scroll down. Well, after calculations, let's go for it. So I'll create a function called restart in this particular way, where I'm going to update my questions, like I said earlier, in which I'm going to map the questions array, which is present within this current questions. And I'm going to extract the selected answer separately along with the rest of the stuff in this particular manner. So this is very handy, with the help of which I'm creating a new object without selected answer, and will simply return the rest of the object data except the selected answer. So this is one of the ways with the help of which you can extract and separate the properties within an object by creating a new one. And after doing that, the questions array will be updated, means the writable signal function will be updated and it will spread everywhere. Along with that, I will also start the timer with the exam duration that we have already set up into this writable signal function. Remember? So the timer will be started along with the questionnaire. Now it's time to test it out whether it works properly or not. Okay, let me just restart the timer. That's what I need to do. Got it? Let's try it out. I'll get back, exit, pass two questions and go for selection. Let me select a duration of 1 minute and go for it. So it has started. Let me select anything. Okay, go for it. Go for this. Click on submit and I'm going to submit it up. 2 correct answers, 0 wrong, 0 skipped. And if I go for replay now, just check this out. It is going back to the first question once again. The timer is restarted along with all the checked answers is gone. So that's how the functionality is working. If you select it once again, it's going to give you the result. Let's say the second one, I'll pick a wrong answer, go for submit, and you will see 1 correct, 1 wrong and 0 skip. And also you can see the score too. Again, you want to replay, you can do that up and go for it once again. So that's how the things are working. Replay functionality is working as expected. And see, if I clicked on the back button, the quiz is exited, because when we go for replay, let me just show you. When we go for replay, I'm just restarting it up and I'm not setting is restart to false. So I can do one more thing here. I can set is restart to false here, but that will already be done when the model is exited. So I don't need to do that. And actually I'm happy that on click of the back button, it is exiting the quiz, because I don't want it to go back to the previous page once again. And if you want to, definitely I have to set is restart to true, not false, because if restart is false, then definitely you are exiting the quiz. That's what I have done here. All right, let's try it once again. If I go for it and select anything, go for it, next, submit, yes, I get the result. If I click on it, I'm getting back to the home screen. That's what I need actually. And if you don't want that, you can just toggle this condition and that's how it's going to work. Alright, so far so good. Whatever we have done, everything is implemented properly for the restart part. Anything we missed, let's check it out once again. I think everything is good to go. It's time to work with the view answers. So let's go for that. Now we are going to work with the view answers, for which I'll create another array that will hold the questions along with the answers or the skipped ones. Everyone will be there. But why I need to create a different array? Because I need to filter from that particular array. Basically, if you are looking for, let's say, correct answers, so I need to show you the correct answers only, and I don't want to play around with the existing array that we have for the questions. And that is why I'll not touch this, but I'll create a different one. So let's work on that. Now I'll create a signal function which will be used for view answers model. And this is the one that I need. I've named it as answered questions. Now I also need to prepare a setter for it. So let me just scroll down, and here I'll create one for the answered questions. I'll be needing one more to open a model. I have not created any model for view answers, but I'm going to do so. So let's create a boolean flag for that also. So let's get back to the top once again, where I'll initialize it. A boolean flag in this particular manner named as isAnswer. Let's set this up to, because I need to use this particular one wherever needed. Let me pass it here, set isAnswer, and whatever the value you pass, it's going to set that particular value here. Fine. So far, so good. We just need to play around with the functionality for the view answers now. So if you click on the button called view answers, then what we will do is, let me just get rid of it. I need to do two things. I need to set up the answered questions array, which will hold the questions array. Along with that, I also need to set isAnswer to true, which I'm going to do it in this particular way. So now what is the catch here? To set this answered questions, I have to call a functionality from my quiz service. Now, why have I done it in this particular way? This function is not yet present in the quiz service, which I'm going to create right now, and I have passed all, which means if nothing is passed, then I want to get all the questions with the answers, whatever it is. But if you want to filter via correct answers, wrong answers, or skipped answers, definitely you can do that too. That is why this function will come into very handy. So in the similar way which we have done earlier, I'm going to prepare a model in this manner. See, I have an identifier, then did dismiss will set isAnswer to false. This is a function which we are using, and it will open up if the value of isAnswer is true. I'm giving a breakpoint system because I don't want it to take the full screen. Instead of that, I want it to be moving from the top. That is why I have given one here, which means it is going to take almost a full screen, but still breakpoints are being given, and you will see the design changes in that. Don't need to worry, which means that you can bring it down or move in Y direction properly with the help of these breakpoints, and you can have more breakpoints if you want to. Now within this Ion model, I'm going to work around with the design part. So I'm going to start off with ng template, within which I'm going to start off with an Ion header part. Now the Ion header will have no border in my case, and I will also pass a custom class called answers, with which I can work around in the CSS. Now you must be thinking why I'm not working with this particular stuff in a different component. Well, because the things that I need here in the header part, I'm going to keep it in this particular design itself, means in the quiz page itself in the HTML part, and the stuff that is going to change, which means the view answer part, the questions that we are going to see with the correct, wrong, or skip answers, we will create a component for that particular part. Alright, that's what I'm thinking of. If you want, definitely you can move this particular part in a different component, but I don't feel the need of that. Now within this header, I'll have the toolbar and a button on the right side for closing it up. So in this particular manner, I'll prepare the title called view answer, given the mode to be MD, so that it will position it itself in this particular place, because in iOS mostly it is as the center part, which I don't want. I want a close button on the right side, means on the end part in this particular way. That is why I've given this thing, and this close icon, I have to pass it in my constructor to make it work, because the icons, whatever we are using, we have to pass that particular icons only. Now in the constructor, too many icons are being passed. Let me pass close also along with it. Okay, close is already passed, so I don't need to do it again. Leave it and align everything properly. Once that is done, this part is okay. Toolbar is done, means header part is ready. But is it actually ready? Not yet. I will create another toolbar in which I'm going to have the ion segment for different options, like for correct one segment, for wrong one segment, for skipped one section or segment. Now, how to design it up? I'm going to make use of the ion segment. Let me just show you quickly what exactly I'm doing. So this is the one that I'll be implementing it up. Let me just explain you. So ion toolbar is being used with ion segment. So this is the one that is responsible, in which by default I am giving the value as all to be set as a default value, which means this will be the selected one by default. That will show all the questions, whether it is correct, wrong, skipped, whatever it is. Now the mode I have given it of iOS, because in iOS you get boxes kind of stuff. That's what I want to show instead of MD, because in Android device what you will see is you have segment 1 just a name, segment 2 just a name, segment 3 just a name, and the one that is selected you will have it just a line at the bottom. You will not have the boxes kind of a design. So I want to show the boxes kind of a design. That is why I've given mod to be iOS, and on change of it I'll trigger the filter answers. Don't worry, I'll work on this functionality, because if you click on anything else, this value should be passed, the one that is clicked. So all correct, wrong and skipped. On skipped, you are passing skip. You can change the name, whatever you pass here, that will be passed within this. Okay, so we can change the functionality if you want to. Like I said earlier, if you don't want to pass all, well, you can just shift it and change as per my requirement, as we did earlier. So far so good. We can reduce one of the things. I think that would be better. So why don't I pass questions here and remove this stuff? I think that would be better if I remove this particular part. Why do complicate things and make it else if value triple equals to skip? That's what we will be passing, right? I think that would be better. So this is fine. Whichever way you like, you can just work on it. Let me keep it as it is. If you want, you can execute this particular part also. So this thing is ready. You will be able to see the design in some time. Don't need to worry. So the header part is done. Now after the header part, I'll prepare my ion content. So ion content, I've given the color, background color will be light color. Now within this ion content, I'm going to loop my answered questions. So question of answered questions, that was the name I think, right? And I'm going to track it by index. All right. So when you loop it up, it's going to show you the each and every question in a particular component. That is what we are going to create here. So the component will be used to view the answer for the question, for a question of quiz. All right. Now, what will be the name that I will be giving for this particular component? Let me pass it within the components folder, and I'll name it as view answer. Okay, great. It's created. Let me pass it here directly now. So app view answer imported. Now let's check it out in our TS file whether this ion segment and everything is imported properly or not, because if it is not imported, then definitely we need to check it out. So ion segment, I don't think so it is imported, so we have to do it manually. Ion segment, or instead of doing it in this particular way, I have another option. Let me comment it for once and try it in my HTML. What all things are left to be done? If I hover on it, it is imported. I think what else is left? This one is left, imported. Problem is solved. And what about this view answers? Is not a known element. Why? Come on, imported now. Great. So all the problems are solved. Now I'll once again uncomment it. So far so good. I also need to create this particular function to get rid of the error. Let me just scroll down towards the bottom. Where should I go? Well, this view answers, possibly here. Filter answers, in which I'll get an event that will be the value of type string. That's what I'm going to get, right? So everything is good to go. Why this is creating a problem? It's not assignable to type string. All right. That's a problem. So let me give it of type any. You can even pass event also if you want to. And actually this will be an event only. Why? Because this event will trigger in which I'm going to get detail.value. Means if I have to access the value, I'll get event.detail.value. That's how I have to access. I thought that I'm sending it from the component, so that is why I made a mistake. Not to worry. Now it is sorted. I remember. So I'll get the value within a constant. Let me call it a value and event.detail.value. That's how I'm going to get the value out of it. And as soon as I get the value, I will set this particular stuff once again with the value that I'm getting here. So simply copy this stuff, paste it here and replace this thing with value that is being passed within the filter answers. That's what you need to do, and everything will work as expected. Now, before showing you the design, let me import iron. Okay, we have already imported, I think, iron segment and everything. Yes, I think I did that just now. So it's time to check it out. Let's go back, and what I'll do now, okay, let's go back from here, and if I implement it up, okay, one more thing I remember, I have to handle the back button also for the models that I have prepared. So don't worry, I'm just going to do now. If I don't do that, then back button will not work as expected, the hardware back button. So I am selecting this stuff, and now this is the correct answer. Let's go back, means the next one. Okay, fine. Me select the type none number. Okay, fine. Submit. All answers are correct. I know that. If I click on view answers, another model will pop up, and this was the design which I was talking about. See, this is nested models which is popping up, and just look at this. I'm getting all the options here, right? And based on that, the design will show up. The corrected answers are 3, wrong answers none, skip none, and that is why it's showing. All right, which means the component is getting called, and in that particular component, I just have to show the stuff. That means our filtration part is properly working. So you got that stuff, right? This is coming up because we have given the mode to be iOS. Otherwise, you won't get this kind of a design. And this was for the breakpoints. I could move it wherever I want. The minimum is 0.7. That's a breakpoint. That is why if I just move it at the bottom, it will scroll to the minimum one. And here also there is a breakpoint of 0.9 and finally 1. That's why this is being used. And if you scroll towards the bottom or click outside, it's gone. So that's how you can work around with this particular stuff. So far so good. I have to handle the models for the hardware back button. So let's do that. Now to do that, I have to create view child for both the stuff. Let's do it here. So view child for the answers model. I'll use view child where it will be of type ion model. Import it. It was already imported, so I don't need to do it again and again. And what was the identifier? Answers model, as far as I remember. Don't worry, we'll check it out. And the next one will be result model. That's gonna be equals to view child. It will also be ion model. And what is the name of the identifier that we have given for this? I think result underscore model was the name. Okay, and you can move it at the top because the result model was made first, then the answers model. Let's confirm it in our HTML. So this is what? Answers model, spelling is fine, and result model. So we got the proper names now. Once we got the proper names, I have to go to my handle back button function. Where was it? There we go. In this, you have handled the alert. Now, along with that, I also need to handle 2 more models, which is answers model. If it is open, then I'm going to dismiss the model, and you can just remove this console log if you want. Definitely, you can check it out. That if it is present, it is getting dismissed and you are simply returning it up so that it doesn't go to the next line. And if result model is available, then you are going to dismiss that too and return it so that this functionality will not be executed. Now, result model is made first, so I'm going to pass that here. I want to follow the pattern. If you don't follow also, it's fine, but I prefer to do so. So both of them are handled nicely for the back button also, which is great. You can have some comment if you want, but I'm okay with it. Now, where were we? I think we executed everything properly. Do we have to work on the design part? Let's check it out. Do we need anything here for the design? And also one more thing, I have made it scrollable. So if you have more options, you can just scroll horizontally the iron segment. So in the CSS, I'm going to work around with the header part where we have a class called answers. I'm going to work around with that along with the iron segment buttons. So let me go to the quiz page SCSS file, which is already opened up, or if it is not open, you can go there and open it up. Now here, what I have to do is, I will at first actually to start working with the design part, I forgot that I'm using iron chip here, and I think I should make it bold. Even I need to change the font size to make it bigger along with bold. So let me just work on the iron chip. For the iron chip, I'll work on the iron text to make it bigger. Now it looks perfect, right? Bigger and better, which is great. Now I'm going to work with the answers class, which is present on the iron header, in which I'll make the background to be transparent and the color of the toolbar to be the primary contrast color. Now, what is the primary contrast color? Let me just show you. I'll go to variables.scss file, in which if I just scroll towards the top, this is the color, which is white color that is being set here. So the toolbar will have the whitish color. Now let's get back to the SCSS file. I have to work around with the iron segment button, which is present within the iron toolbar. So iron segment button will have a background which is checked, means the one that is selected will have the white color, otherwise it is going to have the primary color. Let's check it out how it performs. If I get back and click on exit, okay, select something, go for it, go for next, select one out of it. Alright, fine. Let me just submit and I do get 1 out of 3. Let's go for view answers and just check this out. The one that is selected will have the background color also as primary and the indicator color also primary. I think I said it wrong. It was the opposite, and the other things will have the whitish color. So the one that is selected will have this particular color. 2 skipped, 0 wrong, 1 corrected, and all of them will show up here. So that is what it means. I just forgot. I thought this was the one that is coming up on the checked. So it happens, not to worry. That's why you always need to check it and then execute it up to prevent any kind of a problem. Now the design part is also done. I'm happy with this design part. So we can move ahead and work with the other things, which is actually this component. Let's go and build this up. Now let's work around with this component, in which what I'll do, at first I will be sending 2 information. Let me pass that up. Don't worry, I'm going to make the input signal in that particular component right now. The first one is the question. So each and every question I'm going to send it in this particular way, question, in which I'll send the question data. Along with that, I will also send the index to ensure which number of question it is, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's send the index. Even you can +1 here, or you can do it in the component itself. So I'll do it at the component level. Don't need to worry. So these 2 things are being sent and I'll align everything properly. Once that is done, what I'll do, I'll go to the component and work with that now. So which one was it? This is the component. Let's design it up. But first of all, let's go to the component level and pass 2 things. Question equals to input. And if you're passing input, it will be read-only that you can pass. If you don't pass, still it's fine, but passing it will make sure that this will be read-only and it will not take any other thing. Now it will hold the question data initialized to nothing. I'll keep it as it is. Now for the index, same read-only index equals to input of type number. Initial value will be 0 if nothing is passed. Those 2 are ready. Now let's get back to our HTML and start working with it. To start off, I'm going to have everything within an item group where I'll pass some margin. That is why I'm using that up and margin. Now this is not getting imported automatically. So same drill, pass standalone to true. Also pass the imports as an empty array. Once you do that up, and if you hover on it, it's taking it up. Okay. Now within this item group, I'm going to have more than one item. That is why it is being used. And the first item I'm going to have, let me just pass it quickly. So here what have I done? I have first of all prepared a variable called selected answer that will take the selected answer from the question data. Alright, so I'm sending only one question. I'll get the answer out of it, the selected one. Along with that, I will also match if it is the correct answer or not. Then I will just hover on it to get it imported. This is my item where I am not passing any lines, in which I am passing a label to show the index +1. That means I'll show the question number. So in this particular one, what am I doing? I'm passing the index, adding 1 to it to show the question number, and then I'm showing the text whether it is the corrected one, skipped or wrong, for which I'm passing everything within a strong tag to make it bold. And this is match. If it is true, that means it is the correct answer. Then this text will be shown. Otherwise, if any answer is selected, that means it is not skipped. It is wrong. Otherwise, it is a skipped answer. Alright. That is how this is being designed. Along with that, for the color also, I'm doing the same. If the correct answer, green color. If wrong, danger. Otherwise, warning for skipped. So far, this is very easy to understand because we haven't done a lot of things. Just the label and the text. To show you up, let me just go back, dismiss it, pass the questionnaire form properly. Let's go to next. I'll select an answer, goes to submit, click on yes, view answers. You see, one is shown and skipped, correct is shown. Now you can slot it towards the end also if you want to. So let me just do one thing. The slot for the in text, I'll set it to end. Then it would be better. Now, once this is prepared, the next things I need to prepare it here. Let's do that within another item. So in the next item, I will show the question in this particular way within the label, which is coming up. So you can simply understand that question number 1 is skipped and this is the question that is coming up. Now after this, I also need to show the options, for which I'll get the variable for holding my options that is present within the question object that we are going to get. Along with that, I will loop that particular options that I'm going to get and design it up as expected. But before starting the design, I'll make two more variables to shorten up my work within the HTML, within the next line item that I'm going to have, which will be is correct answer, is selected answer. So if the answer is matching with the option, the one that is coming up here, then that will be is correct answer. In that particular manner, I can simply pass that this option is correct within the loop. And the one that is selected will also come up if I check it with this option. So that is how I'm checking the one that is selected and the one that is the correct answer. So I'm getting to both the values. Now let's work with the design part. So the design will start with an ion item where lines will be none, within which I'm going to pass the ion label for the option in this particular manner. So the option color, if it is the correct answer, then the color will be success for the ion label. Otherwise, if it is the selected answer and it is not the correct answer, then the color will be danger. Otherwise, the color will be dark. Dark will happen if it is skipped. Alright. So that is how it is being prepared. Now let me just align it properly. Alright. This is aligned now. Now this ion label will show up. Let me just show you how exactly it's going to show up. So exit, go for number of questions, select anything, go for it. Select it up. Any wrong answer I've selected and go for submit. I'm going to show the answers. There you go. You can see this one is the corrected one. It is coming up. This is the corrected one and this is the wrong answer which I have selected. That is why it is danger color. That is what is showing up here. Now this is not it. I want to show something at the very start. Means before this particular option I want to show something like tick mark or cross. Let's work on that part now. For which I have to pass something within slot to be start. I can do it at the top or bottom because the slot start will detect it automatically where I need to place it. Now this part is quite interesting. I will put on everything within a condition. So if the answer that we have passed is the correct answer for this particular option, then I'm going to show the ion icon whose name will be checkmark circle. Slot will be start and the color will be success. Otherwise, I will check if the answer that is selected is there, means any answer which is selected and that is not the correct answer. In that scenario, what am I going to do? I will show a danger color with a closed circle icon. And finally, if both things are not there, which means the option that is there is the skipped, means you have not selected those particular options and it is a skipped answer. In that scenario, I'll show a radio button which will be disabled, slot will be start of course, and the color will be light. That's what I want to show. Means if you click on it, nothing will happen. Just for the design part, I'm showing a radio button. So this is the design which I will be having. Now let me just show you how exactly it works. But before that, I need to pass these icons. Where I need to pass, wherever I'm calling it up. So I'm calling it in my quiz page. I need to pass it here in the constructor. Otherwise, you can do it in component level also. But I prefer to do it here because I'm not going to use it anywhere else as of now. So checkmark circle is already here, but I need close circle also. So let me have close circle here too. Now we are good to go. Let's try it out. I'll go to this particular HTML file. Let's quit this particular quiz and start it again. 2 questions. Let's go for more questions, like 10 questions and JavaScript. For 2 minutes is fine. So I'll get many questions here. Let's go for it. I'll just randomly select some. I know this is the answer, but I'm going to select a wrong answer. This one I'll skip. The answer is number. Now, which JavaScript feature allows a function to run before it is declared? Hosting is the answer. Let me select that. And I think I've selected one wrong, possibly. So stringify, this is the one. But let me go for this particular answer. Let's go for it and I'll hit on submit. That's great. That's what I did. Let's view the answers now. Okay, great. This is the correct answer which I have selected. Now in this case, the second one, I've selected the wrong answer. This is the correct answer which is showing up, which is great. The third one, this is the correct answer that is also showing up. Fourth one is correct, but actually I selected 2 correct answers. Why it is giving me this answer? This is skipped. So this is wrong. I need to correct it. Possibly something is wrong here. I'll work on it, but look at this. This is also correct. Okay, I think this is looping up over. How many questions were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is correct. Second is wrong. Skip. This is skipped. Skipped is wrong. Yes, this is correct. and this one is also correct. So skipped is coming as wrong for this particular options. Let me check that out. All right, actually this is fine. For skipped, I actually have to show you the right answer. That is why this is being done, which is fine. I thought I'd made a mistake, but no, everything is okay. I want to show you the correct answer, but nothing is selected, so I cannot show you anything else, which is fine. So everything is good to go within this design, and I'm liking it. Even if you want to show anything else here, definitely you can for the remaining ones, but I'm okay with it. So our view answer model is properly ready. If you click on this button, it will exit as we have given the functionality in that particular manner, right? So everything is ready for the view answer component and model. I don't think I have to manage anything here as of now. All right, let me just confirm everything, which is fine. So after this is done, what is left? Well, one thing is left, not one, actually two things. Let me just show you. Well, if I go ahead and just do anything, go for it. Now these functionalities are left. We have applied these functionalities, but we haven't used it yet. It's time to use it, which will help you to go to any question by filtering it up. Means you can see which questions you have selected, skipped, or everything. You will see with the help of this filter button, and you can pass any question as the marked answer. Means you will check it later on, or you want to mark it as important, whatever you want. You can do it with this particular one. So this functionality needs to be implemented, which we are going to check it now. Now I have closed all the files and just opened up the quiz page HTML file in which I have executed the buttons for the marked. So let me just get back and show you. Okay, it is exited. Let's get to it and select something. Go for play. If I click on it, nothing is happening as such, but the functionality is almost ready from the HTML part. Now I just need to work around with this mark answer functionality because I already have is marked, which I have already created. Let me just show you. That's the one. If it is true, then it will show the warning. Means that if it is checked, and how we will detect that up? Because in the question interface, we have an option or we have a property called marked. If it is present, that means it is true. It is already marked. If not, then it is false. That's what I'm doing. So I hope you remember when we did that. Now it's time to work with the functionality which I have left as empty. So where was it? I think at the bottom probably. Let's search that. There we go. This is the functionality that we need to execute. So what I exactly need to do here is I have to go to my service and create a functionality for updating my questions array where I have to pass this marked property. Let me show you how exactly I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to call that particular function here itself to execute that up. Okay, let's get to it. And here I'm going to work with the marked answer. So this is the functionality that I'm going to implement. So marked answer where I'm going to pass only the index. Because with the help of the index, I'm going to determine that particular question. And based on that, I will update my object. So how am I doing that? Questions array, and I'm performing the update because that's how we do it in a writable signal function. I'm getting the array and mapping it up where I'm passing two things. One is the question, means that particular object one by one in this particular mapping functionality. And the second one is the index. So the index within this particular array. If the index within this matches with the index that we have passed in the parameter, that means this is the one where we need to pass the marked functionality, which means this particular property we need to set it to true if it is not there. Otherwise, I have to toggle it. That is why what am I doing is I'm checking it up if it is present already or not. If it is already present, I'm simply going to toggle the value. If it is true, I'll set it to false. If it is false, I'll set it to true. Otherwise, if it is not there, then I'm simply setting it to true. So that is what I'm doing. Basically, if you haven't selected even once, then that means that if you're clicking on it, you are selecting it up, which means that this should be flagged as marked. Otherwise, the toggling will be done. That's what it means. I'm explaining twice so that you understand everything nicely. That's the stuff I have done here. This is a simple thing which we have seen earlier also. Just the object I have prepared. That's it. Rest is the same. Okay. So once this is ready, everything is good to go. And now I can apply this functionality into my quiz page TS file. I'll go to the quiz page TS file and call my quiz service dot mark answer, which will accept the current index that I'm going to get from the current index. This is the one. Alright, so this is how I'm going to get the current index and I will pass it up. Because on slide change, I am updating my current index every time. So how easily we have executed this functionality, it's time to check it. So I'll get back, exit it, pass few questions and select a category, go for it. Now, if I click it, see, it's marked. And if I click again, it's gone. Again, marked. Similarly, if I go to another question, click it as marked, get back. This one was already marked. I'll just toggle it and get back. See, this is marked. This is unmarked. This is marked. If I click on it, this is also unmarked. This is also unmarked. So everything is working as expected. Now we need to show the review model where you will see all the ones that are marked, that are corrected, wrong, whatever it is, the number of questions that we have, you will see each and everything. So it's time to implement data. So now everything is ready for the review model. We have isReview and the setter function for that too. On click of the button, which we have here options outline, if you click on that, the review model should open up. So basically, let me just show you. If we go inside it and if you click on this button, I need some functionality to be done basically to open up a model, for which I'll scroll towards the bottom and create a model here. This model will be for the review. So I'll name it as review model in this particular manner. So this is the model, basic model which I have prepared, same as the one that we did earlier for the view answers. Basically, it is having an identifier. The dismiss will set it to false. That means isReview will be set to false and it will open up only if it is true. I pass the breakpoints. The lowest breakpoint is 0.8. That is my initial breakpoint also. That means it will open up, the model will open up at 0.8 value, which means approximately 80% of the height from the bottom. So that is what it's going to work. Now within this, I will have the design. To start off, I'm going to pass ng template. Well, that's what we need to pass within our Ion model at first. And in the template, I'll do certain design. Now the header part, I'm going to directly pass it. The header will consist of a title in the toolbar along with the closing button on the right side, means on the end part. So it's pretty same as we did earlier. So I'm just passing it up. Ion header, Ion toolbar, Ion title. The only thing that I changed is the mode. I've given the mode to be MD because I want this review quiz to be shown on this particular part, means on the left side of the screen if you're working in LTR direction, left to right direction. That is why mode is MD, because in iOS it comes at the center, as I explained you earlier also. Then this particular button on the slot end part, where if you click on this button which has close icon, it will close the model because I am calling the identifier and dismissing it using the dismiss function. Alright, and the color of it is dark. So let me just show you how exactly it will look like. If I get back, pass something, select a category, go for it. And if I click on it, just check this out. This is what we will be getting. If you click on it again, it's going to show up and you can just move around. So a lot of things you can do. Now we need to design the main part. Let's work on that. For which I'll get out of this header part and will prepare my Ion content, in which I am going to pass Ion padding. Now within this Ion content, I am going to create a component, a separate component which I'm going to call here. So I'm going to name that component as review. So let me create that quickly. Ionic G component, within the components folder, I'm going to name it as review. Let's create that. Once that is created, I'm going to pass it here, app review. This is the one. I need to import it. Let's check it out whether it is imported or not. Otherwise, I have to do it myself. Yes, it is imported. Great. Now, what things I need to pass here? I have to pass the questions array. So to pass the questions, I will actually prepare an input signal in my review component, but I will pass it directly as we have done earlier also, within which I'm going to pass the questions function. So once I have passed this, what am I going to do? I'll go to this particular component. Where was it? In the components folder. I got the review component, within which I'll go to the TS file at first and create my read-only questions equals to input signal. This is the one which will be of type question interface array and initialized to, let's say, empty array. So this is prepared now. Once this is prepared, I won't get any error here. And now let's design it up in our review. So in this at first, I'm going to start off with Ion item divider, because I need to pass a title there, and this is a better option to work with, in which I'll show the questions length. So in this particular manner, I will prepare it. Questions function dot length. All right. Now it will not be imported automatically. We have seen earlier. Let's fix that. Now this is ready. If I hover on it again, it's done. Great. After this is ready, the next thing I need to work with is an iron row. Now you must be wondering what exactly I'm trying to achieve. Let me just show you. So basically this is a design which I'm going to build where you will see the question length along with a number of rows consisting of columns. So this is one row consisting of maximum of 6 columns. That means it will be divided in 6 parts. Every column will have a size of 2. So in that particular manner, you will have all the questions, and here I will have the option to see, to inform you which one are the answered ones, not answered, if it is marked for review, how it's going to look like, and the one that is marked for review and answered, that's going to look little different. That's how you're going to understand by the color of the background and the text color. So it's very interesting. At the very end, you are going to have a submit button to submit the entire quiz. So let's prepare that one by one. Now in this iron row, I'll pass a class of iron margin top because I need some margin at the top. And within this iron row, like I said earlier, I will be passing iron column, but I will loop it up because for every question I need in separate column. So question of questions function, everything will be tracked by its index, or you can pass ID, whatever you want to. Now within this loop, simply work with iron column of size 2 every time. Now the design that I'm going to build within this is quite interesting because for that I'm going to prepare another component that's going to behave as a widget for us. Let me name it first, or create it actually. So Ionic G components within the widgets folder, and the name of it will be text outline button. Let's create it. So once this is created, let me design it up. And you will be able to see here, let's call it here, then you will be able to see the design too. So app text outline button, and it will be imported. Let's go to the particular widget and work on it. So I'll start off with the TS file. Now here I'm going to prepare certain properties which will allow you to understand the coloring effect, whether it is just coloring the border or the background color, whatever it is. Just look at it. So fill, you can pass outline, you can pass solid, or you can pass clear also if you don't want to pass any border or outline or anything, or any background also. The button color also you can change. That is also is present. You can handle everything dynamically, the design that we're going to just create. The text color also you can handle it up, and if you click on it, that will also be handled here. So let me just import it. Once that is done, let's go to the design part and work on it. So I'll go to the design, remove it, and before starting to work with it, let me pass standalone to be true, or instead let me just pass imports to be this particular array, and let's try it out. I'll go to the HTML and show you the design, which is actually quite simple. I'll show you directly. See what have I done here. Let's import it first. If hovering on it, see it's not getting imported, so definitely I have to pass what I did earlier, standalone to be true. I want them to fix it as soon as possible. So now hovering on it will work. Okay, so what is happening here is I'm having a button. So each column that you saw here, we have this particular design that is actually a button. Now within this button, you have the option of like fill, whether you are filling the background or you're keeping it as just outline. By default, it is outline. So I've kept that. You can change the color of the background of the button or the outline also. You can work on that. Whatever color you pass, it's going to take it. And on click of it, I'm going to call a function. Don't worry, I'll just show you how exactly I'm going to work on it. Now within this button, I will show the text. Now what will be the text? Whatever text you are going to pass from the review component, it's going to take that. And also the color that you are going to pass. By default, I have set some values, and rest, whatever you pass, it's going to take that. Now I need to prepare the function called onClick. So basically this particular onClick function will emit an event for the tabbed. That's going to be done in this particular way. So if you click on this particular button, any button, the event will be emitted and you will be redirected to that particular question. So how it's going to work, we will see in some time. let's go to my review component because this is ready. I think I should work around with the design part a bit. But before working with anything, I want to show you how it looks like so that you can understand. Let me quit this and start it again. All right, let's play around. If I click on it, just check. I have two questions which is shown in this particular part. Since I have not passed any text or anything, it is not showing up as expected. So now what I'll do, I'll simply work with the design part here and then move to my review and pass all the things that is needed. Or I can do vice versa also. I think vice versa would be better. So let's go to our HTML of the review component and I'm going to pass few stuff here. So this is the stuff which I have passed, in which I'm preparing variable called fill. If any answer that is selected or it is marked, then it will be solid, otherwise it will be outline. If the question is marked, then I will show the warning color for the button. Otherwise, if the question is having a selected answer, then I will show the primary color, otherwise it's going to show the light gray color. Then for the text color, I'm looking for if the question is marked and the answer is selected, then I'm going to show the primary color. Otherwise, if the answer is only selected but not saved as marked, then I will not show anything for the text color. It will be the default color only based on the background. And if both the conditions are not satisfied, then it will be a dark color. All right. So that's the stuff which I have implemented. And based on that, I have filled up everything here. The button color, text. In the text, I am passing the index +1, which will mark the question number. Then the text color is also passed, button color, fill, everything is passed. On click of it, I will create a functionality called open slide. Let's go for it. Now, if you click on open slide, what I will do, I will emit an event for which I'll create here slide equals to output. That's going to be of type Boolean. Or instead of Boolean, I should pass a number, right? Let me show you why exactly I did that. So let me prepare the functionality, open slide. I'm just going to pass the index. That's what I'm going to do. So if I'm passing the index, I'll come to know which one to open. Okay. That's why it is very, very vital. Now let me go to the HTML. Where is it? Sometimes you get confused. That is why you need to have lesser files to be opened up. So this is fine. Now let's check it out once again, how it looks like. All the errors are gone. We can check it very easily. Let's go for it. And if I click on it, okay, two questions are showing up. Even this design, I'm not liking it a lot, but I'll fix it. So let me mark the second one as marked. Let's check it now. See, the background is changed and the text color is, I think, dark color, possibly. So this is how it's going to change. Let's work on this particular design a bit more because it's not looking that great. So let me go to the SCSS file of the text outline button and work on it. So I want to do a lot of things. I'll just work on the button design, in which I'm going to pass some border radius to it. Width and height, I'm going to increase a bit more so that it is more visible, and the text size of the iron text, I'll increase it a bit. Now it is much more visible, right? After this is done, still the thing is not over. I'll go and work with the review component or SCSS file also for the design part, because I need to fix this particular thing. So for this particular iron item divider, I'll pass some design, like the background, I'll make it transparent. Font size, I'll pass it as medium, or you can pass in REM or pixel, whatever you want. And font weight is 500 so that it becomes little bold, which is looking nice now. Okay, time was out. So time up and it was showing me the result now. That's great. Actually, I'm liking it. I didn't show you this part, right? Now it is coming up automatically, which is great. Once that is done, let's move on and design everything up, which is the remaining part. So what I have to do is, let me first align everything properly. Okay, it is too clumsy now. I don't want this kind of a thing. So let me just break it down a bit more. Okay, I think it is fine. Now I need to move on with the design part, and I have to prepare this particular part, right? For which I will create this up in another row. And for each and every stuff that I have here, it's similar, but the name and icon is different, for which I'll create another widget. Let me just show you. I'll simply pass it here at first and then I'll create it. So this is for the buttons or information info buttons. Let's call them that. Info disable buttons, because those buttons will not have any click events. But let's keep it in this particular way. Info buttons. And I'll simply pass this within a row. Okay, so this is what I have prepared, a row within which size 6 for the first two, size 6 for all the 4 buttons that I will be having, and I have named the component as icon clear button. Let's create that up quickly. So within the widgets, the name will be icon clear button. It will be created now. And once that is created, I'll just import it here and the error will go away. Now within this, I will pass the title and the icon color. Those are the two things which I need to change. Rest will remain the same. Well, nothing else is there. Only a button with an icon and a text. That is only the thing that is present there. Alright. Okay. So simple design. Also, there is one more thing. If something is marked, then I need to play around with it a bit more because I need to change the icon color. Okay. So this is little tricky, which we have to implement. So let's go to the component and work on it. I'll go to that stuff. This is the one. Let's get inside it and work on it. First of all, I'll start off with the TS file like we did earlier. So within this component, let me prepare the stuff that I need dynamically. So I need the title. I need the icon color. Both of them will be string. Fill like earlier we did. By default, I'll keep this time as solid. And if it is marked, then that also I'll track it down. Don't worry, when you see the design, you will understand what exactly I'm trying to do there. And if you click on that particular button, you can have something to be triggered if I want, but I don't think I need anything regarding that. I'm not going to work with that, but rest of the things I'm going to show it up. So let's perform on it quickly. I'll go to the HTML and work with that. So let me just clear it up. Also, before starting off with that, I need to pass standalone to be true and everything so that it gets auto imported. Otherwise, I have to do it later on. Imports in this way and it's done. Let's go to the HTML and start working with it. Now in the HTML, I'm going to start off with a button. So iron button will be passed, in which I'm going to expand it to block so that it can take the full size, and fill will be clear so that there won't be any border or any background color. Only text and icon will show up. The size will be small because I don't want it to be quite big. Also, the default color, there will be obviously the color I'm going to pass. That will be dark color. That means the text color will be dark here. And on click of it, you can have some event to be triggered. Like let me pass on click function that we did earlier also. So if you want to do that, definitely you can. We'll check it if you want to execute that up. For the time being, let me just prepare the functionality. If you want to use it anywhere, definitely you can. Okay, let's prepare it up and I'm going to emit this dot, tabbed dot, emit. I'm going to pass the title this time. That is why I kept it as string, not boolean or anything else. So whatever title you pass, I'm going to throw that. This dot title function. Or if you want to do anything else, definitely you can. But I want to do this. Anyways, once that is done, let's get back to our design. Format that. Now within this button, I will prepare an icon. But before the icon, I also want the title to be shown. So title will be shown here, and the icon will have slot to be start so that it will show on the starting position, means before the title. If the direction is right to left, then it will show on the right side, otherwise on the left side. I hope you know about this directions part. In Arabic, we will write from right to left, right? In that scenario, the direction will be different. Now, what will be the name for this icon? That's going to be dynamic. And how I'm going to prepare it up? If it is marked, if the value of that is true, then I'm going to pass check mark. Otherwise, I will pass check mark circle. Check mark circle. That's what I'm going to do. So basically, if you see the design, I have check mark circle in all the places mostly, but in this, the last one, I just need check mark because this is for marked, right? And I need to play around with the design part a bit. That is why I'm doing that, because that design, I cannot change the check mark color. So I have to prepare it manually. Now, along with that, means along with the name, I will also pass the color which is being passed dynamically. So the color function will be used here, not the color function. Actually, it will be the icon color function that I have prepared. And finally, I will also prepare a class. So if it is marked, then I'm going to use ng class. Okay. Let me just get rid of it. Now, here I'm going to pass the class name. Let me call it marked, which I'm going to prepare, don't need to worry. And it will be called only if is marked is set to true. That's what I'm going to do. Now, to use ng class, either I need common module to be imported, otherwise there is one more option in standalone. In ng module approach, definitely you don't need to do anything because it is already there by default whenever you're passing it in a module. But in standalone project, you have to pass ng class. That's the best option that you can work with. Once that is done, you can go to the HTML and you see the errors are gone, optimize it up. Now, what else you need to do? Well, you simply need to work with the design part. I'm quite sure you're not getting what exactly I have done so far. So let's do it one by one. And before jumping into that, let me just I think I have both the icons already available in my quiz page. So I don't think I need to do anything else there. Let's verify it once again. Check mark circle. And do I have check mark? I don't think so. I have check mark, but let me pass it. Check mark. Okay. Once that is done, I don't think I need anything else to do it here. Let's try now. Let's get back. Pass a question number. Select it up. Go for it. Pass it as marked. Go for it. See, this is marked and it's showing up. Look at this particular one. The others are showing properly, not this. So I need to work around with this particular one. And how will I do that? I have to apply the mark class, for which I have to prepare it. So let's get to the SCSS file and work on it. So what am I going to do? I'll apply the class along with the icon, ion icon. Everywhere I'm setting the font size to be 1.2 rem by default everywhere. And for the one that is marked, I'll play around with the border, means basically applying the same stuff, only making it circular. That is why border radius 50% with a border of white color that is hardly visible. Then the background will have a warning color, which is this one, which you can see with a font size of 0.9 rem for the icon. So the icon, I have prepared it little smaller here to make it look similar to the one that you can see in other places with a padding of 1 pixel, and it is quite close to the one that we have seen in the design, isn't it? So that's how it is looking, but still the job is not yet done, as I have to make a border and show up everything properly. To do so, what I have to do, I have to go to the component, the review component, and work with it. So for the row, I have given a class here. If you see, where was it? Action buttons. I can also pass info buttons. I have named it as action buttons, and let me pass it here, the class for it. So I'll work on this particular class and pass a border of light gray solid of 1 pixel and a border radius of 10 pixels with a margin of this particular much. At the top, 10 VH, then 1 VH at the right, 2 VH at the bottom, and 1 VH at the left side. So if I do that up, if I go again and see, this was not clear because the back button, I need to handle it properly. I have to get rid of this particular model also if it is present. Anyways, I'll work on it. Don't need to worry. Now here, see, this border is coming up and everything is good to go. Let me fix that. Whatever issues I faced just now, I'll go to the quiz page, and first of all, I'll handle the back button stuff. So handle back button. For this particular review model also, I'll do the same. So what I will do here is, if you have an alert, it will be dismissed. If you don't have an alert but models, then I will dismiss that too. I have to prepare the review model view child. So let's go for that at the top. But the functionality is similar, so I have just passed it directly. And in proper hierarchy also. Let's get back to the top and work on it. View child. So let's scroll and I'm going to pass it here. This is the one. Review quiz model. That's the name which I passed. If you want to confirm, definitely you can go to the HTML file and check that out. Let me just check. Okay, yeah, same name. Great. So this is also ready. Now, where am I calling this functionalities? Because when the time is up, I also need to check at that point of time also. So what am I doing? Submit quiz. Let me just check that. What am I doing here? I told you I'll be executing some more stuff here too. So basically, I have to check if the review model is opened up. I need to close it before moving ahead for the submission. So simply, I'm going to check in this particular way. Dismiss review model, because that's a model that will be present. Nothing else will be done if you're working with the submit part. So this is also tackled now. I won't face this problem again. So everything is good to go. Let me close all the files. And where should I go to? I think this design is almost ready. I don't think I need to do anything else. And what about the review component? Well, still job to do. So let's wait and finish it up. What exactly I need after this? So few more stuff I need. And one more thing you need to remember, I'm not passing any click event here. Means I'm not triggering it up. It's triggered there. If you want to use it, definitely you can. Otherwise, you can skip it. Now, after this row, I need a button also for submission. So let's work on that. I will have a submit button within the review, and that will be quite simple. This is the one that I'm going to implement. Just look at it. And button size is large. We have a text within that called submit, and the text is bold by passing strong to true. Color is primary, expand to block, and on click of it, I will call a function called onSubmit. Let's work on this particular functionality. Rest is pretty okay to work with. So let's go there and create it on submit function. What I have to do is I have to output an event. And what will be that? Well, basically, let me call it submit quiz, and it will be of type boolean. So this dot submit quiz dot emit true. So it's going to emit this particular event, which I'm going to catch in my quiz page. And before going to that, I need to design it little bit for the text within the iron button, because I want to make the text little smaller. Because with button that is large, the text becomes quite big. I don't want that. That is why I'm setting it to 1 rem. Once that is done, I don't think I need to do anything else here. So let's get back to the design part in the quiz HTML. Quiz page HTML, I'll just do few more stuff here. Basically, I need to just tackle the events that will be triggered here. So what all things do I have? Let's do it one by one. I have an event called slide, on click of which I will open up that particular question. So let me create a function called open question. Don't worry, I'm going to create that up, in which I will pass the event that will be triggered, which is basically the index. Along with that, I will also pass the review model. So review quiz model template, I'm going to pass it. That's the identifier with the help of which I can dismiss it directly. I don't need to call anything else. If you definitely need to call, you can do that up, because we have already prepared a view child for this particular thing too. But I'll keep it as it is. The next thing, I will need another event for submit quiz. And on click of it, I will simply call my onSubmit alert function. That is already being prepared, so I don't need to do anything else. Just need to work with this open question functionality. I'll go to the TS file to work with it at the very bottom. Let's prepare it up. I'll just scroll down and prepare this function. So in this function, I will at first have an index of type number. Along with that, I'll also get the template of type iron model, right? So within this, I will at first dismiss the template, that means the model, using the dismiss function, which I can access directly here. And then I will simply call this dot slide to function, in which I will simply pass this index. So it's going to slide to that particular index. That's what is going to happen. You want to check it? Let me just show you how exactly it's going to work. So let's implement it up. I pass 10 questions and select any category. 2 minutes is fine. Let's go for play and let me select something. Let's go for it. Select anything, whatever you want to. Okay, I'm just selecting it up. How do you define an interface in TypeScript? That's the way. Okay, I need some wrong answer also. So let me just pick anything. And if I just mark this one as marked, and what about this one is marked? If I just filter it up, just look at it. It's working as expected. So all the answers are marked, right? So let me just get rid of it. Now you will be able to see. Still we have some time, and just look at it. Everything is working as expected. If I go to question number, let's say 1. If I click on it, I'm getting back to question number 1. If you go here, go to question number 5. If I click on it, just look at it. I'm getting back to question number 5. So how properly it's responding, and these functions have no value, means it's not doing anything. If I want to submit the form, if I click on it, you see on submit, if I click on yes, it's submitted and I get the score. If you want to see the answers, you will be able to see all the answers that are available. Just look at it. The answer is tuple. I already checked that, but okay, the answer was not tuple, it was union. And this is fine. This is also fine. Okay. So 2 wrong answers, actually 3 wrong and 1 correct, 1 skipped. That's great. I wanted to see that. 1 wrong, 1 correct, 3 wrong, which is showing up. That's great. and skipped one too. Don't worry, I know the answers, but I wanted to show you how exactly it works. So don't judge me because of that. It's just for the explanation part. Okay. All right. Everything is working as expected. Let's go for replay. And there you go. It's starting again. So how easily we are able to work with it, right? Well, not easily. Well, the functionality is not that simple. It's little complicated, whatever we have implemented so far. But the final result is quite pleasing. I'm loving it. So now the design part is ready. We have the complete design ready. Nothing else to do in here, isn't it? So everything is ready. You can optimize it a bit more if you want to, because the quiz page is loaded up a lot. We see a lot of things, but mostly the model part is there. If I just minimize this header within the content, we have not much of a stuff, but still it's quite loaded up. You can optimize it by passing in different components if you want to. But I feel it's fine. I feel this much is okay to work with. So I'm happy with that. I'll keep it in this particular manner only. Now it's time to integrate a backend to it. So what we have to do, we just have to replace the mock data with the actual data that we will be getting from a particular backend. Rest of the thing is working as expected, which is great. So let's work on that now, because you can integrate any backend you want. Now it's time to integrate a backend with our quiz application. For the backend, I'm going to use Supabase here. You simply have to go to supabase.com. This kind of a design will open up where you have to simply go for login at first. So I'll go for sign in. There is no sign up directly available. So you can continue with GitHub, or you can go for email ID and password, or you can go for sign up too. If you do not have an account, go for sign up, which will allow you to create a new account with the help of GitHub. So click on it and go for GitHub login. Now, after successful login, you get an option to create an organization. You simply have to go for it. You have to select the type of organization. By default, it is personal. So what is your agenda of using this up? You can definitely select it. And what will be your plan? For the time being, it has a free plan also, where you can create 2 projects within an organization. So I'll go for the free plan and create the organization for personal use. Now you have to select the region. Let me select South Asia, Mumbai, and the database password, select any. And now I'll just create the new project here. So this is my organization and this is the project which is being created. Now, if you think you want to change the project name, in my case, definitely yes, I want to change the project name, which is more relevant. So I'll go to project settings from here, from the sidebar, and I do get the option to change the project name. I will name it as Quiz App, or in precise, I'll call it Quizzo. Let me save it, and the settings is saved. So after this is done, I have to integrate this particular Supabase with my application, for which I have to get the APIs. So these are the project API keys for my case. You can have your own. Now in my case, I have already passed Supabase URL and key. Well, I have to pass the original URL and key in both the environment.ts file and environment.prod.ts file. Okay, so both of them have this thing. Once you have that, then you can work around with Supabase, because once the API is integrated, definitely you can play with the APIs as per your requirement. So let me get the original URL and key, which is present here. This is the URL and this will be the key. So I'll just get that and paste it there. Now, after this is done, after this is integrated, you have to go to SQL editor, where you can pass some queries, create a database or everything, whatever you want, you can do that. And in the table editor, you have the option of creating a new table and passing the parameters one by one. There is also an option for enable row level security, which restricts access to your table by enabling this row level security and writing Postgre policies. So basically you have the option to secure your rows which are present within the table, and only with the help of certain Postgre policies you can access those. It's like securing the table from unwanted authentication, like the person who is not authenticated, you don't want them to get access to some data. Definitely you can restrict them by writing some policies in such a manner that if RLS is enabled, which will obviously restrict the ones who are not authorized properly, and with the help of policies you can allow some of them who can access those particular part. So I'm not going to cover up the row level security in this case, because this application is applicable for all. So we are not going to work with that in this particular project. So what do I need to do? I need to pass the table name, description if you want to pass any, and each and every column you can create it from here itself, which is quite easy to do, but I'll show you another way. I'll go to SQL editor and I'm going to create one directly from here itself by using the SQL query. Now the interesting part which you have already seen, I think in Supabase we use PostgreSQL. So in PostgreSQL, I have already prepared the commands which I need to run for creating the categories table and questions table. So this query, if I run, it's going to create the categories table where I will be having an ID that will be the unique ID, which will be the primary key, of course, and with the name that will be text so that it can take any length and it cannot be null, and obviously it will be a unique name. You cannot have two same names in a category. And finally, the created at will also be there by default. It will take the current time, date and time. So I've copied it. I'm going to paste it here. And if I hit on run, what you will see, let's check it out. Success, no rows returned. That means this is created. And look at this. The name is updated automatically. If not, if you want to change the name, definitely you have the option of renaming the query and passing something. Even you can rename with Supabase AI. Let's try it. If I run this up, I get the description also automatically and the name is same. So if I click on rename, this will be updated. That is also you can do. So it helps in a lot of ways. Even if you have any errors here, it will also be detected. It will give you in red marks. So a lot of things can be done in this SQL editor. Now let's check it out whether this table is created or not. So you see categories table is created here where you can import data from CSV directly, or you can insert one by one. So insert row, you get the option as we have seen earlier, ID and name you just need to pass and created at will be taken automatically. If not, then you also have the option to pass it. So these things you need to take care of. Similarly, I'm going to create another table for the questions. So these things needs to be done manually from your end. And I hope there is some ways with the help of which we can do it from our front end itself, but it's better to do it directly in the back end. Okay. I'm not sure about the front end part, whether we can handle this creation of the table automatically or not. I have to check it. Anyways, for the timing, I don't want to go in that phase right now. So let's go for this creation of questions table where we have the ID, question, options as a JSON-B. So basically, it's going to be an array that it's going to hold. All right. Then answer as text. Category ID will be the UUID, which will be referencing to the categories table where we have the ID. And on delete of it, it will be set to null. So far, so good. Just run this up and it will be created. Okay, there is something wrong. What's wrong here? Okay, I don't know what was the error. I didn't do anything. I just rerun it again and it's taken. So sometimes I don't know. It happens. So this is also created and we do see the stuff here. If you want to enable RLS, definitely you can click on it and you get the option of enabling it up. I don't want to do that. So these two are created, which is great. Now what will I do? Well, I have to insert the data. For inserting the data, we have already prepared the functionality. But for inserting the categories, I haven't done anything as of now. So I will insert directly with the help of the SQL query. Or you can create an Excel sheet, or even from the front end, you can have some options like the one that we have for bulk insertion of questions. You can insert the categories also in the same manner. But I will just do it directly from here itself. Let's go for it. Let me create a new snippet and run a command and run an SQL query called insert into categories, where I get the field name in which I'm going to insert the values. So within the values, whatever we need, I'm going to pass it here. So I will see the data that I have already prepared earlier within the question service, I think. So let's go to that question service. There we have it. So I think at the top, I prepared it up. Not here exactly. Where was it? In the category. Okay. In the category service. Yeah. So that's the one. Even you can pass this particular thing in the mock data. I think that would be a better option. So let me just cut it from here. And I'll prepare another file for the category, categories.mock.ts, where export const categories will be equals to this particular value. So once this is ready, I will go back to my service and call the categories data from the mock file. Once that is done, we're good to go. Okay. So this part is sorted, but the point is, I have to convert this mock data into an SQL query. So let's do it one by one. It's quite simple actually. Some manual work is there, but not a problem. Let me pass here the value. One by one, I'll be passing the whole values. So TypeScript is next. I can even type it, but still I don't want to, but it's okay. It won't take long. So we have Angular, then I think we have React. What was the next? I think Node.js probably. So Node.js, right? Let's check it out. Yeah, so only 5 categories are there. Quite simple to work with. Once that is done, pass a semicolon and hit on run. Once I run that up, there is an error here. What's the error? Okay, my bad. Not in this way actually. I have to like close this. This is 1 and this will be like second value. This will be the third value. This will be the fourth value. This is how we should do it. I was doing it in a wrong way. Okay. Once you do that up, now it's fine and try to run it again. It will take the name and insert everything. There you go. No more errors. So insert category is already taken and I'll go to table editor to check it out. So let's go to categories and I should get the ID randomly generated along with all the names, and created ad is also created automatically. So this is working perfectly here. So after the insertion is done, the categories is ready. It's time to work with the data for the questions. Now to prepare our questions data, what I have to do? Well, I have two options and I'm going to show you both the options one by one. The first one is to insert this data via Excel sheet, for which I have to prepare the Excel sheet. And how will I prepare the Excel sheet? Because the category ID that we have here is completely different to the one that we have inserted into our database. Now to prepare that up, I selected all the data from here by clicking on it and exported it via SQL. After I did that, I got the data in an SQL format in this particular manner. So I copied it up, not first this particular one. Actually, I copied the mock data and the questions data and taken the help of ChatGPT. Because if AI can help us in doing this, why to take so much of time ourselves? So I just put on the data, both the arrays, and then I told ChatGPT, you can use DeepSeek or Claude, anything you want. But since this was opened up and logged in, so I tried it up. So after passing this up, let me just scroll down to show you. I have passed the SQL query also, which we exported, and finally after doing that, I told ChatGPT that I want the new category ID to be passed in the questions array by matching the category, which is very, very important, and also to prepare the questions array and Excel sheet excluding the ID and category, and created it. So it gave me the data, but every time I was asking it, it was not giving me the appropriate data or the appropriate number of questions. And even I asked it to break down options to option 1, 2, 3, 4, because that's the data we have prepared for our Excel sheet. So I just queried little bit more and more and more, and finally I got all the 21 questions that we had earlier in a proper format. So at last, this is the output that I got, in which I have the question, option 1, 2, 3, 4, answer and category ID. So this is the latest category ID that we have. You can see all of them are different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories. I think which was okay. That much categories only I think we had, which is fine. So the data is prepared. It's time to insert this data and check it out whether our functionality works or not. But to do so, I actually have to make some queries too. Query with Supabase. So how do we play around with that? Well, to work with Supabase queries, I have to install a package, which will be npm i@supabase/supabase-js. Install it up. Now look at this. This is installed. After it is installed, I'm going to create another service in which I'll be preparing the configuration for the Supabase. So let me do that. Ionic G service for admin service. So within the services folder, I'll create a folder called Supabase, and within that, this Supabase, okay, this is not .supabase, it is directly Supabase service will be created. After it is created, I'll go to the file and I'll prepare my configuration, which we have already set into the environment. So I have to call it up in a proper manner so that I can use it wherever I need to work with the Supabase queries. Otherwise, I have to do it in every service. So what I'll do at first is I'll create a private property called Supabase, which will be of type Supabase client, and I need to import it up. So I'm not getting the proper suggestions. So I have to import it from import Supabase client from add Supabase. This is the one. Once that is done, I will also have the option to pass null. So it can be either Supabase client or null initialized to null value. Now after this is ready, I'll create a function called initialize client. Any name you can pass. So this particular function will return nothing. So it will be of type void, and I'll make it private. Now what am I going to do within this functionality? I will check if this variable or the property that we created earlier, the Supabase one, if it is not available, means if it is null, then what am I going to do? I'm going to set or actually create a client. So this dot Supabase, I'll initialize the value to this particular Supabase by using create client. This is the one, import it. And within this, I will pass environment slash environment dot Supabase dot URL. So I have to pass the URL and the key. So environment dot Supabase dot key. That's what you need to pass. Now after that is done, you can simply log. That's not compulsory. It is just for your understanding. Okay. So Supabase client initialized. That's what I'm going to pass. Now once this function is created, what I have to do, I have to use it up. So whenever I want to use this Supabase anywhere for any query related to Supabase, then I will call this getClient function. So getClient, which is going to return this Supabase client, and within this function, I will call my initialize client function and then just return this dot Supabase. That's it. And you can pass, okay, there is an error because it cannot be null, so I have to pass an exclamation symbol. So that's what you can do to set up Supabase properly in this particular service. Once that is ready, I can use it wherever I want. So I'll go to these settings and there I'll upload the Excel file. So let me select the Excel file. This is the one that I showed you and I'm going to open it up now. So I clicked on that. So I'm not checking it up, but let's check it out whether it is inserted or not. So one thing is clear that in response for the data, we are not getting anything. But in the questions, if I check it out, everything is inserted with proper IDs because we haven't passed the ID. So it is taking randomly generated IDs and created it. Also we didn't pass. So it is taken automatically. And rest of the things is placed properly. Look at this. Options of type JSON-B. If you check this out, so it can take any object kind of a data. And here we have passed arrays properly. It is showing up, which is great. So our data is inserted in this particular manner very nicely. Similarly, what I'll do, I'll show you how to prepare the data and insert it using our forms, right? For that, we need to fetch the data for the category also, because I have to show here the category list, isn't it? It has to be the proper data that we need. And that is why you have to be very careful in doing that. So we'll be working on that now. Let's go to categories, and this time I'm going to fetch the categories not from the mock data, but instead I'm going to call it from the Supabase. Now to work with Supabase, I have to do the same tasks which we did in the questions one. So in the questions service, I created this up. I have to copy it and I'm going to paste it in the category service. Once that is done, you have to import the stuff which is needed. And as soon as it gets ready, you will be able to work with the other things that you need to. So all of them are imported now. In the get categories, I will execute a functionality. So get data from Supabase. And this is what mock data. All right. In this way, you will be able to differentiate what exactly we have done. So I'll create constant like we have done earlier. I'll get the data along with the error. I'll be calling this dot Supabase function dot outside of it dot from. What was the name of the table? It was categories. Now from the categories, I need to select all the fields. So if you want to select certain fields, definitely you can use the select function and pass the field names. But I want all of them, so I'll pass asterisk symbol. Along with that, you also have an option to pass the count. As you can see here, you can also pass count, which can be exact, planned, or estimated. So if you want the count to be passed, you can do it in this particular way, count, and you want the exact count of the number of records that are available. But this is optional. If you want that kind of a stuff where you need the count, then you need to have this count and you can get the count directly from here itself within this count. Okay, got it? Still the query is not over because I have to pass here await to fetch the data, and if I'm passing await, I have to make it async. And if I'm making this particular function async, well, wherever I'm calling this, I have to change it there too. Now, before changing that up, I want to show you one more thing. You also have an option to pass range. Let's say you want records from 1 to 10. So you can pass 0, 9 to get the first 10 records. Alright. And in that particular manner, count will come into play because you want the exact count. So I don't want to pass it, so I'll just remove it. And in fact, I don't think I need to pass count to be exact. So I can remove that also. But let's keep it. Let's keep it and see whether we get the proper data or not out of it, because there is no harm in keeping that. So I'll just log the data, comma, count, comma, error. And if there is error, I'll simply throw the error, throw error. Otherwise, let me return the data along with the total count, which I'll get it from the count itself. So that is what I'll be doing. And now let's get back to the functionality where I'm calling this particular function. So which page? Let's check it out. Get categories is passed in home page. So in the home page, I have to pass, well, what's wrong here? Well, here it will return a promise. So I have to make it await to get the data. And in order to use await, I have to pass async here. But actually, if we do so here, it's going to create some problem, as type promise of this is missing the following properties from type category. Okay. All right. Actually, the problem is not that. So let me just undo this. And here I have to pass the proper data. To pass the proper data, I'll go to the category service once again and just going to return this data, nothing else. So if you want to see, you have the console log at the top, but I am going to return only the data. That's it. So if I do so, now let's check it out. What is wrong here? I'm not able to get the proper data. Okay, this is of type any array. Let me pass as category array. Well, after doing this also, there is an issue here. Okay, now the problem is related to async await because I have to get the value out of it instead of passing just the promise. So in this scenario, I cannot work with it. Basically, I cannot work with the computer signal. Instead, I will make a writable signal function. So signal of type category array, and initially it will be empty array. I'm going to create a functionality to get the data from get categories. So let me just go for it. Let me create it here, or actually I should do it at the bottom. Let's scroll down. I think here it would be fine. Let's go for it. Get categories function I'm going to create, which will help me to fetch the data. So const, I will just get the data out of it, and actually I have to return the earlier data only like I did. So let's pass it off now. There won't be any error because now this is in proper format and I don't need to pass any interface, which is great. Equals to await this dot category service dot get categories. This is what I need to do, and I need to make this function async. So if there is any error, this function will throw an error, which I'm going to catch it here by doing everything within try catch block. So if there is any error, I'll simply log the error for the time being and move this particular data within the try block. Once we get the data, I need to set my categories dot set function and set the data whatever we are getting out of it. That's it. This is what you need to do, and you need to call this particular functionality in the ng on it so that it works at the very beginning. So get categories function is called here. So everything is sorted, and in the home screen also, if you check it up, it will show you the data, which is great. But the calling is being done twice. So I think I can work around with that. Basically, in the category service, I can have a signal with the help of which I can track it down how many categories are available, because we are not adding the categories directly from our front end. So let's create a writable signal to get rid of this problem. Let's do it at the very top. Let's get the categories within the signal of type category array or null and initialize the value to null. And why am I doing that? Because I also have to set it to null in some cases. That is why you need to be very clear, because if it is present, if this dot categories array is present, means this particular function, then I will simply return the array this dot categories. That's what I'm going to do. Otherwise, well, actually I don't need to return anything. I can do one thing. I'll simply pass return. That's it. Okay. So I just need to call this functionality and rest of the stuff will be done, because whatever I'm returning, I'm not going to set the value. I'll be using the computed signal in the home page and the add question one too. Okay. So this is going to return if it is present, it's not going to go ahead. Otherwise, we are going to get the proper data. And also when we are getting the data, I'm going to set this dot categories dot set to the value of data. That is what I'm going to do. And reset function will also be called, where I'm going to reset the value of this categories dot set to null. Now this set function is called twice, so it's better instead of reset, set categories should be called, where you can pass value of type any. So whatever value you will be passing, it will be set here. And that is what I'm going to call instead of this set categories function. Now let's get back to the functionality once again. This time I will not set my categories. Also, I'll not extract the data out of it. Okay. Even I can get rid of that part also. So if I do that, what I have to do is, in order to get the data into my categories array, means the writable signal that we are using. So I'll just comment it up and uncomment this, where I'll simply set category service dot categories. So this is what I need to call to get the data, and I have to pass an exclamation symbol to say that this value exists. It's not null or undefined. Same way, I'll just copy it and paste it here also at the top. Where was it? In this place, I'll just get rid of it and pass these categories. Once I do that up, I'll get an error which I need to fix by commenting that up and removing this constant. Just calling the function will set it up. Okay. So far everything is good to go. No more stuff I think we need to do. Let's check it out. So this will be set and no more calls will be there. If I go for adding some questions, the data will be centralized everywhere. But you need to remember one thing, where I have to call the reset functionality for the categories. So I'll be doing that in the home page. So in the home page, I will be calling ng on destroy. So you can use implements. Without that also it will work fine. So let me do it directly, because I know that it works without even passing the interface. So ng on destroy, this function will be called when this particular page will be destroyed. So ng on destroy home page, just for the understanding. And I'm going to call this dot category service dot set categories to value of null. Okay, done. And why am I not doing it in the add questions? Well, because if it is available in the home page and you go to the settings page for the adding the questions, then I want the same data to be available there. And if this particular page is destroyed, still I want the data to be there. So if you pass it to null, definitely the data will go away, which I don't want. So we have centralized a lot of things according to the need. Now we get the data, it's time to insert it. But before inserting, like I said earlier, that I'll be working with a loader. Let's go to the home settings page, not the home page. In the settings page, what I have to do is, whenever you are uploading, I need to call some loader here. So between these two functionalities, a loader will be there. That will work fine. For which, let me apply an ion spinner at the top. Let me place it within the ion content itself, or it can be placed at the bottom also. Well, let's do it at the top. That would be fine. Ion spinner. Look at this. This spinner is showing up. And the name of the spinner will be passed as, let me pass crescent. Yeah. You can change the color also. Color is, let's say, warning color, how it looks like. Not looking that great. Maybe primary color will look better. Yeah, I think it's fine. Also, you can have some text, probably loading. No, the text is not showing up directly. I just forgot. I have to see the documentation for that. But anyways, I don't want to apply as of now. Let's work on this within a div because I need to align the div properly at the center. So I pass a div, call this spin, or actually I have a class called position center. Let's call that. Okay, this is positioned at the center, but not vertically. So what do I do now? Well, let me go to the SCSS file where I'll work with this div to which I've given position center class to transform it, translate in y direction by, let's say 40%. No, it's not working. What about 40 VH? Yeah, 40 VH is working. I think 35 VH would be better. So this is how you can transform, or you can pass margin top also if you want to. But transform will not hamper the design that we had earlier. So now once that is done, actually it's creating trouble for my design. So let me just cut it for the time being so that there was extra spacing which I don't want. So after the ion list, actually I'm going to pass it. Let's go for it. Even I can make the position to be absolute. That would be better. So actually I have changed the design a bit. Well, for the CSS I am passing position to be absolute, top 35 and left 50%. Now let me just remove it and pass a different style. Let me call it spin. That would be better. And this design, well, I'll change the class name here with spin. What will happen if I do that? Well, it's working fine. So that is what I want. I want to make the position to be absolute so that it does not hamper my design. Alright, so far so good. Nothing else to do here. For the spinner, actually I have to pass a condition when it's going to show up. So at the rate if, this will only show up if is spinner is true or if is loader is true. That's what I need to do. So let's say if is loading is true. This will be a writable signal function that I'm going to create right now. Let's go for that. At the top, it's going to be the same stuff only. Copy and paste it here. Change the name to is loading. Okay. After doing that, wherever you want to call it, definitely you can work with it. Like I want to call it here. So I'll pass. Okay, actually I need to actually prepare a setter for it. So set is loading value. It's going to be the same. So I'll copy it and paste it here. Change this to is loading. That's it. It's time to call it here. Set is loading to true. I will call finally to pass it for both try and catch, where I'm going to set is loading to false. So the loader will work nicely for import from Excel. And if you are directly uploading the bulk insert, then where it is being passed, well, that part is handled. Not here exactly. It is handled in the add questions component. Yeah, that's where it is handled. Yes, this is the one that I need to work with on submit. Great. So I have to pass the same stuff here once again. Now what am I going to do? I'll pass this spinner into a component and call it everywhere, wherever I want to, instead of doing it in this particular way. So let me just cut it from here. Create a component, Ionic G, C within the components folder, and I'll name it as spinner. Let's create it and I'll go to that particular component, pass this design. Now don't worry about the error. I'll fix it, but I have to go to the SCSS and cut this up because this CSS will go to spinner component now. Okay. Once that is ready, this transform is not needed. I'll remove it. And what else do I need to work with? Well, nothing else. There is an warning. I'll get rid of this warning in this manner. And I have to pass it in the imports here. So imports and pass standalone to true. If you do that up, now hover on it and it will get imported automatically. It's done. So once that is done, you can call this particular component directly here. App spinner. Call it. It will be imported automatically and the problem will be solved. Well, it's not imported or what? Now it will be imported. Great. Problem solved. You can use it wherever you want now. So I want to use the same functionality in my component called add questions. So let's do it there too. I will have a boolean value set up. Let me copy it and paste it once again. This will be for is loading, which will hold a boolean value initialized to false. Now once that is done, what you have to do, go to your HTML and pass that spinner wherever you want. Let me pass it here itself at the top. So at the rate if you have is loading set to true, then you're going to show a spinner, which is going to be app spinner. Well, it's not imported, so try it again in this manner and it will be imported. Once that is done, the spinner will show up and it will disappear only if a certain condition is satisfied. That means you have to set it to false, which you will do at the bottom when you are submitting the form. So once submission is in progress, where are you going to work with it? In the try block. So in the try block, I will execute is loading, not is loading. Actually, I have to set the loader, which I did earlier also. So set is loading to a value of type boolean, where I'm going to set this dot is loading dot set to the value that will be passed. You can also work on it in the app component level so that you don't have to place it in each and every component. That can also be done. But I'm okay with this for the time being because I'm using it in only 2 places. If I have to use it in like 3 to 4 places, definitely I can work on it. So if set is loading to true, and for finally, I will pass set is loading to false. Once that is done, well, whatever we are submitting, it's handled properly. So the loading part is done. Let me just check and confirm if everything is fine here or not. Do I need to do anything else? No, I don't think so. Everything is fine. That's great. Once that is done, let's try to add a question. So for adding the question, now it is coming up. I'll select the category. Let's go for Angular and I'll pass a question along with some options. Well, the question that I'm going to pass, I should pass a bigger question which I have already prepared. So I'll just paste it here. Alright, so I passed it. So signal track dependencies at a fine grind. Add one more question. And this time, let me select a different category. Let's go for a Node.js. You have to be very careful with each and every string because if there is any change within the answer or the correct answer, then it won't match. So be very, very careful in doing so. Now everything is ready. I have prepared 2 questions. Let's try to insert it. And I'll also open up the console log to check if there is anything which is going wrong. So let me click on submit. There, earlier it was 21 records. Now it is 23 records. So both of them are inserted. Alright, it's time to fetch the questions from our database. But the questions that we are going to fetch will be in a random order. So if I prepare a query as such for getting the random questions, then there can be a problem with the query. So I have 2 ways. Either I can do it without random here itself by checking the category ID, even passing the limit function. But instead of that, I'm going to create a function in my database itself. And let me show you how I'm going to do that. I'll go to SQL editor, in which I'll create a new query where I'm going to prepare a functionality in which I will simply send my question count along with the category ID, and it's going to process everything here itself. So it won't burden up my query. So my query will be quite simple to understand. And how to achieve that? Let me just show you quickly. So this will be my query: create or replace function random questions. So this is the function which I am going to create, which will accept count as integer and category, or you can even pass category ID also if you want to, but I don't want to mix it up because we already have category ID. So I'll be getting the category in the parameter, which will be a UUID defaulting to value null. So it can be null also. All right. But obviously we know that it won't be null. We will be passing that up, but still you need to keep a track of each and every possibility. So what it is going to return? It's going to return a set of questions, and this is how the query begins within this particular functionality. So it's going to return a query where you're going to select all the fields, all the columns from where? From the questions table, where category ID will be equals to queries. So what is this? Basically, it will filter out the null values and will only look for the category ID if it is present. Let's say, for example, if it is null, then it's going to give you all the questions irrespective of the category ID. That is why it is very handy to use this particular function. So within this function, I'm passing the category which will be getting it in the parameter along with the category ID that is available. And everything will be ordered randomly along with the limit that I'm going to pass as the question count that we will be applying. So this will be my query which will be ending after this. And here it is denoting that this is the procedural language for PostgreSQL. So this is how we can create a function. Let me just run this up and it will be executed whenever I want to. So this is ready now and it is auto renamed, which is great. Now in my query, I will do what? Well, first of all, let me just comment this stuff which I won't be needing it anymore. So let me comment it. What next will I do? I need to get the Supabase. So I'll check the any other service like question service, whatever we have done here. I'll simply copy it up and paste it here too. So let me paste it here after the master settings and align everything properly. Import all the stuff one by one. All right, almost done. Import, final import, and it's done. Everything is ready. Now I can use the queries. So what will I do? Within this is for the mock data, so I'll keep it. If you want to use it, definitely you can. In the try block, I'll create a constant which will extract the data and error like we did earlier using await this dot supabase function dot. I'm going to use RPC here, which is going to perform a function call. If you want to know more, you can just check this out. Okay. So the random function that we have created into the Supabase, I'm going to call that particular function using RPC, where I have to pass the function name which was random underscore questions. Make sure spelling is all right, else it won't work. Now within this, I have to pass two parameters. One is the count, which is the same as, okay, this is not the same. We are passing count in this particular manner. So I have to change it. Count will be form value dot question count. Along with that, I also need to pass category. That's what we are getting it. So form value dot category ID. So this data I have to pass and I'm passing await. I have to make it async. Okay, now the error will go away. Once I do the job, I'll get the data and this data will be set here. Let me do one thing. Let me create a constant called selected questions. This is the one. I'll just copy and paste it here. Selected questions will be equals to the data that we'll be getting. So once that is set, I don't need to change anything else. Everything will remain the same. All right. So now we will be getting the data directly from the database. Also, one more thing I need to handle. If there is any error, then what am I going to do? If error is present, then simply throw the error. Throw error. That's it. Okay. Even the same, I will do it in the catch block also. Instead of returning null, let's throw the error. Throw error. Fine. Okay. Let's try it now. I will have, let's say, 10 questions, whatever the number is, which if it is less than 10 also, it will give me the number of questions that is present there. So let's go for JavaScript and check it out. Okay, I'll go for play and you see the questions are coming up. So how many questions came up? 5. Let's go for it. Okay, I'll just select anything. Hosting, I know. Let's go for next. Strict. This is the one. I need to add some wrong answers also. This is the answer. I'll go for undefined. And one should be skipped. So I'll go for submission and check this time. Okay, two wrong answers. I think I selected one wrong answer. I think I made a mistake. Okay, I didn't read the question properly. That was my mistake. This should be json.stringify, and that's how we are getting everything. Now, what's wrong here? It's the scrolling is not working. Now, this is another thing which I need to fix. Don't worry, I'll look into that. Well, it's completely freezed. Okay, that will be fixed. Apart from that, we are getting proper data and every information is working as expected. Now, remember the question, okay? What was the question? This is the question that we got out of 5. Will the question will be in the same order? Let's try it once again. I'll get back and let me go for same JavaScript and everything. Let's try it now. See, this time we are getting a different question. This is working. What about Angular? If I select one, because we have added in Angular and Node.js some separate questions. So I'll go for 1 minute. Let's go for 1 minute and select Angular. Let's go for it. We have 6 questions and this is the one. What about how do you create a service in Angular using CLI? This is the one. And what next? Two-way binding. Which one is used? ng model. I need to get some wrong answers also. This is the answer for this. But I'll select a wrong answer and one will be skipped. And I'll skip one more. This is the module, ng module is used, but I'll skip it. Let's go for submit. And the submission is done. We get 1 wrong, 2 skip, 3 correct. That's what we have done. Let's view the answers. Now the scrolling is working. Actually, it was freezed. My app was freezed. That is why it was not working. So the UI is fine. You don't have to worry about it. And everything is good to go. Okay, great. That's working fine. So you've seen how exactly things are working as expected. We're getting the data, proper question from the Supabase database and in a random format. So now you have full freedom to work with this questionnaire or the quiz app that I call it as Quizzo. Let me just rename it in index.html file also. I'll call it Quizzo. Okay. So everything is working as expected. No more stuff we need to do. Just one thing. We need to prepare it for Android and iOS and try it out in respective applications. Rest of the things is working fine. So let's build it for Android and iOS, for which let me prepare all the configuration at first. Let's go to our capacitor.config.ts file and change this stuff. Let me change the app ID and app name to the requirement that I feel it's good, because app name I want to keep it Quizzo and this is my package, which is unique. You have to pass your own package name with your domain name written in reverse manner along with the name of the app. Don't give any spaces or something. So after this is done, I need to install 2 packages or plugins, I would say, for splash screen and status bar. If you want to change the status bar, mostly it's required in the Android devices. So let's go to the documentation. I have already opened it up, capacitorjs.com. So I think status bar is already installed by default. Let's check it out. In the package.json file, status bar is already there, but no splash screen is there. So I have to install this splash screen. You simply need to go to this particular URL to run it up. Let me install it quickly. Just copy, paste it here to install. And after that is installed, this command will run if we have Android and iOS for syncing it up. Now let me just scroll down to see if anything else we need to do. This is the functionality I'm going to implement. And after that, let me just scroll down a bit more. And variables. This is a variable you need to pass in your Android variables.gradle file if it is not present by default. So we will create it. Don't need to worry. This is done. After that, what I will do is I will run the command ionic build. Let's go for it, because now the packages needs to be installed. Some functionality definitely I have to execute, but let's prepare everything first for Android and iOS. Then I'm going to go ahead and work with it. So this is created. I hope there is no error. Is it? Okay, there is an error here. Let me check the location. In the www folder, We have everything coming up here very nicely. That's great. So everything looks okay. Now let me go for Ionic Cap, add Android. This will create the Android folder for the Android devices. Okay, let's wait for it to complete. It's done. Now after that, I'll also prepare for iOS. Let's run it. This is also done almost. Yes, it's done. So I need to go to variables.gradle file, I think, right? Let's search for it. Command plus P for Mac, Control plus P for Windows, variable.gradle. This is the one. Let's go there. And what was the name of the variable? Core splash screen version. Do I have it? This is the one, core splash screen version 101.101. Okay, it is already available. I don't need to do anything else. But I feel in the latest version of capacitor, the splash screen is not showing up in the Android. So nothing else we need to do here. Let me go to app.component.ts file. Where is it? App.component.ts file. I need to minimize all of it and go to src folder where I'm going to get my app.component.ts file. In this, I need to prepare some functionality for custom status bar. Like I said, for Android, the status bar will be grayish color by default if I don't pass anything, which I don't want. So I need to play around with that. Now let me quickly show you the functionality, then I will explain you how exactly I'm going ahead with it. So I created a custom status bar function which will accept primary color, which will be a boolean value. By default, it is false. And this function I made it as async. Now I will be checking if the platform is not web, then I want to set the style for the status bar. Let me first import all of it one by one. For status bar, okay, the suggestion is not coming up. Don't worry, I'll do that. Let me explain you first. So status bar dot set style will help us to set the style. If primary color is available, then I will set the styling to dark. So if you're setting it dark, that means your text will be lighter. The icons that you have at the top, the icons of the battery or everything, will be set to light color and the background will be of dark color. And vice versa in case of the styling to be light, in which the background will be light and the text color will be darker. That was the case, I suppose. Now, if the platform is Android, then what I will do, because this thing will work for both Android and iOS, but for Android, you can also set the background color. So if primary color is set to true, you will set this particular color as the background color for the status bar. Otherwise, it's gonna be the white color. That is what I want. Now let's import all of it. I'll do it manually and I'm going to show you how exactly I'm doing it up. I'll paste it here directly. And this is platform, I can pass it here itself as it will be from the same package. So this is done. If you want to use this functionality anywhere else also, it's better to pass it in a service. But I want to use it only in the app.component.ts file because I want only one background color for all the pages. Then that is why I'm doing it in this particular way and I'll be calling it in my constructor. Now to call it in the constructor, I have to inject platform in this particular manner. So once that is injected, then only I'll be able to use it up. So this particular platform, no, the suggestion is not coming up. So I have to copy and paste it here. Then it's gonna work. Okay. Now I can use it in my constructor. Now in the constructor, I want to use this platform to check if the platform is ready or not. That means the app is loaded or not. So once the app is ready to load, I'm going to call my custom status bar functionality and setting the primary color to be true. If you want, you can just skip this part and pass the values directly, but I wanted to make it little dynamic. That is why I'm doing so. And you must be wondering, why am I passing this in a set timeout function? Well, basically, I want to give a timeout of or a delay of 2.5 seconds. Or you can reduce it to 2 seconds, but sometimes it doesn't work. What happens is this particular custom status bar takes little bit of time to show up in your Android application. And that is why it's better to have some delay. Then it will definitely work. Otherwise, there is a possibility that it might miss out sometimes, which I don't want. That is why this is being done. Now we also need to play around with this splash screen. Let's try it out. So for this splash screen, Well, I have lots of options which are available. Either I can use these functionalities. Even if you don't pass anything also, still it will hide itself. Or if you want, you can do it in this particular way. There is another option to do that, which is to pass everything in your capacitor.config.ts file, where you can prepare this whole configuration within the plugins. So what all things do I have as of now in the capacitor.config.ts file? I don't have plugins, so I have to pass it in this way. So I can keep the default settings, whatever is being passed here. Let's copy. Actually, I have to copy the plugins also. And let me pass it here after webdir. So what all things have I passed? Center crop for Android scale type, and resource name is splash. You can, I think these are the default values also. You can skip some of those if you want. It's going to take 3-second duration, and after that it will auto hide. Okay, fade duration is fine. And instead of the background color to be white, I'll pass my background color, which I have passed it here also. What was the thing? This is the one. I'll copy it and paste it here. So we can pass RGB in this manner, or RGBA also we can pass, which is explained somewhere or the other. I just forgot. In this documentation only, you just have to find it out. And the rest of the things, well, you can just keep it as it is. Use dialog. Well, actually, I don't want to use any dialog, because what happens is, use a dialog instead of an image view if layout is not configured. It will use a layout that uses the splash screen image as background. Doesn't work on launch when using the Android 12 API, only available on Android. Fine. Not a problem. Let's keep it as it is. I'll keep the default settings and try it out. Do I need to do anything else? Let's check it here and understand, because I don't want a spinner, right? So show spinner, I can set it to false. By default, it is not having any value. So I don't want a loading spinner to show up. Let me set it to false. What about anything else? I need scale type. By default, it is fit XY. So fit XY will, I think, fit it to properly in X and Y direction, not center crop. So that would be better, I think. So let me pass fit XY only. But you need to be very careful when working with that, because see, the image view.scale type used to scale the splash screen image doesn't work if use dialog is true. So basically we are using use dialog to be true, so it is not going to work. And this is a default value, so some of the stuff definitely you can skip here. The spinner color also, if I don't want to pass, I'll just skip it, because I don't want to use it actually. Okay, I'll keep it as it is. I don't want to make a lot of changes and anything. So everything is good to go. We don't need to make any changes and don't need to pass any permission also. Also, what have I done is, I have created a folder called assets, in which I have my icon background, icon foreground, all these things for the splash screen and icon to work. And I've named everywhere Quizu. Okay. First of all, let me sync my application for Android and iOS. So Ionic Cap Sync, whatever changes I have made will be reflecting everywhere. And then I will go to the documentation to check it out. Go to docs. And if I just scroll a bit more, I should see splash screens and icons, in which, well, I have to prepare this particular folder and I have to have all these files, which I already have. I've kept the same file. So 4 files, okay, 3 files for icon only, icon foreground and icon background. So icon foreground, icon background and icon only. Even I have icon also separately to be passed, I think, which is not required. So splash screen and darks is already there. This is not required. So let me just remove it for the time being. Let me delete it. Okay. Once that is deleted, nothing else needs to be done. These 3 files are enough to work with. Now I just need to run this command. Let's go for it. I've copied it up and I'll paste it here now. Let me hit enter and it will generate the icon and splash screen for Android and iOS. Sorry, it's not going to generate. It's just going to install the assets. To generate, I think we have another command. This is the one. This will generate it up. So let me just copy it. And you need to remember the format. You can pass JPG or PNG. These are the sizes for, this is icon size and this is the splash screen size. So I have in the same manner. You need to have proper sizes, otherwise it's not going to work. Now once that is done, I'll generate the splash screen and icons for Android and iOS. Look at that. It's generating for everyone. Android generated, iOS generated, even PWA is generated. That is what it's going to do. And if you want for specific platform, definitely you can add this after this command. So far so good. Everything is ready. It's time to run it up. So Ionic Cap open iOS. Let's go for it. It's going to open up the Xcode directly with our project. It's opening up in Xcode with the project. Let's wait for some time for it to complete, and then we will be checking it up in this simulator. Alright, this is ready now. I will select a simulator here. Let me go for 16 Pro Max and run it up. Okay, build successful and the simulator is about to open. We will see the application up and running now. Focus on the splash screen also once it opens up. It's about to open and we will see the splash screen. Alright, just look at it. Well, it's not in proper size, but you can work on that. Now it is in dark mode, that is why this is happening. So let me turn my system to light mode. And how to do that actually in iOS. Alright, I found it. You have to go to developer and disable this dark appearance. Now it's fine. Let's try our application now. Where was it? Quizzo. Okay, now it's working fine. Even in dark mode also it was okay. Let me pass number of questions to be, let's say 20. We'll get the category working. Let me select Angular for 2 minutes, or you can go for 3 minutes. I'll go for 1 minute. If I go for 00, what happens? I'll get an error. If I select 1 minute, that's gonna work for me. I'll get the questions. Great. That's the answer. Okay. Let me skip some of those. This is ng model, but let me give ng bind. Wrong answer. This is the correct answer, but I'll select a wrong answer, or actually I should skip it. This is the correct answer, but I will skip this particular one. This is the correct answer. Let me give a wrong answer. Let's try it now. Submit it. It's done. You get the result. You can view the options, right? So corrected only 1, wrong 1, 2, and 3, which is good. That's what I have done, right? And skipped. 2 of them are skipped, which is great. So everything is working as expected. If I go back, it will redirect me to the home screen. Now you have the settings page where you can upload. I won't be uploading the data, but I'll just show you because these things will work pretty nicely. Okay, so you don't need to worry about it. So everything is working as expected in our iOS device. Let's check it for the Android device. Let me close it, or I'll keep it. Let's minimize it and go for Android device now. Even the icon, if you want to see, before closing, let me just show you that part also. Just look at the icon, it's working. So to open it up in Android, I'll go for Ionic Cap, open Android. If I do that, it's going to open it up. Let me trust this project. Make sure you have the latest configuration set up in your Android Studio. Otherwise, this might create some trouble. It will take a little bit of time for the first go. Then it will be quite smooth for you to work with. In fact, now another patch is available, so I need to download that. I'll do it later on. For the time being, let me finish this up. Alright, it's almost ready. Just the last setup touches are left, and I think now I will be able to run it. So this is my emulator which I have selected here. You can add a few more if you want to, but I'll run it up. Let's check it out whether it works properly or not in our Android emulator. We have to be very careful with the splash screen whether it's showing up properly or not. So just focus on the app. As soon as it opens up, you need to check it up. So install. Okay, no. It's still showing the icon. It's not showing the background color and everything, which is not as expected. So there is a bug here which you have also seen in the Android devices, that it is only showing the icon, circular icon, but not showing the exact splash screen that we are passing. Even if you pass a different splash screen, it's not taking it up. And I don't understand why. So definitely I hope the Ionic team or the Android team fix this problem. Anyways, let's try it out. I'll pass 10 questions, and this time a different questionnaire I think I should work with. Let's give it 2 minutes only. Let's play around. Which built-in module is used to create an HTTP server in Node.js? Let's go for next. I'll mix up some questions, right or wrong. So based on that, you can just check it out, okay? In Node.js, what happens if an unhandled, okay, why should I check all of it? I know you must be thinking I should explain you all these things, but let's go for it directly. You can just check and understand. Okay, just move ahead and start with working with it. So too many right answers I have ticked. I think I should tick one skipped. So what I'll do is here, I'll skip it. Let's go for submit and go for it. Out of 4, 3 are right. See, I skipped one. That's what it is showing up. So you can view the answers. This is the correct answer, correct answer, correct answer. This was the answer which I ticked, but I skipped it. So that's how it's working. You can just filter the stuff and everything will work as expected. No wrong answers, one skipped. So this is also working as same. So we don't have to worry about anything here also in the Android device. Both designs are quite okay. And you can see this status bar also. It's looking lovely. So since it is in dark style, so that is why the icons are in light colors. As we have given primary color to be set to true by default, isn't it? As we have already passed it into the custom status bar wherever we have called. I think we called it in app.component.ts file. And this one also is working. You can add multiple questions. Yeah. So everything is working as expected in our Android device also. This is how you can set up your quiz application and play around with it as long as you want in both Android and iOS devices. So I hope you like this particular course that will guide you how to create this kind of an application and also work with the database too.